Hey, good morning, everybody. Welcome back. Today begins our final day of coverage of the July 4th Albany, New York Bob Linn Superstars Showdown from Albany, New York. Okay, we had a little delay there, but good morning, everybody. Welcome back. We've got continued coverage from July 4th, the Bob Linn Superstars Division going on here. 63,000 US dollars at stake. And today, the final 8 days of action. Matt Canik in the commentary booth. And who's this with me?
Great to be with you, Matt. So excited to be here for the conclusion of one of the biggest Collins divisions, the Bob Linn Superstars Division, literally in North American history. So we've already got our technical glitch out of the way even before we got started. So it is nothing but up from here.
Nothing but up from here indeed. Let's do a little stage setting. Players are already situated, action's about to begin, but I just want to show our top 5 quickly. And boy, this is a wide open race. First, second, third, separated by just spread. Matthew Tunnicliffe, Wellington Jageri, Matthew O'Connor, and right behind them, fourth and fifth, Harshon Lamabadu Winter, and in sixth place, your favorite YouTuber, Will Anderson. This is going to be so fun. Just 8 games figuring out who's going to win $15,000, our first prize here. Let's cut over to the board because this first matchup is awesome. The 2023 Scrabble World Champion runner-up Harshon Lamabadu versus your 2015 Scrabble World Champion Wellington Jageri, 2 of the top players in the world playing here in a showdown. Second place, fourth place. Let's let them start as we hype up this matchup just a little bit more. Let's play Scrabble. Jason, I know these players need no introduction, but tell us a little bit more about Wellington Jageri for perhaps some Scrabble naive viewers out there.
Yeah, so awesome to start the day with a matchup between what I consider right now 2 of the top 4 players in the world, just based on current form. As you mentioned, Wellington, a former world champ, perhaps not that well known in North America, but in 2023 in Las Vegas, an absolutely dominating performance in winning that North American championship. You can see his rating there, 2320. The best of all the very good Nigerians, and Harshon, twice world's runner-up. I won, I believe, 3 big tournaments this year. So he's not got the greatest of opening racks here with the UYY combo. So what are you seeing here, Matt?
Initially, there's just one 5-letter word that Harshon's got to bail him out of this rack, and he's already spotted it and put it on the board. That is hey, 36 points. You're right, unwieldy first rack, but exactly what you got to do here. Harshon off to the races, 36-0, as Wellington finds the double F combination we've hyped up on stream all week, and EFF NPTS gives him, I think, a very straightforward play here. It's a tricky word to spot, but it should be no challenge for Wellington to find his 34-point option on this turn.
Yeah, I was not considering something that would keep that E, but yeah, the PFFT or puffed, I guess, to the left of the EY there will score 34 and keep quite well. And as you can see, it looked like he was about to set it up, but I'm confident that Wellington will get there eventually.
He will, yeah. I mean, Wellington has initially set up the FF off to the side. The PENST leave is very strong and likely to bingo very often for Wellington next turn. The problem with this play, it would score just 13. So Wellington forced to make a decision here. 34 now, 13 now. If he keeps the ENPST leave, Engine suggesting he's about 60% to bingo next turn, which is fantastic. But PFFT still bingos nearly a coin flip and scores 21 more points. My brain would tunnel right in on either playing off this E or keeping an extremely strong leave. But I'd be shocked to see Wellington miss the interjection "pfft" in this situation.
I would too, but it is a little bit surprising that he hasn't set it up yet. He's got those two Fs. He's got them in hand now. It looks like he may just be being a little fishy, just going for the 13 and okay, he's gonna go. Oh, EFF there. Okay.
Okay, yeah, this is much stronger, I think, than just dropping the two Fs for 13 like we thought he might do. Wellington has not committed this play yet. He's not hit his clock. He was looking at it, maybe feeling something perhaps is being missed there. This I think is a blunder, a very, very rare blunder from Wellington. PFFT just seems so strong. But EFF, the play he's committed to, 32 points to Harshon's 36. ABDOPUV is Harshon's rack to respond. He knew he wasn't going to have a great rack this turn. That AU leave, unideal, but the BPV combination to go with it makes this a tough turn for Harshon. Jason, are any options jumping out to you immediately in this turn?
No, there's a lot of mediocrity, coming down from I7 there. Whether he wants to play dub or dub or dob DAUB or dob DOB. Looks like dub is kind of winning the sim at this point, but they're all pretty close.
Yeah, a lot of options pretty similar to one another, but you got to play the U if you can. Dub is what Harshon has settled on initially, 25 points, making FED and YU. Keeps AOPV, which just doesn't excite you, and yet with the rack this bad, you're going to have to keep a tough leave. This sims about 3.5 points ahead of any other option in this position for Harshon. He's not going to spend any more time making what the simulation suggests is his best play. 61 to 32, now the score. Wellington has not found a bingo after the EFF play. He's only got one vowel for a second consecutive turn, and we'll see how he chooses to play out of this. He can make shorter plays. Just a fun play is NTH to the H and hey, just 16, but EMPST is a very strong leave. Bingos frequently, and when the bingos miss, the MP combination guarantees you'll probably score all right next turn. But just 16 points when he can score in the mid 20s. What are you thinking here, Jason? Shorter play or maybe something longer from Wellington?
Yeah, when he played the EFF, he's going to go longer and with Pent, yeah, leaving STM. But yeah, when he played the EFF, I wondered if he was maybe kind of setting up the T, maybe for some kind of bingo with TH in it. I think Ent there would have been a really nice play, keeping temps. But he has decided to play a little longer here, which is fair. We know that Harshan doesn't have much dub. After dub, he's probably not leaving too much, so Wellington's gonna try to dig into this bag a little bit.
All right, so Pent, the play from Wellington. For those who dabble in both lexica out here in Scrabble, Pent does take a back S, and in CSW play, Yup also takes a back S. So Wellington setting up that S in not one, but two places, though he misses out on vowels again. A third rack for Wellington that has just one vowel on it. We'll look over at Harshon, though. ACEIOPV gives him turn with many reasonable options. No bingos, no high scoring plays, but a lot of different options in the mid 20s that do different things to this board. Captive for 28 points plays through the T, might be one of his highest scoring options, but does retain an O. Jason, you think this is an appropriate time to make a long play like Captive, or might we see something shorter here?
Boy, that's tough to say. Wellington's been kind of digging into the bag. Haven't really seen a lot of fireworks yet. I normally kind of play too short or kind of fall in love with certain leaves, but I'm cool with blowing this rack up with captive. It looks like the best play is one of those words that's always kind of hard to see, VoIP. That initialism off of the EA, making VoIP and P. That that ACE leave is a pretty good one. But again, three turns for Harshan. The first two he's kind of made the best of some mediocre options, and I expect him to do the same here. Now, whether that's playing VoIP, Havoc from that H, or Captive remains to be seen.
Yeah, VoIP is a strong, strong play. Havoc from the H, another powerful option here for Harshon. Each of these does very different things, keeps different leaves, shapes the board in different ways. And I'm curious to see what Harshon chooses. There's not necessarily a right answer to turns like this. And so it's a time for him to show a little bit of style. And of course, Scrabble's not a game against yourself. You are half the battle, but your opponent is the other half. And when a player as strong as Wellington is sitting across the board from you, it's always a little bit scary to string some letters out in space, particularly the E that Captive would expose or the C that Havoc would expose could give Wellington big plays if you're Harshon. So I think VoIP feels fairly natural here, but I could see it being any of these plays, and Harshon could easily convince me that any of these plays is the right approach.
Absolutely, yeah. You definitely want to play defensive against somebody like Wellington, whose word knowledge is insane. So, kind of those options, Captive, giving the open V and open E. VoIP is probably the most defensive, kind of just giving that open V, which is going to be somewhat more difficult to hit. And sure enough, it looks like he's going to go with VoIP. So Harshan and Quackle in lockstep so far these three turns.
Okay, so VoIP's the option for Harshon. He can't have known this, but this allows Wellington some high-scoring options on the turn. These are fun plays. I won't spoil them just yet, as I will allow our chat to find Wellington's 48-point option on this turn. But a big swing in Wellington's favor should he spot this word.
Well, Wellington's got the board vision, and it looks like he's got one of those options kind of set up there.
Yeah, Speared and Speened, both 40-point double-doubles through the PEA, and that's also where Wellington's got 48 available. Welcome to Jared Capel, who's a strong Scrabble commentator and a Scrabble expert as well. He spotted the option of Spearmen, and I think once you see Speared and Speened, you're more likely to wander into Spearmen as well. But we'll see if Wellington's able to spot this tricky one.
Yeah, if only that E was an I, he would have Spearmint. Instead, he has Spearmint, which is Spearmint does not take the T back hook, unfortunately. So yeah, interesting. Also, been pointed out that in addition to the 24 games so far in this main event, that Wellington had a best of 7 against a team the day before the tournament. So when you talk about the fatigue that the players are going to be dealing with, especially this afternoon, for most people, it's just playing 32 games. For Wellington, it's playing 39, and certainly not to imply that Wellington isn't mentally fit for it, but I've already seen kind of an uncharacteristic miss of PFFT. And if he does not, so he's going to go with Smith. He's going to go with kind of the best non-double-double option, keeping a very good leave with Rend. Well, he's not going to go with Smith now. He's going to look at it.
Oh, those spidey senses going off again for Wellington. We've seen him and his countrymen in CCAC do this a few times. They put tiles down on the board and just don't quite feel like it's right. You can see him scratch his head for a second. I think there's something else here, perhaps. Spearmen was, I think, the top choice there. Now, Smith outperforms the other double-double. Smith, a stronger play than Speened and Speared, suggesting the engine. But Spearmen, another strange miss. A hard play for Wellington to spot, but I think you've got to play Spearman there if you see it. Now, whatever Wellington chose, it was not going to take away this extremely high-scoring double-double for Harshon, and he plays it in 30 seconds. Leachate is 102. bringing Harshon out to a 103-point lead. But Wellington will be able to pounce back. He's found the blank in the bag, threatens numerous bingos. One option outscores the others by 9. That's an 81-pointer lined up for Wellington, and he's already circled the blank. This one coming down quickly.
Yeah, and as I suspected, he'll take the highest scoring option of insured. A little bit dangerous throwing that D in the triple lane, but it scores, like you said, 9 more than anything else, so worth the shot.
9 points is 9 points, and you got to take it here. The only reason I wouldn't make a play like insured is if I'm absolutely neurotic about giving up triples, and the only thing that would make me that neurotic is about 100 to 150 point lead. Wellington still trailing after this bingo comes down. You cannot be afraid. You've got to take the points here.
Yeah, especially while behind. So now this will be interesting. Board now wide open again. Haven't seen Harshon's tiles yet. He's catching up on his paperwork. I've actually started to do this myself in terms of making sure that my tracking is all good before looking at my replacement draw. But it is it kind of like with WordJudge.me's dramatic pause. Like this is like a dramatic pause. Like what does Harshon have? Does he have triple through the D or 7 vowels or what in between? So. Meanwhile, Wellington has drawn quite well with a balanced rack, including the Z.
Oh, but Harshon finding an X and a blank in the bag on his post bingo draw. All right, we had a slow start, but I think we're going to speed up in this game. Harshon has multiple 50-point options here. This doesn't seem like a turn that will require much thought. HOXED down from the H51. But anytime you've got the X on your rack, you do want to take just that extra second and see if there's a strong play that holds and sets up the X for next turn. Nothing jumps out to me in the commentary booth here. Nothing jumps out to Harshon. He's going to play Hoxed within about 2 minutes of his turn being started, though within about 30 seconds of him seeing his tiles. Hoxed brings Harshon's lead to 236 to Wellington's 163. But as Jason said, a strong pull from Wellington means he threatens points all over this board. And I'm not sure where the best place to cash this Z is right now. 50 points available if he wants to play 0 and LO, but that strings a Z in a triple line, even a triple line. Jason, what are you thinking? Do you like 0, or would you avoid giving Harshon the free points by tripling that Z?
Boy, Wares, or as I like to pronounce it, Juarez, looks really strong through that A. In leachate for 45, keeping O and S. It does kind of block the board up while you're a little bit behind, but you still have that I next to insured kind of sitting wide open. He's gonna take the points with 0 though, and I don't fault this at all.
Interesting. Yeah, 0 will keep this board more open for Wellington, but the board was rather open already. Wares winning a sim by about 8 points, but with this deficit, Wellington saying, I think I can leave some equity on the table. I just need to keep things open. And we have seen Harshon's signature defense. He's got this spooky spidey sense. I've seen him block bingos at just the right time. Multiple times across this event, as well as multiple times at the World Championship. Wellington is not going to get walled in with this deficit. He chooses to open the board with 0 for 50, 213 to 236. Harshon, with his AG blank leave last turn, has drawn AAIO to go with it, and he has a tough turn here. He can cash the blank for 45 points, playing through the Z. Gazabo, alternate spelling of gazebo, plays for 45. Otherwise, he can play Ciao, CIAO, down from the C in leachate for 21. Jason, is it insane to cash the blank here for 45?
Oh boy, it's definitely not insane. I don't know if it's right, but it's something you have to consider. I was surprised that Wares seemed so much better than 0, but Wellington's timing, as it usually is absolutely spot on. Harshon does not have a play through that Z that doesn't burn the blank. So um, I think Chow is probably right, but you know that Wellington's getting 39 at a minimum coming back, and it's not like AAG is guaranteed to cash in, especially on this board, and especially if Wellington plays through that Z. You can see you've got kind of the fork shape at the bottom there, where it's going to be really hard to fit anything. You basically have to go the 5 letters to the left of the E in Hoxton, then 2 to the right, or a disconnected 9 through both of those E's. It's going to be really, really challenging. So I would, if I was Harshan, kind of create that fork at the bottom and kind of close the board myself. I would be very, very tempted to play Gazabo here. So yeah, what is Sim is liking Chow a little bit more, but it's really close. And again, we've talked about how Sim doesn't really take into account, kind of the human experience. So what are you thinking? Do you like Chow and Gazabo seem to be 1A and 1B? Which would you play in this spot?
Assuming I saw Chow, it feels strong to me, but just seeding those points, leaving the Z out in space, it really worries me. I don't know. I would spend several minutes in this turn. You'd see it on my face a little bit more than you see it on Harshon's, who's very stoic on a very, very challenging turn. Honestly, I think it's whichever way the winds blow. I could see myself on some days playing Gazabo here. I could see myself on other days playing Chow. The AAG blank combination with the Z in that position doesn't seem to give me many options I could draw into. I could draw into things like Gazabo or Gazang, but it doesn't seem like it fits very well with the Z in space. So should Wellington, for whatever reason, leave the Z open, I might not have a strong option there again next turn after Chow. I don't know. Cashing the blank for 45 seems wild. Generally, these top players are only going to use a blank to score a bingo or otherwise to score, 60 or more points. But just the limited other options Harshon has here, plus the danger of that Z in space, kind of makes some sense. The other big thing Gazabo has going for it is that tile turnover feels pretty important right now. The S hook on Yup is so important in this game, and every single tile I play, if I'm Harshon, is another tile that might be an S that comes out of the bag. So I'd be looking to play more tiles here than 2 or 3. Gazabo makes sense. Asiago for just 8 is another option that feels very weak on its front end, but the longer I look at this turn, the more I might start thinking about doing something like that and just ejecting as many of these tiles as I can. I don't know. You asked me a question and I waffled around and didn't really answer it. I think I'd pull the trigger on Gazabo and then run out of the room and ask the commentator, "Oh my God, was that crazy or was that actually reasonable?" Because it's hard to make a non-standard play like that, but might be warranted here.
Yeah, we do have some suggestions in the chat, and they're not crazy suggestions of maybe just playing AA underneath 0, for 15, and also just kind of blunt the spot. Similarly Azo, through that Z, but yeah, it's this is a very frustrating spot, and Harshan, got off to a really nice start, was playing really fast, lead shade, insta play, which you kind of need to do against Wellington as much as he will constantly put you under time pressure. But that's why you do it, because this is a very difficult play. You want to make sure that you're not missing anything. He may not even be considering using burning the blank through that Z. So I expect him to take a couple more minutes here, but if he does, then he'll be under 10, and we're more than, or I should say, about halfway through this game.
So Harshon has grabbed just AO, perhaps to play Azo through the AO with the final blank. There are some fun opportunities for Harshon to draw non-bingo triples through AZO. AZOLE suffix, pretty common for different chemical names. Okay, he's going to play Zoa. This one was spat out by a couple of our viewers. The ultimate block. You block the D in Hoxt. You block the Z in space. It sims rather poorly, but it makes a lot of intuitive sense. Harshon, though, would love to reach in and draw a consonant right now. All right, so Zoa committed by Harshon, and Wellington very quickly playing what looks to be his strongest choice here. Wenge, Wenge. This scores well, undoubles the ends, plays off the terrible WG combination. In the same spot, there's also NGWEES for 34 points, but the defense of this play, I think, makes it the top option. You like this from Wellington, Jason?
I do, and again, so impressive of Wellington. I'm sure he was just probably planning on playing Zens if the spot stayed open. To see right away that Zoa gave him Wenge for a lot more points. To put it down right away and then put the pressure on Harshon, whose gamble to draw into AAGI blank paid off because he found two consonants. Looks like he has, I saw Argalis, did not see the anagram of Garials. So I would expect to see one of those making the blank and S hooking tee up, and I would expect to see it quite quickly.
All right, Gariel's indeed coming down for Harshon. This is exactly what he was hoping after Zoa. Keep the strong leave, draw a bingo that hits the yup spot. This is exactly how Harshon hoped his plan would unfold. Gariel's for 72 puts Harshon ahead 320 to 239 for Wellington. Wellington has found the J. The J is going to give him different scoring options in different quadrants of this board, but he'll have to decide if he wants to take more points now and make a sacrifice for the future by holding on to the U, or if he wants to score fewer points now and shed the U. He's got DJIN in his hands. This plays from the D on the bottom of the board for 36. He's also got juices and zeros through the E in leachate. That is 29, but keeps NS. Jason, you like the idea here to take the points if you're Wellington?
I do, especially being down a bingo. It as somebody in chat pointed out, it kind of hurts to part with the end because I believe there's only two left, and so therefore we will not see the non-bingo triple triple entozoan, which was still in play even after Wenge. But yeah, I think that Jin is correct. Didn't get a chance to look at the position as closely as you had, so I will seat you on your opinion there.
I think either play makes some intuitive sense. I actually would have opted to play juices there had I seen everything. I really hate that U and the S went from a very, very important tile in this game to a not super important tile. Yes, you can still threaten bingos with IS to the right side of insured, but that's not nearly as important, I think, as the yups hook that was available. Harshon, IIOQRTW. And this is exactly the kind of rack he needed. One easy turn after he's had several challenging ones in a row. Able to preserve some time, able to score some big points. The play of Jin gives him Chi back for 46. And Harshon catching a bit of a break there after Wellington's play. Wellington on turn with a bingo prone rack has no bingos available. CELNSSU. And this is going to be a turn, I think, that takes Wellington some time to unpack. You don't have many strong plays here, but you have a lot of plays that keep rather well. You can keep the CENS combination, the ENS combination, the CELS combination. Everything scores between 15 and 25. So it's really about board construction, trying to shape this board to keep your chances alive as long as possible. You're staring at a 90-point deficit right now against a strong player. Harshon's so good at defense. You need to figure out a way to open a quadrant, but you can't do so aggressively. Too aggressive, Harshon's just going to thwack it closed and outrun you. So this is a big turn. Jason, is anything jumping out to you initially for Wellington in this position?
There is not. The sim leader is a play I absolutely hate, but it's not like he's gonna find a lot of better options. The sim is suggesting lose LUES through that E in leachate. Obviously, want to probably get rid of that duplicate S and get some points out of it. It only scores 18. it does kind of close off that S and Smith, makes it harder to bingo through, but you don't really want to bingo through that anyway. You're down almost 100. When this bingo hits the board, you're going to want it to score at least 80, so that drawing QI at that point and getting the spot to play it for 40 some, an absolute godsend for Harshon, who was in kind of that ahead by 50 range where you're kind of torn between, can I just outrun the bingo, or how do I try to block what I can? So now after Wellington's play, the most he's going to score here is 21. It looks like, Harshon, especially with that W and the K there, can probably feel pretty good about just hitting the gas and trying to outrun here.
I will say the ZOA in the bottom left part of this board makes this game very, very interesting because, generally when you're down 90, you're thinking, okay, where can I bingo? But a bingo is not the highest score available on this board. Wellington, holding the second to last N in this game, can start fishing for different something Zoan words. There are a lot of words that actually fit the criteria to play there. There are 4-letter extensions to Zoan, such as metazoan, ectozoan, mesozoan, polyzoan, entozoan. There are 5- and 6-letter extensions to Zoan as well. And I kind of think here, if you're Wellington, a creative way to get back into this game is to distract Harshon with openings on the right side of this board while retaining that in and trying to play on the left side of the board. A play like Cruel through the R in Gariels makes a lot of sense to me. Cruel does take a back S in CSW, and that's a big threat Harshon has to address. This does something very similar. Hold the N, set something up, distract Harshon, make him block on the right, while you get additional turns to fish for your real prize, the triple triples through ZOA that would score well over 100 points.
Yeah, that is, now I see why the sim loves LUES so much. He's 3/5 of the way to ectozoan. There are 4 O's and 4 T's unseen, but now he's going to part with the C, and that's a bit of a heartbreaker. Can't fault him, but LUES certainly would have made this game very, very, very interesting.
All right, Wellington opting to tack one of the 2 S's on the end of call here. This does give Harshon some free information. Wellington definitely holding another S. It did avoid allowing Wellington to backhook CAUL with the K for the 60-point twerk, but instead the XS in space gives Harshon this work site for 80. And once again, Harshon able to pull the trigger on a pretty straightforward turn, spotting his bingo and playing it quickly. What looked like a situation where we might see some time pressure is now looking like we might just be seeing a runaway of a game. Harshon 446 to Wellington's 290 now. One thing working to Wellington's advantage, though, is the Zoan plays on the left side of this board can't really be blocked by Harshon, at least not in one turn. He's going to have to take 2 turns building something to knock that out. So Wellington has at least one more opportunity to draw into something like entozoan, ectozoan, sporozoan, or many of the other options there. I would guess he's going to look at the unseen pool and think about what is most likely. In this situation, it could be entozoan. He would need to find an N and an O and a T. He's going to count the tiles, figure out probably 1 or 2 specific words to fish for in that spot, and then just start trying to get exactly what he needs.
Yeah, but you can actually block the Zoa triple triples in one fell swoop. You can just play, for example, OR off of the AG and the E, just play some sort of 3 or 4 tile play from the E and Wenge. That obviously, as long as it doesn't take an end front hook, then then you're safe, and Harshon has a big enough lead that he will probably do just that.
Oh, yeah, yeah. You could just make a tiny play from the E. I guess that means Wellington's going to need to open this board in other ways and distract Harshon once again. Maybe a little play on top of the S in Smith to expose a different triple triple, or another bingo line in some way is a right line here for Wellington. But he is grasping at straws. He trails by over 150. It's going to take the absolute hammer of a triple triple to get back into this game. Harshon has to be fixated on trying to obstruct that. Wellington's going to have to distract.
Yeah, and I almost wonder. I mean, look, Harshan is at this point, especially after this game, almost certainly going to have the highest spread. After round 32. So if you're Wellington, at what point do you maybe play EUGE on off of the S and Smith there, throw the E open, hope that Harshan has drawn terribly, which he's not drawn well, but an E in the tripling is fairly easy to block. Or are you just saying, look, I'm down 156. I have designs on winning this tournament. My worst case scenario is I'll only be a game behind. Like, let's see if we can just cut this deficit to 100. It's been unfortunate for him, those back-to-back plays where he just played right into Harshan's hands, setting up the QI for 46 and then giving him the exact letter that he needed in the exact spot that he needed it to play worksite for a bunch. So he's actually going to throw back. So maybe he is hoping for an NOT draw with these four tiles here.
Interesting. He's just going to throw back completely. Maybe GUE and ES at the top of this board, top left side, was an option, setting up the front A for AGUE and making Harshon have another huge threat to block. But the exchange from Wellington, he has found the M, but not the A. He is one tile off now.
He's one tile off, wow.
He did just exchange an A.
Oh, and he threw back the A. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
You play your gut. He probably fished for one thing and then drew the tiles he needed for the other thing.
And Harshan's leaving it. I wonder if Harshan's just not even considering it at all.
Interesting.
Well, at least it's in the bag. I mean, there are two of them. So let's see. So what he would have to leave METN. So OIS. Is there a good OI?
Oh, Wellington's drawn Mesozoan, and it's coming down right now. This is incredible. This is what
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
I forgot that one. Oh my gosh.
182 points for the triple. Wellington's gambit has worked. Wellington is leading in this game. Absurd.
I was just telling him to pull up stakes and save spread to about 2 minutes ago. This is absolutely insane. I am speechless. What a start to the day.
Oh my goodness. Are you not entertained? This is awesome. The fish not for Metazoan as we thought, but for Mesozoan. 182. Wellington ahead by 2 points.
I am absolutely speechless. I cannot believe what we are seeing right now.
But what a pull by Harshon.
No, but he's just going to bingo out with Vast here. Oh my goodness.
I can't believe Wellington is even in this game. Wellington has the lead right now. They're going to spend some time double, triple, quadruple counting Mesozoan.
Yeah,
I bet Harshan's never had to count a word with a triple and a triple word and just another overlap in there. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
I was going to say, so what Mesozoan scored 185, you said?
185. 182.
Will Anderson actually did a video about me giving up a 311-point triple in a game I lost by 7. I can't imagine that many players have given up a 185-point play, and not only is Harshon going to win this, he's actually going to win this by a fairly comfortable margin.
Yeah, they're going to have to stop the clock, and Harshon's actually going to challenge.
Yeah, this is worth the nickel 100%.
Okay, yeah, so 187. I I know in the NFL we've got scoreagami. Anytime we finish a score, a unique or a game with a unique score, I'd love to see Scrabble scoreagami. Has 182 or 187 ever been scored in a single play in a game of Scrabble? It might not. Somebody get on the internet and dig through the annotated games, write a script or something.
189 potentially because it's 21 times 9. So a non bingo triple that scored 21 would get you to 189.
But
Yeah,
182? 187 now for Wellington, 477 to 470. But his Galaxy Brain Gambit, which pays off, will be thwarted as Harshon, yeah, set to bingo. He won't quite bingo out, but I don't think there's anything Wellington can draw into that IT that will let him win this game. Oh, maybe boasting. Wellington can draw boasting through the S and Smith. Harshon would bingo, and Wellington could bingo out, but he needs nearly a perfect draw to keep his odds alive now.
Okay, yeah, I was saying bingo out. I didn't realize that Wellington was on hold there, and that's why he had only 2 tiles on his rack. So if we get the updated, let's see, update. Okay, so there's even going to be 3 in the
Yes.
3 in the bag. Okay. So Harshan just kind of catching up on score. We know he has the Veritas Vastier combo there, which is going to play off of the ME in Mesozoan. I don't think it really matters which one. Throwing the V out there, it's not going to be overlapped. Those are the only 2 playable bingos, correct? So let's see. Oh my gosh, he drew the second A. It was close. Well, it wasn't that close.
Yeah, not the draw Wellington needed after Mesozoan, and with that,
After when GAIT was there, though, I was like, oh my gosh, if the last 3 are BON, but BON are in the bag, unfortunately.
sometimes there's justice in a Scrabble bag, and when you make a Galaxy Brain play, the bag continues to reward you with dividends even down the road. But it seems like it's dried up here for Wellington. Maybe a few imprecise plays early on in this game, but then some Galaxy Brain plays later on. Next time there is a Z and a triple triple, I think Harshon will think twice about trying to block with Zoa. This is one he's going to remember, although he will get away with winning this game.
Yeah, I'll be very curious to hear in the postmortem if Harshan kind of now realizes that he should have just played from that E, or that it's hard to kind of consider that the threat. When you're way ahead like Harshan, you're like, okay, what's the threat? Like, you're thinking back-to-back bingos, et cetera, et cetera. It's easy to forget that Zoa, with the triple potential, is still there. Maybe in hindsight, probably Azo would have been a little bit more defensive. I kind of liked what you said at the time about having that blank gives you a better chance at the non-bingo triple than your opponent, even though in the end it was Wellington that got there.
Oh man, I'm floored by what we saw. This is absolutely a YouTube video. Somebody get Will Anderson or Mac Miller on this game immediately. I'm gonna have to run into the playing room afterwards and just shake my head and say, Will, this is the one. Man, even though Wellington's not going to win, the fact that he has a lead after the way this one started is mind-boggling.
Yeah, they're all going to be like this, right? The next 7 after this, right? Like this is just an average game, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. Man, I think both players are going to break 500 points in this game too. Someone in chat was asking, "What do you think the winning or the combined score is going to be?" And I was like, "Yeah, probably like 900, 909." I think was my answer. No, 1,000 and more. Wellington probably securing high loss in this one, even if he's not going to come away with the dub.
Yeah, is he going to get to 5 though? Harshan's going to have, I believe, the guaranteed out with NOB. It plays in the top left there, and I'm sure that there's another spot for it. There is now. I see it. So Harshan's only going to, or I'm sorry, Wellington's only going to have 1 crack at the board, and these tiles are not great. Although you do have that T in worksite, kind of bigger fish to fry the whole game. It is still open there, so. Okay, no, he's got 26 there with Dita. So looking like a 5-0-3 loss for Wellington to open the day.
Yeah, 5-0-3 and a loss. What an absolutely wild start to the day. This is why we stream Scrabble, because this game is awesome. You know, you can be down by 90. You can have one commentator saying, all right, just start cutting spread. Nope. You're saying there's a chance. Wellington's going to find that chance and do everything he can to capitalize on it. Phenomenal stuff. I could not have asked for a better start to our day, and 7 more games yet to come after this. I am so excited. For those tuning in with us this morning, we do want to thank each and every one of you. We wouldn't be streaming Scrabble on the internet without the audiences that we've been seeing. 331 of you. Awesome. Really appreciate it this morning. If you don't mind, do your diligence, do your homework. We love a little thumbs up on this video. If you liked Wellington's play, give us a little thumbs up on the video. Give him a little thumbs up. The more likes we get, the more YouTube's algorithm shines favorably upon us, and the more other folks out there might stumble in and watch Scrabble with us. And with $63,000 at stake in the prize fund, this is the kind of stuff people enjoy watching. So give us a hand if you haven't yet. Please give us a thumbs up. If you're just now tuning into competitive Scrabble for the first time, we want to welcome you. What you saw is one of the sickest games I've seen in recent memory, so hopefully this one sticks in your brain as well. The Let's Play Scrabble channel, where you're watching this tournament, is where many tournaments will be brought to you. The Let's Play Scrabble channel, a brainchild of Josh Greenway and Kieran O'Connor. They organize massive events around the U.S. and say, hey, every single one that we put out is going to be streamed. So if you like watching Scrabble on the internet, consider subscribing to the channel. Josh and Kieran would really appreciate it. Wellington's playing Gad here. He's only going to score 21, which means his final score is going to be 498, as Harshon's going to be able to play out. And I'm going to get ready to stop talking. Harshon's out is pretty straightforward. Would love to catch what these players have to say after this game. Harshon can be so complimentary and so kind over the board, even in defeat. Can't wait to see that sportsmanship on display here.
Yeah, just really quick before we get to that, I expect Harshon to play his high-scoring knob play fairly quickly, but somebody pointed out in the chat that if you replace Wellington's second A with an N, which was in the bag, he would have had a dusting through that Essen Smith. It was not just boasting. So he was actually one tile away from the winning out bingo.
Yeah, that's incredible. Yeah, a dusting almost there. That would have been a very fitting end to this game. Bon, the out for Harshon. He does not have a higher scoring out, and we'll cut to that mic now.
I make a 568 and 498.
Five to six, yeah.
498.
98.
Thanks, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Is pen staff good?
Huh?
Pen staff.
PENSTUFF.
STAFF.
No, absolutely not. No way. What are you thinking of? There must be some similar word you're confusing it with.
Yeah, there's
What is the
something.
word?
I don't know. I
Pen
would
stock
say,
is good.
eh?
Pen stock.
Yeah, I know that. I would say a lot of time with that at the beginning.
Do you mind if I have a picture with you over the board? Would that be okay?
Fishes and hits Mesozoic.
See, did you walk?
And he draws a satire bingo.
This man is a genius, right? No, this isn't the best move. This isn't the best move. This was the best move, right? This is the killer, right?
Calls.
And this works like that.
You know, but ignore. Do you mind taking a picture of the two of us?
First.
From over there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Give me all the angles. I got the.
Just stand.
Yeah.
It's easier if you stand.
I got the wingspan. You want portrait, Harshon?
Please, yeah. Actually, no, that will screw up the board. Don't. Yeah, just normal
Yeah.
picture. Don't screw up the board otherwise.
I'm going to take one too.
I'm going to show this picture to my grandchildren. All right.
Here we go. Here we go.
Like when I'm
Awesome.
90,
Great job,
when I'm 90, I'm going to show this picture to my grandchildren. Okay. I'll do the results.
All right, they're getting the letters squared away. Harshon has to take his opportunity, although Harshon feels like a celebrity to me, given his performances at the World Championships. Harshon perhaps a bit star-studded by Wellington. You see the sportsmanship on display. That was brilliant. This man is a genius. I'm going to show this picture to my grandchildren when I'm 90. Harshon is a gem. We're so blessed to have him, and we were so blessed to have that whole game, right, Jason?
It was, like I said, it was an honor to watch, much less be a part of. If somebody could clip the part where I told Wellington that maybe he should consider starting to a safe spread, if somebody could submit that to the Broadcasters Hall of Fame, because that lasted about 2 minutes before it got proved to be a totally moronic comment. So, but what an amazing game! What an amazing start to the day! I think that this is going to be a harbinger of great things to come.
Great things to come for sure. You never know what drama you're going to find over a Scrabble board, but there's going to be drama early unfolding in Albany, New York. We have 7 more games today, but because that one was played rather quickly by Wellington, we'll have a 5 or 10 minute break until we're able to get the next game started. I'll drop the matchup in chat as soon as I know it, but please, one more little plug. Hit that thumbs up button, hit that subscribe button if you haven't yet. Look at our fingers, follow them down there. We are going to cut away. We'll see y'all again with more Scrabble in a couple minutes. Well, that last game is going to be tough to beat, but if there are two players in the room who can beat it, it might be the two we're going to bring you next. If you are a Will Anderson fan, you are in luck because Will Anderson will be featured in our next streamed game. He is sitting down against an opponent, Enoch Nwale, who has been, I think, my favorite player to watch on stream so far. Jason, what do you know about Enoch Nwale? Jason, you might be on mute.
Sorry. Yeah, I had never heard of Enoch before this week, but certainly doesn't let any grass grow under his feet, to put it mildly. So, as an analyst, this is a dream outcome because I don't have to analyze any of Will's plays. Will's going to make a play, and then he's probably going to respond so quickly I don't even have time to make a comment. So I can just kind of sit back and have you do the heavy lifting for most of the next half hour or so. But no, he's amazing word knowledge. Saw his game against Bradley on stream and played outstanding, obviously. So yeah, very much looking forward to this. And then Will, who I'm sure has already heard of Mesozoan, priding himself on a content creator. So this is your chance, Will. Let's the bar has been set pretty high. Step up and bring your A game here, and let's see what we can do.
All right, it is a tough task for Will, but he is up to the challenge. Now, it is a big challenge. As we cut to the board, Will Anderson at 16-9 likely needs to win out. He needs to win his last 7 games in succession to win this tournament. Enoch, so tough, as Jason alluded to. He plays fast. He sees all of the options so quickly, and on those easy intermediate turns, he will often make plays lightning speed, 10 to 20 seconds. He is precise. He is a word machine. He is poised. He is confident. It is going to be a great game of Scrabble. But Will's last stand begins here, and he'll need some good letters to help him. A W is not how you want to start a game. Especially not with that UY to go with it. ACLLUWY, the opening rack for Will. He's got a 6 and a couple of 5s here to choose between. Where does your gut tell you to go if you're Will, Jason?
I saw Cully and Wally, but not Cullay, Cullay. Just throwing another A in there. I think the more you can get rid of here, the better. It looks like Sim is pretty agnostic but between the 3 choices. I kind of like Cullay doubling the C. Well, Cullay doubling the Y does not slot anything either. So that Sim is actually taking a slight preference to Wally, but I prefer Cullay. Your thoughts?
I could go either way. I'd be more inclined, though, to play the U and play Cullay. Will deliberating between exactly these 2 options. Cullay holds the W, which is one of the worst tiles in Scrabble. Wally holds the U, which is one of the worst tiles in Scrabble. So you just kind of pick your poison. Which one do I hate less? Will seems to be hating the W a bit less. I'd feel the same, although, as Jason said, Wally actually slightly winning a sim here.
And Will, like the computers going back and forth, and I assume that was the placement that Quackle preferred. Yes, indeed. So.
All right, so Wally for 30, the opening play from Will on a turn with 2 roughly equivalent options. He just kind of picks this one. And bingo on the first rack for Wally, AEGINNT, gives him some 7-letter words as well as the L's in space, exposing some 8-letter words from Wally. The highest score for him is 70 points, and I don't think we're going to have to wait too long to see Nwali put his play down. He's going to deliberate, make sure there's nothing through the W or a double-double through the A, make sure there's not a bingo down to the Y, and then he's just got to find his best stack. That stack is anteing for 70 points.
Yeah, anteing on top of the LY and Wally also doubles the G, so it makes it the highest scoring. Also, puts an N next to that double letter score there. Going to be hard for Will to score a whole lot, playing to the triple next turn. So, a little surprised we haven't seen it already. I mean, I had the over-under at this turn at about a minute, from tiles on the board to clock hit. But, like you said, just want to make sure that double check, make sure you're not missing double doubles through the A, make sure you're not missing something from the W to the Y, can look a little tempting. So now he's writing something down. Yeah, coming up on 2 minutes here again. I thought this would be an insta-play, and now we're going to see it.
All right, here we are going to see it. Though, yeah, we talked about how fast this player is, and I feel like we're doing commentator curses a lot. We talked about how fast Adam Logan is and watched him go over time in one of his games. Talked about how fast Nwali was and watched him take over a minute to play a stem bingo. But, take your time. You've got 25 minutes, and Nwali unlikely to need all of it. If you think there might be something else on the turn, Well, keep looking. Will, ACEFNOU, does not feel good about getting bingoed on early in this game, but he does have multiple high-scoring responses. He can stack on top. CAUF, 43 points, but there's also a double-double here available to Will for 48. Wonder how much time he's going to spend looking on this turn and whether he's going to take the more defensive stack or the higher scoring double-double. Do you have a preference between Uniface through the eye and CAUF on top of anti-ing, Jason?
I guess I would just take the 5 points with Uniface, and it looks like that's what Will's going to do. The ONE leave after cough is not, in my opinion, that much better than an O, and going through 6 tiles with both blanks, 4 S's, and all the power tiles unseen. So I'm happy with Uniface.
Will's got to be happy with it as well, and I think this is actually a much stronger option than cough. That EON leave after cough can go south frequently. I just don't want to keep that many vowels if I can avoid it. So I think this is a big and correct decision from Will. He's back ahead despite being out bingoed 1-0, 78 to 70. Nwale with an interesting rack here. AEEJNRT. Your gut with a rack like this says, I'm going to try to play off the J and one of these vowels. You can play JA and AAL for 26, keep the synergistic EENRT combination. But if you do miss after the JA play, you don't draw a valid bingo, you're going to be pretty sad. So some players may be more prone to play a little bit longer here. JEAN and NU is 29. What do you think, Jason? Are we going to see a fish here, or are we going to see a longer play?
Well, as someone who fishes way too much, I don't think I can pass up JA and AAL here. Enters a really nice lead. Yeah, sometimes you miss, but you're going to have that A, which is you're kind of blocking a little bit. But you've got that A in Wally, you have the E, the C, the G in anting, the U, although I guess you're just going to kind of block the U with JA. But I think, if you miss, it's not like you're passing up a 40 or 50 point play. 28 looks to be like basically your second highest scoring play, and it's your best leave. So, don't overthink it. And Wally, certainly will not overthink. Will certainly not overthink it and puts it down.
Yeah, JA, a volatile play, but a strong play as well. The GT draw next turn might be interesting. We will go back and look at that move after we look at Will, who's got a bizarre looking rack after the 6-tile play of Uniface. He's found a blank, put OPTUVW to go with it. This is brutal for Will. Nothing is good here. Every play has its share of warts. Sim early on suggesting that just dropping VOW underneath the WA and Wally for 23 is Will's best line of attack here. The scariest thing about that is Vow takes a front A, and you're opening up a new line for your opponent who has just made a 2-tile fish playing an A. So you think an A is in his range often, and a bingo is in his range often. You'd feel stupid if you play Vow for 23, give your opponent a bingo line on a board that's otherwise a little tight, and then get bingoed on for 80. I don't know, Jason, do you think you could play Vow here, or would you be looking for something different?
Vow was the first thing I saw. Quackle isn't finding anything better. You've just kind of gone over why it's rough. He had POW set up, and I wondered if it was to play down there, but I now see he could play it from the NY, making Powny, P-O-W-N-Y. But it looks like he is just gonna play Vow, which is gonna work out, because it turns out that it was Nwale's only one, and he did not draw a replacement. So and TUP blank a lot better leave than TUV blank. So.
Yeah, Pony is a nice spot and a nice play. That UV combination is so inflexible, and you would love to, if at all possible, avoid it. Though Will would have drawn into virtual if he if you played Pony. Anyway, I digress. When we say JA is a volatile play, this is exactly what we mean. When you don't draw the bingo, you've got all these 1-point tiles that just don't score, and you're forced to do something sad like tag for 20 and keep rent on a board that's running out of options. Nwale needed to draw better last turn. JA, I think, was a strong play, but one that, like, when it does blow up, it blows up just like this. Tag, I think, though, a forced play for Enoch, a strong play for Enoch, and he's now gone in and drawn BK into that ERNT leave. AILPTU blank the rack for Will, and after Val setting up the A hook, he's got the A bingos he was afraid Nwale would have. He's got them instead himself. I wonder how long Will spend on this turn and which bingo he'll settle on. Highest scoring option is 80 points here for Will.
Yeah, with a Collins only anagram of a rack with two NWL anagrams, the nuptial unplayed combo adds a third in Collins of Patulin, which looks to be the only one that will hit the double. So I expect that will play this one. It'll be hard to say how long it'll take him to deduce that this is the right one, but I would very much expect him to play that.
Yeah, Patulin, the only bingo Will has that extends down to the double word, playing with a Val for 80. Will, usually an extremely strong anagrammer, and I wonder why this is taking him as long as it has. I wonder if he's looking at other lines, maybe trying to see if he's got something to the NY on this board. Maybe he just hasn't seen Patulin yet, but he is a word beast. These are the turns that are his bread and butter.
Absolutely, yeah, and he's not one. He's not going to need to shuffle the tiles or put them in order. He's gonna know the alphagram here. So now he's looking at Tipulas, which is another one. Perhaps he has deduced that the S hook to Uniface is more dangerous, and that it is more important to kind of take that out and leave the A hook to Vow open, and apparently he has. So interesting choice to be a little bit more defensive here. What are your thoughts? This seems a little bit overly paranoid to me. Well, he's going to get the nickel out of it, so that helps.
I don't know what exactly the thinking was here, except that I don't particularly like it. There was 80, and
it's Uniface. Okay, not Tipulas.
Okay, Uniface, perhaps Nwale thought it was adjectival or something, but Uniface is a tool. It is a noun. S is the only back hook to it. Will's going to pick up a nickel. Yeah, I think strategically, this just doesn't feel right. I would have just taken 80 instead of 71. Although, hey, if that 71 turns into 76, this feels more reasonable. Even if you've got your opponent pegged on an S, you know that they have one. I'm not sure I would take this play because A is just in their range enough. Now, I guess Will seeing just 4 unseen A's, maybe he feels that the Uniface's hook is scarier. His opponent has also fished twice, and fishing doesn't make a lot of sense unless you've got the stuff you need. So I guess Will just making a read, thinking his opponent had an S and blocking it, but that felt a little off to me. BEIKNRT gives Enoch a very straightforward turn. Play through the U, either Burke, as he chose, or QB, KUBIE, for 33 as well, holds NRT. Well, Nwale opting to keep one vowel with the 2 consonants here. And I think that's straightforward. Do you have anything you want to add on that turn, Jason?
Yeah, no, good job pointing out that Tipulas was the 5th A fairly early in the game. So only 4 A's left for that vow front hook. So helps that the thought process now makes a little bit more sense. Still probably would have just grabbed the points, but again, putting the P next to the triple there, your opponent has an O or a U, which is unlikely given Jot and Tag. But if they do, that kind of don't want to be giving them easy points. So unfortunately, Will did not put that T in Tipulas where he could play dodgiest to it, and it looks like there are no playable bingos here.
And no playable bingos for Will on this turn, though he does have a lot of points. available to him. He can play from the F, plays like FOIDS or FEODS. They both scored 36. But after your opponent spent a couple turns playing small, fishy-looking plays, JA, then Teg before Burke, I do have my opponent pegged on bingo E stuff, like INT or INR, ERS, something like that. And putting an S on that triple word square is just asking to get punished. Will generally commits to a defensive game plan, particularly when he's ahead, and he can't feel great about making those plays. I wonder if Will's going to make a huge sacrifice to try to obstruct the floating KE in Burke, or if he's just going to make a play that doesn't open anything new. D-Rig plays through the R in Burke for 23 without giving much back. I don't know, Jason, are you interested in opening the board here? Is Foids or Fiod's just too much to pass up?
I mean, it's a lot, but I kind of like D-Rig a little bit more. Against a player of Nwali's caliber, like you said, you're going to put him on bingo-ish stuff. He obviously drew BK after Teg. So you know that he's close. Now you don't realize that he has, the best rack in all of Scrabble right there after playing off 4. But like you said, throwing an S out there just seems to be asking for trouble. So it looks like he does have Foids set up though, which is Quackle's choice. Again, you can't exactly sim with a partial opponent rack of. He probably has an S or bingo chrome stuff or something like that. So maybe a little overly aggressive, but you can see Will hasn't really looked, very happy or very comfortable, having the tough opening rack and then the bingo right away. Just doesn't, probably knows the stakes are here. He's got to win out, to have a chance, and, just hasn't looked really comfortable or really kind of content. Just judging body language since this game started.
I feel like Will often wears emotions out there on his sleeve, and it's uncomfortable being out there over the Scrabble board. Your emotions are high. You're always kind of second guessing yourself. I feel like this is good, but we're up here in the commentary booth. We have exhaustive engines that can find all of the plays and run simulations. Over the board, you don't have any of that, and there's always kind of this lingering doubt in your head. Did I do that right? Is Matt Canik being mean to me in the commentary booth right now? I don't think he looks uncomfortable, but yeah, he doesn't seem, happy and smiling and bouncing up and down. That's not really the demeanor we see on Will Anderson often, though. Nwali with the Scrabble meme, as Jason said, basically the best rack in Scrabble, the best one without a blank, at least. AEINRST yields I think 11 bingos in CSW. I think Will's even got memes about it on his channel where you just play retinas when you get this rack, because otherwise you're going to sit there and have to compare infinite options. Enoch violating that rule, playing Antsier instead, though Antsier is a very strong play for him. This or Keratins from the K, probably the two strongest bingos. Each of those scores 76. With that play, Enoch pulls ahead 229 to 213, but a QU draw for Will means he will be countering hard, extremely hard. In fact, Will wasting no time. The S he exposes was supposed to be his opponent's weapon, but it's actually going to be Will's, as Squidges for 113 comes down. You think he's a little bit more comfortable now, Jason?
He does look it. He looks it. Yeah, but only 113. Wake me up when they get to 187. Yeah, great draw for Will. Caught a break that Enoch didn't want to play Ardiness to that S. I think Antsier is just fine. You can see kind of helps to close that top part of the board, but then Squidges, closes that top part of the board even more, and now Nwali down 100, which he certainly wouldn't have anticipated immediately after Antsier.
Yeah, you're never expecting your opponent to drop 113 on you, especially not if they're playing 4 tiles. But hey, that's Scrabble sometimes. Enoch, though, has great stuff on his rack. No bingos, but the CHY, each big scoring threats on this board. He's got a 3-letter stack in the bottom left side of this board. HYE is 43, holds CNOR, but the board is running out of opportunity pretty quickly for Enoch. It's just very hard to do anything reasonable that scores high, running out of bingo lines on the board, so perhaps Enoch needs to open the board up here. What do you think, Jason? This is a pivotal turn in the game. Is there anything that jumps out to you?
Well, what jumps out to me is a word that I just learned is I will say "yerne," which is Henry backwards. Scrabble players know that the unit of the ohm, OHM, can be spelled backwards, MHO. And that actually applies to a Henry as well, which is also a unit that can be spelled backwards. So YRNEH, he could, if he really wanted to focus on scoring and opening, could play that off of the U in unifaces, making UH. Down 100, you've got some really nice high scoring plays. Like how much are you putting a priority on opening right now? Are you only looking at stuff that opens the board? I think you just kind of have to play HYE in the bottom left there, which he's going to do, take out the spot. But Will is a great defensive player, as most super experts are, and you could be setting yourself up for problems later as you try to open. But I think you got to play HYE here.
I would be looking to do anything reasonable that opens the board. The problem is there just wasn't really anything reasonable at all, and not a scoring option that opens a bunch of space. I just couldn't find the right balance. And so I think I do exactly what Enoch did and eventually back into HYE. I don't like it at all. And if I open the board next turn, Will's just going to smack down whatever I open. It feels close to game over. But just no strong opening plays for Enoch on that turn, sort of forced HYE. He'll be patient. He'll have to see what he can do next turn, though he's found the Z, which will help him score quite a bit. ABDEISX, the rack for Will, 43 points if he wants to play HIE and a YEX. I think there's no reason not to do this. Any reason why Will should have considered other options on this turn, Jason?
Nope. It's tempting to just plunk the X by the U and squidges for 25. Abides is a great leave, but this isn't a board where you want to be getting fish happy. So Nwali's gonna cash in the Z, so they'll trade X play for Will, Z play for Nwali, and that will keep Nwali within hailing distance.
Yeah, 369 to 318, Will's advantage. Will also the added advantage that he is on turn right now, and this is a wonderful board if you are the person leading in this game, as there just aren't really many opportunities. So Will's big MO is stay flexible enough. I know this board will get opened up, and I need to be ready to shut it back down and score enough that I don't actually get outrun in the trenches. Now that JQ, XZK have all been played, I'm not worried about high-scoring intermediate plays, but I don't want, an annoying sequence where I keep scoring 12 while he keeps scoring 25. I don't want to let him claw back in that way. Plays through the K in Burke makes some sense. Things like BIKIE or BIKIE or BIKED, biked, bikey. Those are initial options to me. I definitely want to play off a couple of these vowels, given there's 13 more to be drawn. I do want to accelerate the game towards the end, and I just want to muck up some space. I don't want a cheap bingo coming through the E in Burke as well. He does have the nice DIAZO, which is winning on a simulation. But Jason, do you believe a simulation here, or would you also be obstructing the E on the bottom of the board?
I tend to believe the simulation here. You definitely want to be shedding vowels right now. You don't want to be caught with 5-6 vowels on your rack and no effective blocks. When Nwali starts to opening, which he's going to have to do here pretty soon. So Bikey is nice to get rid of 4 of those vowels, but at the same time, Diazo scoring 5 more points, I think tips the scale in that favor. That being said, Diazo is not the easiest spot, and I certainly don't see anything wrong with Bikey Bag also an option. I'm just trying to see. Oh, bag hooking the A to make Azo. That seems a little, seems kind of a little. Do we really want to be keeping two eyes? So he's going to go with biked, which I'm a little nervous. Drawn into two vowels and an S with this pool makes me a little bit nervous, but I certainly trust Will, and I think biked actually did sim slightly ahead of Bikey even with that. So.
Yeah, you just want to avoid the nightmarish situations where you pull 000 as this board gets opened. But if Will can just find some reasonable tiles, there were only 2 unseen eyes to him. So I think as long as he dodges the nightmare, he's okay. Nwale opening the board as we expected him to do. He's opted to do so with front. I would have preferred to see Croft in the same spot. That's C, I feel like, is a bit tougher to obstruct and gives him a little bit more dynamism in the next turn. But Croft over front is something we can talk about in the booth. It's not going to change what actually happened. Front, the play for Enoch. Aeimnos. Will has dodged the majority of those O's, at least for now. Will has a very natural block of the F in space with foam. But do you think he should be looking to play longer here, try to block a little bit more if he can? How would you attack this turn, Jason?
Yeah, you can't block everything at this point. So, obviously frustrating. Would enemies? I'm trying to remember if enemies plays through the C. If he had played Croft, would he have had anything? I don't think so, but I could be wrong.
Not a roll.
I think foam is pretty simple again. Kind of dodged a bullet, found 2 consonants, 2 vowels. I would probably just play foam. I realize it doesn't really block the R all that well. You could still have ERS bingos ending RES. We still have that blank out. All the S's are gone though, right? 1, 2, 3. And then the last one's on Will's rack. So that's a good situation to be in if you're Will holding on to the case S. I don't see anything better than foam. I haven't really seen a sim of the position yet. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I would like to block the R. I just don't have good blocking tiles. The play of Moria obstructs a little bit, but then seeds 80 or 85 point bingos that end in a vowel. So I think begrudgingly I'd look around. I'd like to block more, and I'm not seeing a compelling way to do that. I'd back into foam. I wouldn't feel happy about it. And Nwale's rack is exactly why I'd like to block more. He's had a huge draw. He threatens recaptor to the R in front. Foam is not going to block this. The majority of Will's plays that make sense are not going to block this. There's going to be a big swing in the game. Nwale's not done yet.
Yeah, and I think that was one of the benefits of Diazo last turn. It keeps that B. If you can play through that R with a B, he could maybe fit a 7 underneath it, but it's not going to hit the double. And to play on top of it, you would need something ending in A or O. So that was why I kind of liked Diazo last turn to keep that B, which is a deceptively good blocking tile. So Will's going to play foam. Nwale will play recaptor in the next 15 seconds here. And we will be in a very close pre-end game. The good news is that Will has been able to save a little bit of time. And that A right next to the triple, it's going to be really good for him when you draw the blank.
Yeah, huge pull from Will. EINS, a great leave. DH blank makes it far better. And while Nwale pulls within 8 points, you don't have to worry now about the nightmare situation where Nwale bingos, draws the second blank, and threatens more bingos or more huge plays. Advantage Will in this one, despite the play from Nwale last turn. Will does not have a playable bingo on this turn. There are a bunch of words in this rack, sure, but they don't fit given the shape of the board. Though Will has to feel like he's in a commanding position. The unseen pool is pretty nasty. AEIILMOORRUV. There aren't many threats that Nwale could have in that. But this is a tough turn. This is a situation where Will is up, he's probably about 85 to 95% to win this game, and he wants to optimize that as much as possible. A play like HAND through the A and recaptor makes sense, but the D that Will exposes could seed some out bingos depending on what 7 tiles Nwale just drew out of the bag. So Will's going to have to think hard. He needs to score enough that he doesn't get outrun. Seems unlikely given Will's got the S, the H, and the blank while the pool's bad. But he does need to score some, and he definitely doesn't want to cede any more long shot bingo possibilities to Enoch than already exist out there. This is a turn that's going to take some time. This is a turn where I'm going to have to hunker down and do some looking instead of just talking too. Jason, what do you think you would do in this situation?
Yeah, I think this is a great example of something I say frequently, when I commentate, and also good advice for players of any level that, if you're Will, like you said, you're about 85, 90%, Sim is showing him at about, more in the 95 range. So you ask yourself how I lose this game. And I think every time you lose this game, it's because Nwale bingos. I think with you having the case S and the case blank, there's really only a couple high point tiles out there. The B is not that flexible, as well as the M. You have the H as well. So I don't think you ever get outrun in this situation. But there are, as you can see, bingos that Nwale can have. So how do you score, well enough to avoid getting outrun while not giving Nwale much to play through? So I kind of like one of the plays that Quackle suggested of Dashi through that A. You'll draw into EN blank again, almost never get outscored. Dashi scores 39, and all you're really giving him to bingo through is an H, which is really, I don't see anything that he can have, even given the best 7 out of the 12 left, bingoing with an H. I think it's going to be a situation where it also plays off 4. It's going to leave 1 in the bag, which I think is great. If Nwale wants to fish, he can only play off 1 tile. It's going to be very hard to open this board as presently constituted, playing off 1 tile. So I know that you're looking at it right now, but I really like a play like Dashi. Your highest scoring of 4 tile plays through that A and recapture.
Yeah, Dashi gives absolutely no bingos back. I went ahead and punched in all 12 tiles on Nwale's rack. I put in Dashi, nothing plays after Will makes that play. Now, it's very, very hard for a human to sit there, look at 12 tiles plus a 13th that you're putting on the board and confidently say, yeah, there are no 8-letter words in here. Will does have the brain to do that. Very few people do. Hand through the A would seed a number of possible out bingos to Enoch: Varoomed, Overmild, Overloud, Overlord, Overload, Overlard, Overlaid, Lemuroid, and Armored, all possibilities. So Will should not expose the D. There are some paths, I think, where Enoch can outrun. There are some hard-hitting plays extending from the triple word in the top left corner of this board. Things like Marver, M-A-R-V-E-R, or Mover, M-A-U-V-E-R, as well as a 5-letter Murva, M-U-R-V-A, are all in the mid-40s range for Nwale. So Will needs to be careful. He can't dink and do very, very little on this turn. This play of Dashi, though, seems like it wins 100% of games for Will. It does everything it needs to do. Doesn't give back bingos, it scores well, it doesn't quite empty the bag. And yeah, as Jason said, you want to leave 1 in the bag. You don't want to give Nwale the chance to do a Galaxy Brain 2-tile fish. Leave 1 so he can't do much more damage. Dashi looks awesome here, but we'll see what Will comes up with.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to go another route, especially low on time. I'm guessing that's going to be a W, maybe an F. I feel like W is going to be harder to hit. Blank Cam says W. So yeah, so tempted to just play Shined up there and draw into a blank and say I can probably go out with whatever bad stuff the bag throws my way. You talked about how Will could kind of look at the 12 tiles and see what's left, but it's also hard to do that now that he's under 2 minutes. So I don't mind this play. You're going to score a lot again. You're never going to get outscored after wished. I got to count it really quick, but it's going to be 40 some. And then, Nwali has no fishes at all. I doubt that there's anything in this pool from a W or from an I. So that's pretty safe as well.
This does not win 100% of the time. The W actually does cede one bingo possibility to Nwali. Had Nwali drawn specifically the rack AEMOORR, he'd be bingoing out right now with Ware Room. Now, Wish wins in pretty much any other game situation, but this was not a 100% win for Will, just about a 99% shot.
Yeah, probably 99.6 or 0.7. But yeah, so again, that's, slightly imperfect play, but when you're playing somebody who's going to take 10 minutes to play the whole game, I mean, that's, one of the things I've learned this week is that's kind of one of the advantages of playing fast. You will pile on spread when your opponent makes endgame errors because they have no time, and sometimes you get a little bit of spread when Will does this slightly imperfect play. Did Dashi win 100%? Did we confirm that, or?
This is not a situation where an engine's actually going to be any help. Quackle can't really manage 5 unseen situations quite right, but I mean, I can't see a path where it loses. Quackle suggested somewhere between 97, 99%, but I'm thinking that's a lie. I'm thinking Dashi won 100%.
All right, so Will with the out of Marine, I expect to see that pretty quick, and then I assume we'll kind of hang back and hear what they have to say.
Indeed, we will. Marine and out, 491 to 437, the final in this one.
Six more, 491 to 437.
Right.
Squidges. That's insane. It's one of the crazier draws I've ever had.
What did you leave when you played? What was your leave after you played first?
GED. Yeah, I drew QUSI. Pretty unbelievable. Wonder if I missed a bingo at the end. I would not be surprised if I missed one. Okay, looks like a spread of 54. Here's this. Thank you.
All right, not much of a post-mortem in this one. Nwali, everybody pointing to squidges. Nwali asking, what did you keep? Will points to GED, and Nwali just sitting there in stunned silence. So you drew QUIS and then bingoed for 113. Okay, that happened.
Yeah, sometimes there's nothing more that can be said. You're not supposed to leave DEG and score 113 the very next turn. But sometimes that certainly was the game's winning play, and sometimes one draw can turn a whole game, and that was one of those games.
Will, I appreciate about him. He's never afraid to say, wow, that was insanely lucky. Kind of sorry about that, honestly, But you take what you can get. Will still needs to win out, but winning one game, he needs 6 more wins to hang on and win this event. We're going to do a little plug real quick. The viewership numbers today have been utterly awesome. Over 400 viewers during that game yesterday. Appreciate every single one of you tuning in. Some of you jumping over from Will Anderson's channel. If you like that Scrabble content and the prepared videos, Perhaps you like live Scrabble as well, or perhaps it's just interesting enough to keep on while you bake your bread or do your morning Pilates or whatever it is you got going on. But we appreciate everybody coming out, hanging out. If you haven't yet, please click the like button under this video. We want to build as much steam as we can for the finals coming up this afternoon. We're going to keep it all on the same stream all day. So the more likes we get, the more favorably the algorithm shines upon us. If you haven't yet, please consider subscribing to the Let's Play Scrabble channel. High-level Scrabble play brought to you at every major event run by the LPS team. You can check out their website as well at letsplayscrabble.com, where they're talking about other upcoming events. The next major one brought by the LPS team is in October 17th to 19th in Lake George, New York. That one is always a huge tournament and a great tournament, and I intend to be there. I'm going to send my entry fee in soon. Registration is open if you're interested. There is also the join button down beneath this video. This is a relatively new feature to YouTube. This lets you essentially become a super fan, YouTube's equivalent of Patreon. For a $5 a month commitment to the Let's Play Scrabble team, you get access to special swag. You get something next to your name in the chat. You get you can see the meet and greet. Yesterday, Will Anderson gave a keynote speech that ended up being about an hour and a half long. His whole history from why did I start making Scrabble content to how on earth did I get to almost 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. He outlined the whole journey. It was fascinating. The whole thing was recorded and will be made available to Let's Play Scrabble Super Friends. The donations from that money go directly to improving and enhancing future Scrabble streams. We've had several new Super Friends this weekend. We appreciate each and every one of you. Maybe we'll pick up a couple more Super Friends today. $5 a month is 1 cup of coffee every month, and it can go a long way towards improving Scrabble streams. We are going to cut to a break, but first, Jason, you have any parting thoughts on the 2 games we've seen this morning?
No, two great games. You mentioned finals earlier, just because there has been some confusion among the chat. There are no finals here. This is just a 32 round tournament, and whoever has the most wins at the end, obviously with spread as a tiebreaker. So you said finals today, and this is going to feel like a finals as we get closer to the end. We kind of started the day, I think, with 6 people in contention to win those top 6. As that gets winnowed down, to 5, 4, 3, as we come closer to the end of the tournament. But there are no finals, not like a match play sort of thing. But two great games, and I'm very much looking forward to the next 6.
All right, we're going to cut away to a break. I'm going to grab some coffee. You're going to go touch some grass. We're going to wrangle some players. We'll have more Scrabble coming in just a few minutes. See y'all soon. All right, welcome back, everybody. 6 more games of Scrabble to come from Albany, New York. We were looking at the matchups, and we saw 2 very juicy ones. Will Anderson continuing his last stand versus Matthew Tunnicliffe, or Harshon versus Wellington, the three-peat. And we opted to take the international players. How often do we get an opportunity like this? Jason, we're going to show Harshon and Wellington again. The last game, an instant classic. How stoked are you for this?
I was going to say, yeah, if this game isn't as good as the last one, I'm going to be terribly, terribly disappointed. No, seriously, if it's half as good as the last one, we're in for a treat. If there are any Americans here who slept in and missed the first one, definitely when you get a chance, watch the archived footage of this, because trust me, you will not be disappointed. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see it on a YouTube channel soon, either Will Anderson or Matt Miller. So yeah, again, I'll say what I said before the first time they met this morning. We're getting to watch what, in my opinion, is 2 of the best 4 players in the world go at it. How can you not be excited?
Yeah, this is so awesome. And these players in second and third. So an absolutely massive game coming our way. Each of these players wants to do everything they can to slow down Matthew Tunnicliffe, who has put some distance between himself and the field. All right, Harshon and Wellington on board 1. We're going to cut over there. 2 players who need absolutely no introduction. I was at the coffee bar filling up my cup, and I saw Harshon got some fresh hot water. He got a reset. Wellington, after losing with a 498 in his last game, won with a 503 to 500 game over Sami Okasaga last round. Jason, can you imagine starting your day averaging 501 points and being 1-1 with a negative spread?
Yeah, and going back to his last game yesterday against Tunnicliffe, I think it's clear that Welly ain't playing a lick of defense, even those last 2 games before that, 451, 469. And then his opponent's averaging 520, very un-Wellington-like. But we'll see if he can show off that defense the Nigerians are known for here.
All right, Wellington, Harshon, we're going to go ahead and get things kicked off now. We will keep you posted as well on the Will Anderson last stand. Again, Will playing tournament leader Matthew Tunnicliffe over on board 2. Will needing to win out to win this thing. So we'll let you know what happens there. This is getting absolutely spicy now, though. 5 players left in contention. Every win matters so much. Wellington's last 3 opponents have each scored 500 points. We'll see if he can slow them down here. This is a nice start for him. DEHIIT blank. No bingos, though, for Wellington on the first turn. We'll see how small he opts to play here. Many players would be prone to play HI. Some might take a few more points, HIE or HIED. Some might even exchange just the I. Jason, what would you do here?
Oh, this reminds me of when you had the Matthews game, the opening rack blank AAEEGW, and I was standing on the table at home trying to push for AWE with the E on the star, given yourself the E back hook. So yeah, these are always very telling in terms of if you want to exchange, if you want to play long, if you want to play short. I like HI, and it certainly seems like that is a slight favorite from Quackle. Hit, because you have the E, makes sense. Really anything I think makes sense. I don't know Wellington's game well enough to know like what he likes to do in this situation. What do you've seen a lot more of him than I have. What do you think that we're going to see here?
I would guess HI. It's underwhelming, just 10, and your opponent is able to stack underneath and block. But every tile you play is another chance for something to go south, like a U, W, or V to obstruct your chances of bingoing. And if you're not going to bingo on turn 1 with the blank, you really do want to get it down on turn 2. Anytime you have a blank on your rack and you aren't bingoing, you're effectively playing Scrabble with just 6 tiles because you're not going to spend that blank. And that hurts. It limits your scoring opportunities. You just don't as often have the stuff you need to go in places. So I think it's imperative to try to get a bingo down next turn. I think HI does the right mix of scoring a little bit and also guaranteeing bingos next turn most of the time. HI, according to the engine, bingos 93% of the time. The only way to increase that odds is to exchange an I, increasing your bingo odds to 95%. But I'd rather have 10 points and a 93% bingo chance than a 95% chance with 0 points. What say you, Jason?
You have taken the words right out of my mouth. You have analyzed this position, I think, absolutely perfectly. So
we'll see. Wellington, though, spending nearly 3 minutes already on this first move. Perhaps he's not totally sold that there's not a bingo in this rack. It's so easy for us in the booth. Actually, I'll go ahead and out myself. As soon as I saw this rack, I'm like, oh yeah, Wellington's got a bingo turn 1. So perhaps he's slowly coming to this conclusion, like, wait, I got absolutely nothing here. It is a tough pill to swallow, but we'll see. I wonder how much time Wellington's going to use here. I do want to say, while we're on the topic of this game and the epic one we saw against them earlier this morning, I spoke with Wellington in between the rounds about the fish for Mesozoan in his round 25 game. And he said he chose to exchange. He wanted to play GUE in the top corner, but he just knew that Harshon would sniff something out. I'll finish this story later. Hang on. Wellington is just a
he's
designated.
designating the blank. We're about to see a phony, I think.
There's ditheist and ditheist and ditheic. I think this is a C. Whatever this is. Yeah, ditheic. Oh, interesting. Wellington is on hold, and Harshon going to challenge off the phony on the first turn. This was not something I had on the bingo card.
No, and quick shout out to the word judging program that we're using, wordjudge.me, a creation of my good friend Art Moore. You can see him in the bottom right there. Hi, Art. So ditheic will come off, and yeah, it kind of got lost in the craziness of that last game. But we did see kind of a few leaks from Wellington there, missing PFFT on the opening turn, an inferior endgame where he was blocking an NOB spot that I don't even think was the best one. Again, just a handful of points, but seeing some uncharacteristic errors from Wellington in this game, plus a turn on stream this morning, and again, now that he is on. Harshon's going to exchange and Welly's going to play HI. So not a huge deficit, just gave Harshon kind of a free chance to clean up his rack a little bit.
Now, Harshon actually could have afforded to play LOO there, but you got to get rid of all of the R's on the rack. Interesting that Harshon opting to keep 1 O on his rack now. I think standard move would be exchange down to R or perhaps ILR, but Harshon changing down to ILOR, an interesting move there. Wellington playing HI on his second attempt. We've already dissected that one, so we won't go any further, and has actually drawn the possibility to extend HI to make a 9-letter bingo, pending what Harshon does here. AIJLORT, the rack for Harshon means he's actually going to hit a bingo here. Look at this. Tolarji, 88 points, spotted almost instantly by Harshon. So the ILOR exchange now looking very good for him.
Yeah, that was a little bit outside the box. I'm not a huge fan of exchanging into Royal there. Probably just would have exchanged into an R or maybe thrown back all 7 and gone the turnover route. As expected, Wellington's going to play the double pretty quick. It's kind of almost a spot where you don't really want to see an S. It's like, well, tied blank doesn't really need the S to go with it. You would kind of want to save it for later. But Riptides through that I. I'm sure there's a few doubles, and I'm sure that Riptides is absolutely fine.
All right. 88-92, the score early on in this one after Tolarji is met with the double. Harshon is not giving us anything to dissect yet. Again, ever so diligent with his paperwork. As I was filling up my coffee, Harshon was next to me filling up his tea. We made a little conversation just before this game began. He took one look at me in my vibrant tank top, and he said, pharmacists in the UK don't dress like you. Which I thought was quite
Pharmacists in the US dress like you.
Pharmacists in the U.S. also don't dress like me. I was not built to be a pharmacist. I fit exactly 0 of the pharmacist check boxes. And that's why I no longer practice pharmacy, because, seems like I was never actually meant to be one.
Because you just loved the tank tops too much to give it up.
Perhaps, yes.
Pharmacy's loss is the tank top company's gain, I suppose.
Indeed. CCEIOOP is Harshon's post-bingo draw. He has the opportunity to play a medical word that is near and dear to the students I teach now. The T at the top of this board gives ectopic for 26. Does keep that O, though, that we all despise so much. So we'll see if he opts to go longer there. Just topic from the T in Riptides is 30 points as well. Scoop from the S in Riptides, 24 points with a nice CEI leave. Jason, are you grabbing all the points with a play like Topic, or would you try to shed both O's with Scoop here?
Yeah, does that Topic take the S? Trying to look that up really quick. Because I would not play Ectopic just because of the doubt.
It does not. No S on Ectopic.
But still, it's you're kind of creating a headache for yourself, unnecessarily. I think just Topic from the T and Riptides is fine. Undouble the O's, undouble the C's, score fairly well. Seems pretty straightforward. Not that Scoop is bad. I think that Topic is right here.
Okay, so Harshon sipping his tea now. He's lined up Ecotopic on his rack, Ectopic, Ecotopia, both valid words, but Harshon unsure on Ecotopic. This one would be deep in the books. That double C combination makes this one very unlikely to come up in a live game of Scrabble. We've already seen Wellington lose a turn playing a Boney. Now Harshon being put to the test on his word knowledge. A big moment here.
Yeah, looks like he's gonna. Yeah, looks like he has concluded that it is not worth taking the chance on, and he will play Topic.
Sidestepping the landmine is Harshon, making an accurate play yet again. Harshon leads 118-92. The S in Riptides gives Wellington one and only one valid bingo, and he is going to miss it. Whoa.
Like I said, I never got to finish the point, but with Wellington doing the best of 7 against a team before the tournament, playing 32 games over 3 days is bad enough. Especially a lot of those games on stream, a lot of them very very high pressure, high stakes. But Wellington is now on game number 33 or 34. And I do wonder if we're starting to see just a little bit of fatigue creep in. It's easy to play Fog and draw into Nest, but but yeah, Songfest through that S in Riptide. It's not an easy spot, but surely one that Wellington knows, and a surprise to see him not even consider it.
Yeah, that was interesting. You won't see that often, but yeah, fatigue in part with maybe a little bit of rust. Wellington said he's having a hard time finding live games in the U.S., and while he tries to stay sharp on Woogles.io, he's not playing face to face. And to go from very few face to face games to 34 in a 5-day stretch against the cream of the crop opposition that North America and the world has to offer, perhaps showing a little bit of uncharacteristic rust. Harshon with the tough turn. He's lined up the only 7 on this rack of Oceloid. That word does not play on this board.
Actually, you have Song.
I put Song in. Oh,
Yeah, so
that would be just fine. Matt's fired.
Yeah, so the score is not correct, by the way. Wellington actually has fewer points, and yeah, like you, one of the downsides of Songfest, if he finds it, plays it, Oceloid is not going to go down anywhere, but now it does. Wellington is going to have his own comeback with Infantes through that I in topic. It is going to, as one of my favorite Scrabble commentators, Will Anderson, says, it's going to hit like a truck. But Harshon is off to a great start here.
All right, well, Wellington's bingo miss last turn yields a very strong draw on this turn. Infantes slotting the F on the triple letter, the double word on there as well. This is 88 points. Wellington surging back ahead with Infantes, 203 to 184. Now that I've got the scores corrected, thanks for holding me accountable, Jason and everybody in chat.
That's all right. Probably a good commentator would have talked a little bit more while you catch up on the quackle. It's totally reasonable for you to see that Songfest was there and then just commit it to the board, assuming that if it's there, that Wellington's going to see it and play it. Still a little surprised myself, but maybe he knew what he was doing. Maybe he just needed to wait a turn. The bingo he got was very high scoring, and now he's pulled a very nice rack. Don't know if it plays on the board as presently constituted. Meanwhile, Harshon, again, the dramatic pause before we look at his stuff as he catches up on tracking, and it's kind of wild that he's still in this game when you look at what Wellington's drawn compared to what Harshon's drawn so far.
Yeah, Wellington with a blank, with Infantes, but Harshon has 2 bingos of his own. 2 bingos apiece keeps him alive. Wellington threatens entities through the I in Oceloid. I don't know that we're going to see this play blocked, though, as Harshon's best plays are all off to the bottom right side of this board or on the top left of this board. An awkward rack, EEEMNSU. I think this is going to end up being either Muse, M-U-S-E, through the S in Infantes, or Muse, M-E-U-S-E, through that same S. But that S in space just feels so dangerous. And if I'm Harshon, I'd like to make it go away. What do you think, Jason? Play through the S, or are you looking at other plays here?
Yeah, saw M-U-S-E, so just learned M-E-U-S-E, so I don't know if Muse or Muse, which Muse is better. Looks like it's really close. Like you said, N-E-U-M-E on the other side, leaving E-S, but yeah, that just seems really dangerous, leaving that S there, with all the big stuff still out. I think M-U-E-E-N-S is not a bad lead. I don't think it's worth sacrificing the 3 points to draw into E-N-S versus E-E-N-S. So I think just the simple Muse as a 4 is fine.
Harshon deliberating a lot between these options. They're all relatively equivalent, but you want to try to get every single percentage point out of every single turn if you're playing top level Scrabble. He is opting to play M-E-U-S-E, leaving 3 points on the table, but shedding an additional E over the 4-letter M-U-S-E. I like this. And here comes
Netius says the double, yeah. See, this is what makes the great so great. Even their bingo misses work out handsomely. Bingo the next 2 turns, which he might not have done if he had played Songfest. So
Yeah, even the misses look nice. You know, the professional athletes, even when they miss the shot or drop the ball, they still look like a baller doing it. And, yeah, if you're going to blunder, might as well capitalize by bingoing twice in a row afterwards. He will not be bingoing 3 times in a row. BDHVW together, guaranteeing that. Harshon might be bingoing this turn. ENS, a strong leave, but the board is running out of lines. The OID words are utterly maddening in Scrabble. Some of them take an S, some don't, and there's really not a lot of rhyme or reason to it. I'll say it for everybody at home. Oceloid is an adjective. You cannot backhook that word with an S. I expect both of these players probably know that, but I've been surprised in the booth before. Oceloid, no S, that line is dead, and this board looks a lot tighter than it seems with that information. AEMNNSU gives a lot of different plays, nothing overwhelming though. What do you like here, Jason?
There's not much. You do have your high scoring play looks to be 39 MNAS. Looks like the sim leader is you have to recognize the A front hook to topic, so you can play Amen, making MIED and NEF. But yeah, still no good way to use that triple. You would love to put the M there, but again, the only way you can do that is to put your N on the other side of the I and play MNAS. He is now setting up Unman, which plays for 22 at 4A. So it does put that U in the triple line. With the Q still out, which is always interesting. Anything sticking out to you, Matt? Because nothing is sticking out to me here.
Yeah, this is a tough turn, but if you're Harshon, your odds feel like they're evaporating, and I feel like getting out onto the left side of this board is imperative here. Unman slotting the U in the triple line is one way to do that. This is another way to do that. This allows you to make plays on top of Mon and bingo out to the right side of this board, or to play down through the M. I like this idea from Harshon. I might have played Unman there, but this makes a lot of sense too. HOED is Wellington's immediate counter. The VBW leave is abysmal, but 50 points for the stack. Wellington feels like he has to keep the bad leave. BODHI down to the I and nettiest, another option, but Wellington opting to play defense with the lead. This makes a lot of sense to me. What do you think, Jason?
Yep, and I almost wonder if that's maybe a point in favor of Unman the last turn. Like, it's not fun to slot triples against a player of Wellington's caliber, but with that, with that huge scoring spot underneath Oceloid, you've got the eye on nettiest, perhaps a 5-tile play across, like, maybe you just kind of throw it open. Going to try to draw into ENS again. It's always fun when you play the exact tiles that you just drew. It's like, all right, this is a good lead. We're going to try this again, and this one looks like it's going to go a little bit better for Harshon until the end.
Oh man, but not the letters he was looking for. Double O's and another E. The draw for Harshon. EENOORS gives him a tough turn. No playable bingos here. All of his tiles score 1, meaning he's not going to hit a big score on this turn. And with Wellington continuing to apply scoring pressure, Harshon's got to feel his odds in this one beginning to evaporate. Playing off OO or OE is kind of the natural reaction when you draw a rack like this. OO or OE play between Fog and Infantes, making soon and either got or get. You would like to open the board in this situation if you're Harshon, but playing just 2 vowels, there's not a great way to do that in this situation. You can play OE and RE beneath Riptides, but that's just 6. I don't think that scores enough. How would you approach this turn, Jason?
This is tough because, especially given the score. This is, I think, the right play. OE for 16, but even then, you're now down almost 100. You're probably going to be down, 130, 140. You do have to be careful that if when you hit the bingo, it's not even going to give you the lead. So, so tempting to just, fish off the OE, maybe create a spot for yourself. But you really can't afford to score only 6 points this turn, as far behind as you are and against somebody of Wellington's ability.
Yeah. I think you've got to just put some points on the board and hope that you draw something. The C in topic is unlikely to be obstructed too. And so if you're Harshon, sort of like we saw Wellington just find the most crazy high scoring line on the board and just kind of be patient and wait to hit it 2 games ago, that's Harshon's line here. Just score as well as I can, keep opening other random stuff that Wellington has to block, and then hope that I pull 95 to the C at some point. There are just 3 unseen eyes from Harshon's perspective, but he's close to something like anorexic right now. There are still possibilities out there for him. Wellington into VBW picked up some of the worst stuff he could have found, a U and an I, but also some of the best stuff in that blank. EILUVW blank. It is defense time for Wellington, but with an inflexible rack, there's not a lot of blocking he can do. This, I think, is one of the best ways to block up the board. Vibs, the UW leave, not awesome, but nothing on this turn is awesome. Do you like this play, Jason?
Yeah, well, having a UVW blank rack worked okay for Will Anderson last game. One play and was able to turn it into a bingo. Unfortunately, Wellington will not replicate that as he has found the Y to go with that UW blank. Interesting play. You almost don't mind opening the board up too much. You're ahead. You have the case blank. That V is not going to be super easy to play through. Interesting that he played that so fast. That's one of the things that impresses me about Wellington is that he can look at a very, complicated situation like this one and kind of come up with his candidate plays and choose between them, so very quickly and, in spots that I would be taking, 3, 4, 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the seasoning of a great player. You practice and play enough, and you just kind of start to recognize some turns are rather easy and straightforward. Harshon dropping AX, keeping Snore, staying in bingo range. Axon played atop Riptides, making Atopic and other overlaps for 43. Maybe a stronger line for Harshon as his deficit is pretty massive here, but 36 points up top is nothing to sneeze at. ENORS, a nice, strong leave. This is what we see from Harshon. Back on Wellington, 352 to 278. The UW blank combination met, as Jason said, with the Y and some other goodies. I think this is a turn where we'll see Wellington slow down a little bit. He'd like to obstruct the M and Mon, like to obstruct the C and Topic, but there aren't really any scoring plays that do that. This play, though, does. Bunty or Butyl scores some points, blocks a little bit like TION bingos, and most importantly, just progresses this game. Bunty, strong move, I think, from Wellington. Do you like this, Jason?
I do. It does. It is going to give Harshon Amarones coming back. But yeah, it gets rid of a lot of of what's holding you back over there. WL is not the worst thing to draw into here. Didn't get a chance to look at the position that closely, but this play looks fine.
All right, Amarones lined up, locked and loaded. We've also got an Aaron sighting on Harshon's rack. You know the reference, and if you don't, I'm sorry for making weird pop culture references. I only get like 3 of those a stream because I live under a rock, but there's my one. Aaron gonna bingo with Amarones for 64, but a nice draw for Wellington. He's gonna smash this back with a high scoring overlap.
That's not too obscure, especially as a teacher. I'm sure that resonates a lot with you.
Indeed, it does. And for that reason, I try never to call any of my students by name anymore because I'm afraid I'm going to with them. I just say,
hey, you.
For you.
Dude. Love it. So Amarone, so yeah, score updated. Wellington's does he have a playable bingo here? No, but
Nope.
so it seems like WAP or PAW alongside Amarone's take your 39, restore your bingo lead, block the spot. He's got loads of time to look for something better, but doesn't look like there is anything better to find.
Yeah, I'd love to see Pilaw play somewhere, Pilaw, but it just doesn't quite fit in any of the spots alongside Amarone's. Just Paw or WAP going to be the option here from Wellington. And he is in catastrophe mode. He's in a commanding position. Harshon has just played most of the remaining good tiles, and this unseen pool looks drecky. BDGGKQVWYZ. Bingos are insanely unlikely for Harshon, but the only way I'd lose this game is if Harshon got insanely lucky on the last draw. There's one other trap for Wellington here. If he draws the Q, he might be in some trouble. So holding on to an I or having some kind of contingency plan if that Q ends up on his rack is important for Wellington. He's going to spend some time, though, cross out the tiles that have been played, all that stuff, and see, are there any major threats Harshon can have? Do I need to defend against him, or am I clear to just drop Paw or WAP on this board? I don't see many threats. This pool is just so bad.
Yeah, and the Q really isn't that big a negative. You can put it on top of the AT up there for 22. You can put it next to the I and Vibs for 21. If you keep the I, you've got the ID on Riptides. You can play QI there for what a quick count says is, I think, 29. Probably off by 1 or 2 on that. But yeah, really, as Wellington, like I always say, like, how am I going to lose this game? Work backwards to make sure it doesn't happen. You cover that triple because I think you lose when Harshon draws the Z and pounds that spot for 60-ish. So kind of take that spot away. But then after you do that, looking at this pool, it's hard to see a path back for Harshon. Are the U, V, and W, are they tied at the hip here? We saw Will with all 3 of them at once, Wellington with all 3 of them at once this game, and now Harshon has picked all 3 at once. It certainly seems that they are. It certainly seems that you draw the UV or UW or VW combo a lot more than you should, but it's happening even more today.
Yeah. There have been some strange draws all tournament. It seems like all tournament on days 1 and 2, just all the vowels stayed in the bag until the end, and every single game where the unseen pool is incredibly vowel heavy, and then everybody drew blanks on the first turn for a while. This is very interesting. Wellington can play Paw or WAP to the left side of Amarone's for 39. He's going to burn it for just 5 more points, I think. He's looking at in wrap and IS for 44.
Maybe he wants to take out that C in topic. Maybe he's deduced that that's really, after in-wrap, how do you bingo on this board other than through the V and Vibs? So maybe he's just concluded that looks like he must have marked it, because he's interesting. I feel like WAP is just so obvious here.
Interesting.
He hasn't committed to anything yet, though. I think we saw him mark the blank, but obviously just as simple as erasing it if he changes his mind.
I'm pretty sure he grabbed the marker and circled something too. But no.
Well, it's not there now, so might have erased it. Somebody in chat pointing out that Paw and WAP the same score. You may want to play WAP to avoid pause plays. ZA, ZE coming down.
Yeah, ZA or ZE could be huge threats. BEZ in the top left of this board making ZI is also a 50-something point play and would really narrow the margin here. Wellington, I guess, giving Harshon quite a bit of information. I have the blank. There's no universe in which Wellington grabs the blank or grabs the marker, pretends to circle a blank, and doesn't have the blank. That is almost certainly illegal. Someone in chat will definitely confirm that for me in a second. But if somebody did that at my tournament, if it wasn't explicitly illegal, I would still use director's discretion and say that's despicable and you can't do that. So Wellington giving some information to his opponent with that. He still hasn't committed this play. In wrap makes a lot of sense. You're blocking bingos to the C. You're blocking some of the nightmare scenarios, but I just think with that Q and some Drek unseen, you might get outrun. He's grabbed the marker again, gone back to the well. He's going to play in wrap here.
No, he's gonna play. What is that blank? I don't know my Collins fives well enough to know what the. Okay, no, there you go. Okay.
Interesting. He's got a big lead, but he is seeding some major plays back, like a ZA, ZO still possible from his perspective. Those plays would score about 50. Wellington must think, though, I've gone up by 70. Even if you score 50, I'm good. I'm going to hang on and win this game. I don't think I'd have the confidence to do this, but Wellington has so much experience. He's got to feel like, hey, even if I'm only hanging on and winning by 10 or 15, I feel like I'm going to win the game basically all the time after this. This was about one of the worst draws Wellington could have had. The Q and the Z. At least he knows Harshon's not going to cash the Z, but Harshon is going to cash probably Kagu, Kagu, alongside Amarones for 44. This one's getting a little bit interesting.
Yeah, so wild to just keep that spot open, to burn the blank and keep it open. I mean, I understand why. I'm not, willing to go so far as to call that a mistake. I totally get it. It's certainly very counterintuitive. I think it's a sign of how great Wellington is that he even considered that, because I am never considering, burning the blank there. I'm probably just too narrowly focused on, okay, what's my best play covering that, triple word score over there. All right, paw, wop, whatever. So yeah, it is certainly very interesting. Would love to know Wellington's thought process behind it.
And yet, we see this a lot in Scrabble, where some of the very, very, very best, most brilliant players in the world make plays that at first make your jaw hit the floor. Like, oh my, what? Why on earth did you do that? It makes no sense. And the longer you look at it, the more you're like, oh, wow, actually, yeah. We see Nigel do it all the time. Just what on earth are you? Oh my goodness, you're a genius. Wellington is the same caliber of player. And I just, people can probably run this game through 100 times from Wellington's perspective, draw it out, have Harshon play perfectly. Wellington must win 95% or more of the time after in wrap.
But what is win after WAP though? Like I didn't see what Quackle said, but I mean,
yeah, there were just too many possible things that could have happened. I wasn't able to look through all the different possibilities, but I think he was just worried about a counter stack after WAP, like a four overlap bingo in the C column. I don't know exactly what he was thinking, but
like I said,
you will write more about that.
You basically can't bingo through that C in topic or to that C. The O's are gone, so you can't bingo off of the IS. M's are gone too. So, I mean, the board is basically dead for bingos, but I mean, this is going to hit pretty hard. Take away the best Z spot. I mean, I guess you have Zig and got through the I and Vibs. Again, we've detailed the spots to dump the Q. I think you just play QAT right now, but I mean, it's getting a little dicey. He's going to play Q there. Why there? I think you would want to keep that for the Zig spot.
Why there? Why there? I don't know. Surely there's a reason. I'm not seeing it. Huh. All right. Wellington plunking the Q 439 to 386 for Harshon. BEERVWY on the rack for Harshon. And if I'm in this position, I think I'm just going to assume there's a vowel in the bag, at least at first. Because if Wellington has two vowels, he's got a reasonably flexible enough rack that he's probably just going to win the game. So I think I'm going to assume Wellington has the worst rack he can possibly have, and then try to approach this end game from there.
Can you fish for the Z somehow? Maybe set it up. This is where Harshon having a monster spread is good for him, because he can take a crazy risk, and even if it bites him spread wise, his spread is still enormous.
And he's only got 4.5 minutes to think through all these combinations. Is there any line that he could have? If Wellington's rack is abysmal, is he going to be forced to play this Z for a very small score? Quackle suggesting that there is no possible way for Harshon to get back into this game. And
I wonder if the QI, if playing it there, was there some sort of potential 5-tile play using that I that he could have had? Like if the S was gone, Vibes there is going to score a bunch. Maybe some sort of play ending in EE that he was worried about Harshon having. Maybe just a peace of mind sort of thing. Like he's not going to use that AT spot for much. So, kind of maybe blocking the V for bingos. Although I guess QAT mostly does that as well.
Maybe he's just trying to make Harshon make some strange decisions. Like, why did Wellington put the Q there? Maybe Wellington didn't have the Z and tried to block it. And I don't know. They're playing 4D chess at a level that I can't understand right now.
Well, they say that those that can do and those that can't commentate. So I guess that's why we're here.
Indeed. Those that can't teach, and that's why I'm a teacher. Those that can't
No.
Scrabble instead too. Just kidding. That's a joke. Self-deprecating humor is my hallmark, Jason. Don't stop me from putting myself down. This is my vibe.
That's one of the reasons I've been looking forward to working with you, because I bring the same energy to commentating myself. So, as an aside, I'm very disappointed that you aren't teaching kids in Michigan. Like there was a short time where it was in the cards, or it was a potential, I should say. But I know you're going to be super happy in Massachusetts.
Yeah, Boston summoned, and I don't know. Hey, I'm still a tumbleweed. I'm just going wherever the winds take me. But for the next 2 years plus, I'll be in Boston. We'll see. We'll go from there. Oh man, Harshon picking up the W and the Y. Gonna play WAY here, and maybe he thinks I bet there's a sequence where he thinks there's a tile he can draw that will let him go out next turn.
Yeah, R for reverb and Raya, which is not easily blocked, so maybe that's what fishing for the R. But yeah, I think even if he draws the R, Gazy is going to be good enough to win.
Indeed, yeah. So Harshon threatens adverb at the bottom of this board from the A, but Gazy will score enough points for Wellington. After in wrap, he had to feel like even if I draw terrible, I can just plunk out about 20 a turn and hang on and win. He's going with Glitz instead.
You think I would be used to the Wellington fake out, but no, he puts it on the board. I just assume it's what he's going to play. With Wellington, sometimes that's just the starting point, right? Like,
yeah. Until Wellington hits the clock, we should not suspect anything from him.
I was going to say there's a rule about not using the board as a workspace, but it's not a hard and fast rule, and for Wellington, it seems to be encouraged sometimes.
All right, he has hit the clock. We will not be faked out any further, Jason. Right. Blitz confirmed, and Harshon is done in this one, not able to catch up. His best sequence he's already got lined up is just playing adverb here for 36. Interesting game for sure. Lots of bingos. I learned the word tolargy here, but after Harshon defeats Wellington earlier this morning, Wellington evens the score today with a win here.
Yeah, certainly a much different game than the last one, obviously. A very interesting game. with the bingo miss from Wellington, making up for it with the back-to-back, but we should. Oh no, they're just recounting the score. Sorry, didn't want to cut in on a post-mortem, but yeah, adverb. Wellington's going to go out, and then I don't expect a super interesting post-mortem on this one, but we'll probably listen to it just in case. Just a case of Wellington drawing both blanks, getting those 3 bingos in 4 turns, I think it was, with Riptides, Infantes, and Nettiest. So yeah, Lar looks to be best, and then like I said, not expecting a lot of interesting stuff here, but we'll hang back and listen.
Give me a moment. Scores 449289.
Yes.
Well done. Congrats.
Thank you.
Are you done with the board?
Yeah.
All right, Jason, spot on with his analysis. No real post-mortem in that one as the drama evaporated, I'd say about 6 turns before the end of that game. We've got some awesome viewership numbers, so thanks to each and every one of you for tuning in. We really wouldn't be having nearly as much fun without the participation in the chat and the great viewership we've had. If you're just now tuning into a Scrabble stream for the first time, welcome. Competitive Scrabble is really freaking cool at its deepest level, and we are seeing the deepest level of play here as we've got world-class players from around everywhere in Albany, New York for this major tournament. Thanks for tuning in. Really appreciate you. Jason, we've got 1 more game today and 4 more this afternoon. We've seen Wellington, we've seen Harshon, we've seen some other top players, we've seen Will Anderson on stream. I'm going to put you on the spot. Who do you think is going to win this event?
Oh boy, tough question. But if you give me Wellington versus the field right now, especially now that he's just opened up a game on Harshon, I think you got to take Wellington. I'll give you the field and I'll take Wellington. Spare a thought for Matthew Tunnicliffe, former North American champion, trying to close out this tournament. And the good news is he's got a 1-game lead, and the bad news is that the 2 people behind him are, like I keep saying, 2 of the best 4 players in the world. So that'll make you paranoid really quick with both of those people nipping at your heels. Do we have an update on whether he won against Will?
We
Is
do.
Will Anderson's last chance power drive still going, or?
Will Anderson needed to win 7 straight games to win the tournament. He won the first one, but he was just defeated by Matthew Tunnicliffe. It looks like Will's chances of winning this event are all but gone with 5 games to play. He is 4 games back of tournament leader Matthew Tunnicliffe of Ottawa and 3 games back of Wellington Jagere of Nigeria. So Will Anderson stand triumphant for a bit, but has run dry. We will figure out our next matchup. This last day of a tournament always involves just a little bit more waiting. Generally, pairings are done early and in advance, but because the stakes are so high, the directors want to make sure they get pairings exactly right in order to keep things as competitive as possible. Nobody gets a new pairing until all games have finished across the division, and then directors sit down to decide who's going to play who. We're going to cut to a break while we do all the calculus, figure out the next matchup. I'll drop it in chat as soon as I know, and I need your help as well, viewers at home. Please click that thumbs up button down below if you haven't yet. We got 300 and change yesterday. I think we can get to 500 for the conclusion of this tournament. So please help us out, bump us up the algorithm, give us that like, and we'll drop our matchup as soon as we know it. Stay tuned. 5 games to go from Albany, New York. 1 game to go before the lunch break, and we are going to show you tournament leader Matthew Tunnicliffe against his name partner Matthew O'Connor. Matthew Tunnicliffe in first place, Matthew O'Connor in fourth place, and 2 familiar faces hanging out between them, Wellington Jagere, Harshon Lamabadu Surya. At this point, it's effectively a 4-man race, and if Matthew O'Connor loses this game, he'll all but be out of contention. So a huge, huge matchup. Matthew O'Connor fighting to keep his chances alive. Jason, who you got in this head-to-head matchup of the Mats?
Hard to pick it against Tunnicliffe, 3-0 this morning. I know that the Wellington first game this morning was an amazing game. I saw Tunnicliffe O'Connor won. That ended up being amazing. So if we can get anything close to that, it'll be great. But yeah, look at Matthew Tunnicliffe's last 5 games. Just only scored 472 against Will Anderson. That was the low. 564, 560, 531, 483. And meanwhile, Matthew, after that amazing start, has kind of hit the skids a little bit, but he is still treading water and holding his own, playing some of the best players in the world. So yeah, we've kind of gone from the Will Anderson last chance power drive to the Matthew O'Connor last chance power drive. Probably needs, all 5 of these to make it happen.
What he desperately needs is a chance to knock off Matthew Tunnicliffe. If he loses this game, he'll fall 3 games behind the leader with 4 games to go. While not insurmountable, it is close to it. Big game for Matthew O'Connor, and Matthew Tunnicliffe would love to stay a game clear of the field going into our Final Four this afternoon. BLNOU plus a Q and a T. The opening rack from Matthew Tunnicliffe. While he's got the QU combination together, he cannot play them this turn. He's going to be forced to choose between exchanging or playing through some of these tiles, a play like lob or blot or bolt. None of those are exciting options. If he does exchange, he'll have 2 different lines to go with. He can keep QU together and threaten points. He can keep NT together and threaten bingos. Jason, are you looking to play here or exchange? And if you take the exchange line, what are you doing?
Oh boy. Trying to remember last time I threw QU back, if ever. It's an interesting idea, though, to just draw into NT, maybe. But I think I would do what Matthew is doing. I think you just kind of play through it. Take your 12 points and hope you draw something good to go with the QU that you can cash in later.
Yeah. If you're going to exchange, you're probably going to throw back BLON or BLONT. So you might as well just get some points, put the letters on the board. I think this is right for Matthew Tunnicliffe. And we'll see he picks up all consonants. That's rough. AEEPRSY, the rag for Matthew O'Connor. This looks bingo-y, but there are no playable bingos available for Matthew. He's going to have to choose how much of AEPRS he wants to break up. Those letters synergize fantastically together. So I think he's going to break up none of it. He's going to take a small point sacrifice and just play off the EY somewhere on this board to keep spare together and threaten bingos next turn. Perhaps BEY coming? Or Jason, would you go a bit longer here?
No, but again, I fish way too much. But yeah, so I'm playing BEY off of the B and blot, and in a major upset, it looks like Quackle agrees with me.
All right, yeah, just BEY. Matthew loves to adjust his play and fine-tune decisions based off inferences, especially early on in the game. He loves to play defense and limit his opponent's options on the next turn. In fact, Matthew wrote a book in response to some commentators who didn't understand his style of play. That book available, it's called How to Play Scrabble Like Matthew O'Connor. It is just a giant Google Doc, so you don't have to purchase it and get it shipped to your house. You can hop onto the Woogles Discord or Woogles.io's blog section and find his book. He continues to add positions to his book as he sees interesting ones come up in tournaments. And boy, we have a whole lot of interesting positions we've seen both in Matthew's games and in all the other games we've had on stream. So you can check out How to Play Scrabble Like Matthew O'Connor. We'll see how Matthew O'Connor chooses to play Scrabble here. A link to that actually just dropped in chat if you'd like to play Scrabble like Matthew O'Connor. I would just play BEY here and quit thinking about it, but Matt wants to optimize this as best as possible.
Yeah, a little surprised he's taken so long with this one, but again, just especially on stream, I know that Matt has missed a few bingos on stream so far, and those may be his only bingo misses of the tournament. So, especially given that history, you just want to make sure that you're not missing anything. That LY looks super tempting. The ERY ending looks super tempting. It is a little surprising that that even with the L and the T that nothing works. So just kind of covering all his bases, but I would expect to see him play BEY. I wonder if there's any merit to YE underneath the OT in blot or maybe up top. Probably not. Maybe just overthinking it.
YAE underneath blot is simming all right, making B
Yes, leave EPRS, which is probably pretty comparable to AEPRS. Also, really kind of shut stuff down as well.
To show the power of this leave that Matthew is keeping, AEPRS, he's only scoring 16 on this turn, but his average score on the next move is north of 70 points. He bingos 79% of the time. It's just tough to break up this nucleus. If he plays YAE instead, that bingo percentage dropping by about 12% to the 56-57 range. So he's looking to optimize as much as possible. BEY, the engine's favorite play, my favorite play on that turn as well for O'Connor. O'Connor leads 16-12. Tunnicliffe to respond. Shuk, SUQ, plays with blots for 39. Or if you want to hold on to the S, if you're Matthew Tunnicliffe, you can play QUOP, QUOP, for 15. Which of those do you like, Jason?
I think you just gotta. It always sucks when you, no pun intended, when you play your three best tiles off, and keep your four worst ones. But I don't think you can justify the 13. I think you just gotta to grab the points. And as it turns out, I don't know if Prawls, PRAWLES, which is I believe the only 7 in this rack, I don't know if that plays anymore. I don't know if, and nothing plays, in fact. Again, so again, a surprising. Oh no, and we're going to see another phony.
Oh my goodness. Did we see a hold? Prawl's the only 7 in this rack. When players study Scrabble words, for those who are a little bit less versed, they study by alphagram. So they use computer programs to just spit out 7 or 8 letters in alphabetical order. Both players have studied the alphagram AELPRSW. Matthew O'Connor probably just types Pollers in that rack every time as that seems to make the most sense. He's going to lose a turn because of this, a devastating mistake.
Yeah, and for someone like Tunnicliffe who's been struggling early in this game, a breath of fresh air. You know your opponent doesn't have the blank. You know exactly what he has. You know, and when Matthew looks at this position, he'll see that he has nothing playable, and perhaps an opportunity to clean up the rack. Do you ever? So you can't play. I don't think you can play paw here, right?
No, but you can play Paul, Pawl, and go maximum
There you go.
troll in game.
That
That's
is.
incredible.
You-
That's
what you
actually, I
can-
think, Matthew's best play. You can't play
I think
anything
it
that
is.
allows Matthew O'Connor to bingo. Pawl does not allow Matthew O'Connor to bingo, and it's hilarious. And it keeps probably the best 3-letter combination you could keep, CRN. We're going to see Pollers knocked off, and then Paul played by Matthew Tunnicliffe. That's hilarious.
That is hilarious. Yeah, paw takes the L front hook, so that would allow Prawls to go down, whereas Paul does not. Yeah, I think you go full troll and you put down PAWL, and then you pick up the other 3 tiles like you're going to put them on the board, and really screw with his head. But we saw some for the stream shenanigans in their previous encounter. Which I will not go into for decency's sake. But yeah, these are, you know, Tunnicliffe especially will play for the stream, but I don't think even he is going to go that full on troll here.
I mean, it's not even a full-on troll. Like, Paul, Pawl, is literally his best play. Yeah, will he pick up the extra 3 and pretend to put them down? No, I think he actually would have. Matthew Tunnicliffe is among the funniest people in all of competitive Scrabble. He's absolutely hilarious. But with the stakes this high, I think trolling may not be on the main burner for Matthew Tunnicliffe. Oh my God, but he's going to do it. This is so funny. This is peak, literally peak Scrabble.
But yeah, I mean, the Pollers thing, like, I will forever type caveist first instead of actives. The rack is actives, caveist is not a word, but I always see caveist first. I always type it in. So, you know, somebody in the chat said, yeah, I see AELPRSW. I think Pollers. Prawls just doesn't come to mind right away. Yes.
Matthew O'Connor was laughing.
O'Connor laughing at the irony of it all.
And a little smile for Matthew Tunnicliffe.
So now, does he play Paul to the L in Paul? Do we have Paul? Do we have Pollers Paul as a 3-turn sequence here now?
Oh my goodness. Is there going to be another Paul? We will find out. Matthew O'Connor on turn now, looking to shake off the mistake on the previous turn. We'll see what he chooses to do. PAWL really did limit his options. He can play WAP or PAW on the left side of PAWL, holding ELRS. But yeah, I prefer a play like this, where you score letters that your P is going to help you score. So when you miss bingos, you can at least do something like this. I like this.
I like it too. Sets up your S for sway. Very good leave. We know that Tunnicliffe has done nothing but draw consonants since this game started. So the vowels are a coming, and there's 2 blanks a coming, and one just found its way onto Matthew O'Connor's rack.
All right, the time to troll was last turn. The time to troll may be again this turn. After hitting Matthew O'Connor with his own word of Paul, you can now hit him with his own name, Connor, Connor, might just be Matthew Tunnicliffe's strongest play here.
Yeah, I forgot to mention before this game we have Tunnicliffe O'Connor, we have you. If our producer Josh Greenway can change his name to Matt for this game, and I can have maximum confusion on my end working with 4 Matts over here. But he will go with Rognon or Rognon instead. I have no idea how to pronounce things, so he will go with that for not much, but it will give him 5 new tiles.
Rognon. I don't know how to say that word. I'm going to say Rognon because that sounds the coolest. That's the decision.
We're American, and that's how we pronounce things.
Yes. That's the decision for Matthew Tunnicliffe. Matthew O'Connor has found the first blank of this game. He was a threat to bingo last turn, but now a lock to bingo on this turn. Up to 81 available for Matthew O'Connor. If he finds his top option on this turn, we will see. The top one is a little bit tough to spot. 80 points is available in Spatter and Rognons, but we'll see if he's able to solve the 81 pointer.
Yeah, tricky one for sure. Because you both have to know the word, which is not a common one, and then you have to see kind of the 3 overlaps there.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be thinking to make my blank an A either. You already got the 1 on your rack. I'd be looking at other vowels, or a Y perhaps. Tapstry, Tapstry, startup with a blank U, but the blank A is tough. You might say it's a trap.
Very nice. Yes, the word in question is at traps, ATTRAPS, making away Pew and Sal. Meanwhile, Tunnicliffe doing a really nice job of something that I find very underrated, especially when you're drawn not well early, is to just keep things. He's going to go with upstart, making wheels instead. Is just try to keep things as close as possible until you get the good stuff to that you want an open board. So keeping things very, very tied up, and even though O'Connor has drawn better earlier in this game, Tunnicliffe's still in it.
Yeah. Tunnicliffe has been given a gift and a free turn and has been given some terrible, terrible draws. So kudos to him for being alive in this game. He's got a rough rack, ABCEIIN, but the T in upstart does expose a spot for him to crush a triple word. The question is, how is he going to do it? The most points is 36. ENIAC, ENIAC, stringing out to the double letter square. He can keep things a little bit tighter. BEIN is 30 points, keeps ACI, and doesn't open as much. Jason, between BINE and ENIAC, do you have a favorite?
Slight preference for ENIAC. Throwing the C out there is always pretty nice. It's not going to get, you're not going to see anything in that upstart row there, plays coming across. BN is very defensive as well, but I think given the choice, I think you take the 6 extra points as well as the 1 extra tile.
Yeah, ENIAC does take an S. You don't have the S, and putting it out there makes that tile so important. But 30.
I would say only 2 S's left, but the third S and the second blank have both found their way to Matthew O'Connor. So he's in real good shape at this point.
Yeah, if you're in a do or die game, you would love to draw both of the blanks by the halfway mark. Matthew O'Connor crucially doing that. Now he's not a lock to win, but it will certainly help. Matthew Tunnicliffe rather has no way of knowing that. But yeah, ENIAC will end up working out pretty poorly for him. Okay, he's found a third option here. We haven't talked about this one enough, but the longer I look at the position, the less I hate this one, Asinai and TI. Now, this does have one huge drawback in that it is very, very, very weak to overlapping stacks. But if your opponent doesn't have one of those after their 7-tile random draw, Asinai may be the right mix of points and leave. I don't think I can stomach Asinai. Matthew Tunnicliffe has pulled it back as well. Jason, would you make a play like Asinai?
I might make a play like Assini. That's how I pronounce it. I have no idea if that's how you should or not. But Assini is just a little too gutsy for me. I guess the Q is out, but you're just asking for like an XU, XI sort of thing. I think it's the third best option. Tunnicliffe going with B in. Also have to shout out the poll, who is the best Matt. I have put in my vote for Canik, who is currently leading the poll. But Matthew, like Jason, one of those great Scrabble names where a lot of really good people have it. So
When I was a child, I was 12 when I first read the book Word Freak. That book is the reason I got into competitive Scrabble. And if you haven't read it yet, you really ought to. It stands up to the test of time. It's just a phenomenal, hilarious read by Stefan Fatsis. But one of the main characters in that book is Matt Graham, who finished second at a Worlds at one point and had a rating in the high 1900s, low 2000s for the entirety of his peak. And I remember thinking as a kid, well, I'll never be the best Matt. That guy's crazy, crazy good. And then somehow, like 15 years of grinding, he had a bad tournament, I had a good tournament, and suddenly I was the top Matt. And I'm like, no way. And then Matthew Tunnicliffe and Matthew O'Connor absolutely took off, and they're always like 2,100 now. And I'm like, all right, I'll play third fiddle, maybe fourth fiddle. If your name is Matt and you're out there, come get us. Show your dominance. Assert Mattdom over us all. I dare you.
yeah, I was going to say a lot of you got, and then the Joshes, Greenway, our producer, Castellano, Sokol. Did you have, because Matt was like a super common name, always has been. Like there were 4 Jasons in my 4th grade class. Like, did you ever have that? Were you always Matt C in school because you were always in a class with another Matt?
My Little League baseball team had Matt A, Matt B, and
Oh my
Matt C on it. Matthew was literally the most common boy's name in the year 1992 when I was born, except for Michael. So it's like, yeah, everybody I know is just a white dude named Matt or Mike, and it's awesome.
Matt, Mike's, Jasons, and Josh's sometimes feel like half of the men on Earth sometimes.
And then there's
forgot Josh Koff with the very cool stats, kind of the analytics stuff with the total points and how many games have been won by the person going first, person with a higher rating. So sorry, did not mean to slight Josh Koff, and thanks for his contributions to the Scrabble world.
Yeah, the Josh Koff analytics, we show those in pretty much every break we cut to. We are seeing if these players in the room can get to 2 million combined points. So there's our little piece of intrigue. I think we're pacing to get there. But, fatigue is a factor. Maybe scores drop on this last day. Wellington had other plans, though, as we saw 500 points from him and his opponent, like every game we saw from him. We'll see. Josh, we appreciate your stats. They're super cool, and I want to keep trying to play with those and improving broadcast in the future. All right, Matthew had an impossibly hard turn, and we just never talked about it at all. He's going to play Dues, which looks really weird.
That is very weird, but yeah, with the S hook right there. Wow. Yeah, we probably should have talked about that turn some more instead of digressing. You can chat can blame me for that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's whatever. It's fine. I couldn't even think of what to say. Every single option was bad. And generally when I want to start talking about a position, I want to have an opinion. I had no opinion. Everything seemed weird, but Dues completely off my radar. Matthew O'Connor holding the penultimate S in this game with the giant S hook available. He chooses to block the S and play the S for 17. I mean, most of his other plays opened stuff up in a situation where you don't want to open the board. But that was a strange choice from Matthew. I expect to see a little write-up about it in his book. I'm afraid to say anything about it that's critical because I know I'm going to be the commentator who gets torn apart.
Well, the interesting thing is that speaking of plays where everything is bad, Tunnicliffe has gone from drawing all consonants to all vowels here, but he also recognizes that even though he's slightly behind, this board is getting worse and worse, and he has decided to play Chow to open it up.
Yeah, I think this is kind of forced. You don't want to keep the double eyes, but you've got to start scoring some points, or else you're just going to fall too far behind in this game. So Chow makes a lot of sense for Matthew Tunnicliffe. He is within 8 points now, 135 to 143. Obeys does have a front hook in CSW play, and Matthew O'Connor holds it right now, Mobays. But rather than cashing it in, he's opting not to open the board again. He's going to play MOL in the bottom of this board. It seems O'Connor's whole MO is just lie in wait, and when this board opens, try to groom my rack to be ready to pounce on the opening. MOL for 21 puts Matthew O'Connor ahead by 29, but in a commanding position because he's got that second blank on his rack. Matthew Tunnicliffe has reached in and drawn the final S in this game right after Matthew O'Connor blocked the big S line on the board. So perhaps some premonition there from O'Connor. We'll see if Tunnicliffe is able to do any interesting types of setups with this S. You love having the case one, especially this early in a game. It's a lot of opportunity to be creative with it, and Matthew is a phenomenal and creative player. We'll see. GIE to the left or to the right side of Shuk looks to be his top choice here. 22 points, holds AHIS. HIE in the same spot scores 6 extra points, but keeps the G instead of the H. Jason, would you take more points, or would you keep the H instead of the G?
Oh boy, it's tempting to play GIE because it does set up the H. It also, I believe, I'm spacing on my Collins threes, but that should set up the case S as well. And so it looks like that's the route he's going to go.
All right, GIE, the engine's preferred play, Matthew Tunnicliffe's preferred play. He is within 7 points, 157 to 164. EFF ORK blank, another awkward rack for Matthew O'Connor. If he wants to commit to his defensive game plan, he can't feel good about the last play that Matthew Tunnicliffe made. There's not really a way for him to block the new line that was created behind UG, which takes both a back H and a back S. I think he has to leave it there and just kind of ride some equity here. Fork and EF is a strong option for him, 27 points. But if you get bingoed on with an S, you're going to be kind of sad about it. What do you think here, Jason? Are we going to see fork, or is there a reason to do something different on this board?
Fork seems pretty obvious, but somebody in chat said explain the deuce play, and I would if I could, but I can't, so I won't. It is very interesting, but as people have pointed out, this is very on brand with Matthew O'Connor, but that's why it's just so hard to play defense for an entire game and try to milk a 30-point lead like he's trying to do. So yeah, I'm actually not surprised that he's not playing fork, and he's going to play feral and keep things tied up.
All right, Matthew, just committing to I'm just going to keep this board very tight. There's nothing you can do to obstruct the UGS hook, so you just don't, and you score points elsewhere and don't open anything new. Matthew Tunnicliffe, I missed this on the last turn, so I want to give him credit for it. Another huge consideration for holding the H is that it unlocks the triple word on the left side of this board with CH plays, and now he holds DAH and CH for 28, keeping that S along with ADI to threaten bingos down to UGS next turn. That seems like a good line for Matthew, but he does have higher scoring plays. DADAH plays either back hooking a guy horizontally or making ED alongside guy vertically. Jason, would you go long here with Dada, or would you keep this board under control and play just DAH on the left?
DAH seems right to me. It scores, it opens the board as you're behind, and maybe that's kind of part of O'Connor's plan, is that if he knows that you're not going to keep the board shut up, So you have the case blank. You're going to be more likely to pounce, when the board is open. Make your opponent kind of sacrifice equity to do that. But didn't look at the sim, but DAH would certainly have been my choice.
DAH just makes this board more dynamic, and you can't feel like you're in a great position if you're Tunnicliffe, but I do want to point out it's only a 2-point game. In my head, I feel like I should be way further behind. My opponent's dropped a blank bingo on me, and I've had a bunch of terrible wrecks in a row, but maybe you don't need to open so much if you're Matthew Tunnicliffe. Now, these are two players who are very familiar with each other's styles, and I feel like I've seen enough Matthew O'Connor Scrabble to know that when he's behaving the way he's behaving over this board, there's got to be a reason. I wonder what odds Matthew Tunnicliffe would put on Matthew O'Connor having a blank on his rack, given the recent developments. This is a great play for Matthew O'Connor. Hoka on top, it obstructs the D, it scores very well, and it sets up the F. FAA, valid in CSW, means Matthew has big threats next turn, depending on what he pulls, or at least good scoring plays on a board that is otherwise abysmal to score points on. Huge swing in Matthew O'Connor's favor. ADGIIST on Matthew Tunnicliffe's rack. And we'll see what he chooses to do here. He's got some fun plays. GIED and DIG creates a new line for him on the board. He can go even longer, play guide and digit if he wants to go crazy and open some space. And if he's concerned about that AA setup, he can thwart it with disobeys, a nice extension for 30. Jason, would you play disobeys if you saw it, or do you think the other options are stronger here?
I don't think I can, as cute a play as it is, and as much as I sometimes like playing the cute play at the expense of equity, I don't think I could justify parting with the case S at this point. I think it's got to be dig. I know that dig is probably pretty terrible, and we've kind of gotten into this pattern of Tunnicliffe opens, O'Connor closes, Tunnicliffe opens, O'Connor closes, and kind of slowly widens his lead. So again, O'Connor is so good at playing these type of boards. It also, you hate to play your opponent's game a lot. You hate to play into your opponent's strengths, but so I think you just gotta play dig. O'Connor's gonna play underneath it, some high percentage of the time, but I just don't see anything better than that.
What I would do here is actually a little bizarre. I think I'd play DIG vertically, making ED. If I play DIG and GIED, I'm afraid that Matthew will be able to obstruct the UGS hook that I'm holding. If he plays something like Vang, then I'd be hugely sad. And so for that reason, if I play dig vertically, even though I'm sacrificing a few points right now, like I've got the UGS hook and it probably isn't going anywhere. I now also have the EDS hook, and the H's have all been played, so I don't have to worry about EDS. Matthew's going to do something similar. He just wants to preserve the UG hook, minimize the odds that it gets blocked, try to bingo next turn. He's going to play GI, a top upstart. This makes sense as well.
Does make sense, yeah, and not to be results oriented, but if he had played dig making jive VOUGE would have scored well and just totally killed the board. So Tunnicliffe's rack kind of slowly but surely getting better. What does Matthew have here? It looks like taking that FAA spot he just created with a simple FEU looks right to me. What do you say?
Yeah. You don't want to open the board, and FEU opens just a little bit of space, but front hooking that U is rather unlikely. The UGS bingo line still the big concern. You've got to keep scoring some points if you're O'Connor. If you can put enough on the board, you might be able to even weather the eventual bingo that might come down. So I like FEU or perhaps FOU, but seeing 5 unseen E's in the bag, I'd be looking, I think, to shed one of them here.
Yeah, so I just noticed the pool now, 18 vowels, 19 consonants. I mean, we knew that was going to happen after all the consonants that were played early in the game, but he's going to go FOU instead. He did bingo with Elevate in their first game, and may in fact draw into that again.
I don't think I like FOU here. FOU takes 4 back hooks in CSW, the D, the L, the R, and the S. And I would hate to let Matthew Tunnicliffe open the board by playing a 5 ending in R with 3 R's unseen. That happens quite a bit. If he plays a 5 vertically there, then I've got a wide open board in a game where I've been working so hard to control the board. I think I'd prefer to FEU. If he backhooks that one with the case D, whatever, that was a long shot. If he burns an S to backhook FEU, then I no longer have to worry about UGS bingos. I wouldn't have done that, but I'm sure I'm just going to get another chapter of a book written about me. EEECVX blank now on O'Connor's rack, AADEIST on Tunnicliffe's rack. Tunnicliffe has, I think, an interesting turn here. He can just fish his A. PEAG is 11 and holds ADEIST. That feels okay to me. The most likely outcome is I draw an E and I bingo with ID8's next turn. But the scary part about fishing the A is I also see 4 I's, and I'm going to be very sad if I draw an I and have to fish again next turn. I also think a 1-tile fish is going to set Matthew O'Connor off. He's going to do everything he can to obstruct. But the UG spot, very nice and pretty hard to obstruct. Any obstruction O'Connor tries to make is going to require him to play QIN, which would just set up a different S lane for me. 1-tile fish makes some sense here, and I usually hate doing that.
Yeah, I kind of liked playing AI in that spot where he just played 8. As you mentioned, all the eyes out there. I think drawing into dates with the pool as it's currently constructed was really productive. But he has drawn the bingo, although again, given this board construction, not sure it can play, or dailies off of UG is fine. So yeah, is Matthew going to play exact off of the E in GIE, or does he have other options with that X?
He's set up. He's already pulling the trigger on it. Vexed plays right here, backhooking FOU. Vexed is 51. So Matthew choosing to cash in the blank for a non-bingo, but on a board without much opportunity and with tiles that aren't all that close to a bingo, this makes sense. Matthew says, hey, now if you bingo with UGS, I will still retain the lead. Now, I actually don't know what that blank is. It could be an R, a D, or an S, but it doesn't make much of a difference in this situation. Vexes, Vexer, or Vexed comes down for O'Connor. As you said, though, a bingo in weight for Matthew Tunnicliffe. Dailies plays for 72. Idealize to the E in Vexed also plays for 72. Matthew Tunnicliffe's going to pull the trigger on one of these pretty quickly, and he's chosen Dailies.
Makes sense. Idealize probably a little bit too risky to slot that I where it does.
Yeah. Matthew O'Connor still up by 7 and on turn after Tunnicliffe's bingo. This is why cashing in the blank for 51 felt pretty wise last turn. If he played exec, holding CV blank, and drew a bad rack, he'd be trailing and have some ugly letters. I think burning the blank made sense, increased his win percentage. That felt like the play last turn for Matthew O'Connor, and this situation is precisely why. Though if you flip the racks, if Matthew O'Connor drew the terrible rack Matthew Tunnicliffe drew, and Matthew Tunnicliffe drew the nice rack Matthew O'Connor drew, we would very much have a game on our hands anyway. CEIMNOT for Matthew O'Connor. There are some 7s in this rack. Centimo, tonemic, and entomic, but none of those play on this board. No playable bingos for O'Connor. This is a situation where some weaker players start to fall into a trap. These are some bingo-oriented tiles, and I see some players in these situations choose to fish, score 15 or 20, and keep a stable leave together. That is the number one way to blow games. You're in an advantageous situation, and you put your fate in the hands of the tile bag. Matthew needs to score, and he needs to score well on this turn, even if it means playing off some of these bingo-prone tiles. Bingoing is not what he needs to do to win this game. He's got a very high-scoring overlap, COMTE, on the left side of dailies for 31. In my head, that's the right line for him.
Absolutely. No, very well said. I look forward to reading how to play Scrabble like Matt Canik. I think O'Connor has inspired me. I'm gonna make a book how to play Scrabble, or how to not play Scrabble like Jay Snydowski. It'll just be my biggest blunders throughout my career. It'll be a comprehensive what not to do guide. So hopefully I can get that together and on bookstore shelves in time for the holiday season. But no, I think what you said is absolutely right. Comte there, 31. Takes 5 tiles out of the bag. You're taking air out of the bag. You're extending your lead. This remaining pool, which I believe is from Matthew's perspective, is updated. You do have that E. It's still semi-open, but there's not a lot. The J is going to get in his way. The 2 U's, V, Y, Z. I think you got to keep scoring. And so he's going to play Centime. Keeping one vowel by itself here a little risky. I would kind of like to keep at least one consonant, but kind of just a variation on the theme. Score, block, and take some air out of the bag.
Now, this is wonderful. Yeah, you are keeping one vowel, but there's not really a situation where you're going to draw all vowels and be in huge trouble. There's just enough consonants in there, particularly scoring consonants like the J and the Z, that this is likely to work out so often. Put some points on the board, draw some fresh tiles, obstruct some of the crazy opportunities Tunnicliffe has. I really like this play from Matthew O'Connor. DIRTVUY, the rack for Matthew Tunnicliffe. The D unlocks GIED, back hooks once again. Dirty, DIRTY, plays with guide for 32 and opens one more line on this board. But Tunnicliffe's going to have to make a choice now. Can I afford to open this board with Z's and J's lying in wait? Am I giving too many opportunities back to Matthew O'Connor? Is he just going to absolutely pulverize me with those high-scoring tiles? The Z in particular is quite scary to be unseen if you're Tunnicliffe. Matthew O'Connor can basically win this game in one fell swoop with the play of Azo or Zoa on the left side of dailies. So a lot for Matthew to dissect in this tough pre-endgame situation. I think he has to make a couple assumptions here. One, he has to assume Matthew O'Connor doesn't have the Z, because if Matthew has the Z, he's probably done. Two, he has to hope Matthew O'Connor doesn't have an absolutely devastating J play, but on this board, there aren't really many devastating J plays that I see. Jiao is about the strongest possibility. So I'm going to assume I'm probably going to go ahead and draw the Z. I'm going to hope he doesn't have it and just see what happens here.
Yeah, like you said, I think you gotta play it rough here. Like you said, can I afford to open the board? I would say, can you afford to not open the board? Can you afford to keep it shut up tight, being down 30 some points? I think you kind of have to take the risk. I'm seeing Zoya on top of Centime there. Probably something better than that with the Z. And there, you could just plunk it next to dailies there. Where are we getting 45 by playing Zoya there off of dailies? I guess so, eh? Yeah. All right,
Yeah.
that's got to be right. You would think, although it does empty the bag. I'm sure he'll take his time to see what he might have through that U or through that V in EROV. The beauty of that play for Tunnicliffe is if he has a bingo starting with V, it is guaranteed to go down because both of the V's are situated where they are. Kind of a concept in backgammon where you kind of it's called duping. So if a 5 is a good number for your opponent, you maybe make a play where it's very rare to hit double five. So, if they're going to have a good roll, if a five is a good number for them anyway, do something where if they roll a five, then you're just kind of sunk. So kind of same principle, kind of duping the V's here.
Matthew is a little concerned here because there are three tiles in the bag. So if he chooses to play Zoa or Zoea, he is emptying and he is vulnerable to out bingos. He's going to do his paperwork, do his tracking, and start writing out all the possible out bingos he sees. I know he knows the word untrendy. He texted me about a month ago, right when I moved to his hometown of Boston. Not hometown, but where he lives now in Boston, and said, I've been playing well. I just found untrendy. So I know he knows that word. Ununited, uninured, unturned, also threats down from the U in Eruv. So Matthew's not 100% if he plays Zoa or Zoea. He is vulnerable to certain devastating out bingos. There's also undriven through the V, but those tiles also allow unearned from the U. So if Matthew's got that rack, he's just got two different options. There are also some other threats he may need to defend against. Injury, Injury, is a non-bingo that plays with GIEN, 45 points possible there. So there are some universes, maybe, if I don't do this all right, where Matt can hit a devastatingly high-scoring play. We saw these guys play a game earlier. Matthew decided to block some of the long shot bingos and just got outrun by Matthew Tunnicliffe. Tunnicliffe had an incredibly high-scoring stack of OG'd for 46 and just ended up winning an end game by a couple of points. Very similar situation here. We'll see if Matthew tries to play bingo defense. If he tries to not empty the bag, just ZA and ZO makes a little bit of sense for him here as well. Or if he says, whatever, if you got it, you got it. I'm just going to wager that you don't got it because I think this maximizes my odds of winning. He's only up by 12, so he can't afford to make massive sacrifices here.
Yeah, probably having flashbacks to that, to his loss end of day 2, I think it was. End of day 2. So yeah, I do wonder if you just play Zoea, you empty the bag, and you say if you got it, you got it. If you don't, I'm going to be far enough ahead that I'm going to win. Curious as to what percentage of the time Matthew is bingoing. He did only play 3. Now we know that his lead was not that great. It's hard to kind of make leave inferences from Eruv. You're going to get rid of the UV a bunch of the time regardless. Can you do like some sort of middle ground, 3 in the bag, he's just gonna score. He's gonna empty it on the number, which seems a little weird. Feel like Zoea was a little bit better, but Azo should be enough to outrun. Matthew is gonna have Deity. He did block the Jin spot though. Don't even with a rough end rack for O'Connor, I think a 54-point lead is going to be enough to bring this home.
Yeah, Matthew O'Connor has to feel good about his chances. If Tunnicliffe did have that out bingo, it would have come down immediately. And O'Connor has actually reached in and grabbed the letters. He's done his tracking. He knows that there's no bingo Tunnicliffe can threaten now with that JY combination on Tunnicliffe's rack. So Tunnicliffe will try to figure out the best end game sequence, but there's no way he's going to close this 54-point gap. This game goes to Matthew O'Connor, surviving a little word lapse early on, playing his signature defensive brand of Scrabble and winning this one in the trenches. It's a Matthew O'Connor game when the winning scores ends up being about 370.
Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't even think that was allowed in Collins, having a winning score below 400 at this level. But, he'll choke the life out of a game. It's really something to watch. His board control is incredibly impeccable.
Yeah, board control, I think, is a great way to describe the brand of Scrabble that Matthew O'Connor plays. He's been described in the past as a defensive player, and he says he rejects that label. He's not defensive. tries to make the best play every turn, and sometimes that ends up being defensive. But board control, I think, is a better way than just defensive. He doesn't block just to block. He controls the board and shapes it in a way that works to his advantage, and it's worked stellarly in this game. Tunnicliffe, under 3 minutes left. He can actually close a large part of the gap if he finds his best end game, but this is very strange.
Yeah, what's the duck saying here?
It likes playing. This is unhinged, but also epic. Best in game is JOIN through the OI for just 11, but it sets up joint.
Oh, it sets up deity for like 1 million. Oh, wow.
And even if that's blocked, deity plays with GIED at
Yes.
the bottom for 32. So that is Nigel level endgame there.
That's
It
what I
doesn't-
was going to say. I feel like Nigel is the only person who would play this endgame correctly.
I don't know that Nigel's the only person. And if the score's a little bit closer, I could actually see.
Oh, but he's got it set up. Unless it's just playing deity first and I have 2 spots for Jin. But if he realizes he can play it in the other order, Jin and join, I should say. But if Tunnicliffe can pull the trigger and join here, that will be super impressive.
This is a great endgame lesson too. When you see a great sequence, deity, and then go out with join, just pause for a second and say, hang on, what if I do it in the other order? Does that work
He's
out
going to
better?
pick up Jan. I think he's going to do it.
Oh my God, this is awesome. You said Nigel is the only one who finds
I
this
know.
sequence. Matthew Tunnicliffe says, shut up, Jason.
Need I remind you that 3 hours ago I counseled Wellington to start cutting spread, and then he played a 100, almost 200-point triple and almost won the game because of it. So nobody should listen to anything that I say. But what a great play by Tunnicliffe. Very impressive.
Nobody should listen to anything I say either, and yet they still allow me to talk for whatever reason. All right, 322 to 365 now, the delta between the players. And Matthew O'Connor got to sniff out the deity setup, and he's just going to do what he can to block it.
Yeah, so run over. I mean, he'll even short on time. He's probably going to see run over. I guess. Okay, there are a few plays that win. Oh, Zaire is nice too. Okay,
He doesn't even have.
he doesn't even need to block it. Okay, I'm just wondering if there's ever a situation in which Tunnicliffe wins after O'Connor's blunder, but the gap is just too big.
Yeah, the gap just a little bit too big as Matthew cashed points and like we said, pad that scoreboard. He cashed in the blank to play Vexed. He crushed the Z to play Azo and put just a big enough delta that even after a Galaxy Brain super endgame setup from Tunnicliffe, he's just going to be able to hang on and win.
Yeah, the cool thing about Deity is that it's one of those fives already in alphagram form, like 40 and Achu and stuff like that. So
Matthew has found Nounier. This is about 6 points off from his best in game, but he's going to cede Deity to Matthew Tunnicliffe, knowing, hey, I can survive this. Nounier comes down. Matthew Tunnicliffe is going to stare off into space and be like, wow, I watched you mess that in game up, and you're actually going to let my setup be executed. Deity is 46 points for Matthew Tunnicliffe, but it's not going to be enough.
do you do the Hail Mary challenge and give him the nickel, or is Tunnicliffe 100% on Nounier? I mean, he probably should be, and apparently is.
Yeah, he probably did just a little bit of that math, but his spread just close enough to Harshon's to not warrant it. Let's cut to overhead mic and see what we capture.
Yeah. Let's try.
You scared the shit out of me. I was like, I'm not fucking around. I think Zaire wins. Oh my god. You scared the shit out of me by holding. Oh my god.
This wasn't me fucking around. I don't even know if that's optimal. I'm just like,
It's just,
if he screws up, there's something.
oh my god. I can't even speak. I'm sorry. If they ask me to interview, I just can't. Send Matt Canik my best regards. There'll be too many Matthews anyways.
All right, so Matthew O'Connor showing precisely why I chose to step away from the board. When you actually have that tournament where you finally put the pieces together, you put in the works, you do the reps, and you're getting the results. Oh my goodness, your heart pounds. Matthew Tunnicliffe with the little mind game. He says hold when O'Connor plays Nounier. Matthew O'Connor's life flashes before his eyes, and I literally blew a game in that situation on the last day of a nationals. And I basically gave up competitive play after that. So I totally understand the feelings, the deep breathings. It is such a pressure cooker late in these close games. But Matthew O'Connor did it all right. We're going to let him have his moment. He takes down tournament leader Matthew Tunnicliffe, which means our afternoon session is going to be absolutely nuts. Tunnicliffe about to drop to 21-7, 1 game up on Wellington, either 1 or 2 games up on Harshon, and Matthew O'Connor about to jump up to 20-8. So we're going to have 4 players separated by 1 game in our afternoon session. The players are going on lunch break. Jason and I are also going on lunch break, but Jason, we will be back this afternoon, 2:45 Eastern Time, 75 minutes from now, with 4 incredibly high stakes games of Scrabble. What words do you have for our audience before we cut away for said lunch break?
I think what we just, saw and heard from O'Connor there says more than I could probably say, over the course of 8 games about the pressure of a moment like this and of a tournament like this and trying to build on that amazing start he had and come up with the biggest win of his career. And I hope he has a very restful lunch. I hope he's able to enjoy the fact that even though it may not have been perfect at times, he got the W. He's still in it, and this is going to be one really fun afternoon. A 4-horse race representing 4 different countries: U.S., Canada, U.K., and Nigeria, and I cannot wait to bring it to everybody.
It is going to be so awesome. None of you watching could possibly turn away from what is going to be an insane afternoon. We appreciate everybody for tuning in. If you haven't yet, please help us get bumped up YouTube's algorithm for the final 4 games of this session. Make sure you smash that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you like what you're seeing. Josh Greenway and Kieran O'Connor, the brains behind the Let's Play Scrabble operation, would love to have your support. And check out some of the other videos they've got from historic tournaments. There's all sorts of super awesome content put together by the LPS team all over their YouTube channel. With that, we are going to cut away. Again, lunch ends at 2:45 Eastern Time. So you've got about 74 minutes. Set a timer on your phone. You will not miss the afternoon action. But go touch some grass, go cook some food, go pet a cat, go sniff a dog, or whatever it is that you do for fun. Jason and I will be back this afternoon for more games. See you there. Well, I hope you had a good lunch break or whatever you chose to do with that 75-minute intermission. We have 4 games to go from Albany, New York, and 4 players still in contention to win the $15,000 first prize in the Bob Linn Superstars Division. Matt and Jason will be bringing you the remainder of the coverage. Jason, tell us about who we've got in our first matchup of this final session. Jason, you are on mute.
All right. Second and hopefully last time. Wellington Jiggery against Matthew Tunnicliffe. Tunnicliffe, I should say, even with that loss in the last game before lunch, still maintains a 1-game lead, although Harshon has the monster spread among the 4 people in contention. And you can certainly never count out Wellington, even though he is in 4th place right now.
Man, 4 incredibly good players. Only one of them will walk out of here with the title of champion and with the big fat check that they're going to have to pay some taxes on. That's how much money we're winning in Scrabble right now. Let's cut over to the board. We've got Matthew Tunnicliffe. We've got Wellington Jiggery. We are ready to play some Scrabble. So, no further delay. Let's do it. Let's play Scrabble. As Wellington draws his first tiles, I do just want to give one more shout out to the generous support of the Word Game Players Organization. That is the sanctioning Scrabble body in North America that is sponsoring this tournament, taking care of these players' ratings and organization. The Word Game Players Organization sponsors some of the largest tournaments around, like this one, adding money to the prize funds to buffer things up. But of course, the real superstar at this tournament, Bob Linn, providing his funding, $63,000 to make this the richest prize pot in North American Scrabble history. Wellington, 5 vowels on the first rack, 2 plays that make sense to me here, Jason. There's Adial and there's Adieu. Do you have a preference between either of these?
Oh, I thought you would give some credence to EAU, but it certainly looks like Wellington is only going between those two. And I do not normally I have some strong opinions on opening plays, but I do not really have a forgot about AUE, which is the Collins only anagram of EAU, and it looks like he's gone with Audile.
Yeah, I like this. I'd either play the 5 or the 6 here, EAU or AUE, and it just makes me sad. DEIL is not as strong as it appears on paper, and it's almost better to just exchange those 3 vowels if that's the line you choose to take there. Playing long is definitely the correct option for Wellington here. Adieu and Audile, about a coin flip. He goes with his gut. He plays Audile, turns over 6 fresh tiles, and we're on Matthew Tunnicliffe of Ottawa, Canada. AFMRRTV on his first turn. Strongest option jumping out to me right now is MIRV through the I and Audile. It doesn't score as well as some of the other options he's got, but AFRT is one of the stronger leaves you can keep. You can't shed all of the clunky consonants here. MERV scores well. It gets rid of most of the junk on this rack. What else do you see here, Jason?
Not much. Merv looks like the best one to me. He could also play farm underneath Audile, but he has decided to go with Merv.
Yeah, Merv gets a thumbs up from this guy, and keeping your clock off is another strength of that. Just make a good play, make it fast. Wellington also following that adage right now. Make a good play, make it fast. JAWED, pretty clearly his top option there, and Wellington doesn't need to think more. He's confident in his abilities, as he should be. He's off to the races. 52-17, Wellington's lead. Matthew, AFNORTY. He has one very fun option on this turn. I'm not sure that it's the correct option, but a sick 4 overlap stacking play is available to him if he sees it. Oh boy, that's a fun one.
It is a fun one, and may actually be correct after all. It's kind of bouncing between that and the standard fray, which is what I suspect that we will see. Frey making JA and AY will score 32. The play that you mentioned, which is the very cute and very slick Foeman on top of Audial there, playing the FO on one side and the AN on the other side, leaving try. Also, 32 doesn't really do anything about that J in space, though. But yeah, Sim is showing those two pretty much neck and neck, and has actually started to give a very slight edge to Foeman. And just as I say that, they switch again. So certainly a stylistic decision right here. If you see Foeman, Frey may still be the better play.
Yeah, there not too many players are going to notice the weird stacky wraparound of Foeman, and even if you spot it, it's ambiguous if it's the best play. But Matthew has some great board vision, a great creative player. I think he's got a shot to spot it. FRAY, though, a very logical, reasonable play for him here. FOY alongside Jod is another option, just 23, but that ANRT leave does synergize well with the floating E and A dial. So a big turn here for Matthew. Looks like he sets up Bay front. If beggars could be choosers, he'd beg for a B out in space, but alas, not there for him. Oh man, yeah, Foeman is so fun. It makes scoring so difficult for Wellington next turn. That's just a beautiful, beautiful play. But I think most human players are playing. You're debating between Frey and Foy on this turn.
Yeah, Foy is not awful, by the way. Simming about 1 percentage point behind, but Rant is a very good leave, especially with that E and Audial sitting on the star there, just begging to be used.
Seen in chat, where is Will Anderson right now? Will Anderson is sitting in 6th place, mathematically out of contention for first, but very much in contention for some of the big secondary prizes. I think second still pays like $5,000 or something absurd. Just a huge purse at this tournament. But Will Anderson was eliminated just before the lunch break. Wellington, BEGILNR, had some of his bingos blocked, but does still have 2 playable. Blinger here, 66, or Blearing through the A and Jod, 63.
Oh, this is so tilting. He's gonna put it where he can't, where Tunnicliffe can't use the E for Aeronaut. He was gonna put Blinger down, and now he's gonna hide. Well, I guess you still have the E and Audial, but then that stops one short of the triple.
That is rather tilting. Your opponent plays a bingo that gives you a big response, and then picks it up and moves it elsewhere and makes your response way worse, or makes your response invisible. The G, though, in Blearing will give Matthew a second option. He's not going to be forced.
He does have Argonaut. So
yeah, he's not going to be forced to play the crazy aggressive Aeronaut for 59. Argonaut for 72 going to play after this one. So perhaps not quite as tilt-inducing as it first appears.
Yes, that's a little bit untilty, less tilty for sure. So might have been clearing up a scoring discrepancy there, but I would expect Argonaut to come down pretty fast. You really don't want to waste too much time, especially against somebody like a Wellington.
Wasting time. Tunnicliffe is not. He has hit Wellington's bingo with his own bingo, Argonaut for 72. Easily Matthew's top play, and he will make it in, well, I was going to say 25 seconds, but he stops Choose His Gum, which has been his signature look all tournament, and then finally smacks that clock. After the bingo from Tunnicliffe, it is 1:15 for the Nigerian, 1:12 for the Canadian, and Wellington has drawn the QU combination to smash that triple word score. Quota, easily Wellington's top play here. Quota will be played in under 30 seconds. More precise play as we've come to expect from Wellington.
I feel like we've seen that a lot this week. Like I seem to never draw the QU together, but everybody on table 1 seems to be doing it. We saw Will Anderson turn a DEG leave into 113 with the QU draw. So yeah, nice good break for Wellington, and so now we're back on Matthew with not a terrible post bingo draw, although the HUY not the best. He can get rid of 2 of those with YU on top of off of the Foy play there, making Joy and IU. Is that what you're seeing, or is there another option that you have in mind?
Now, YU feels very strong. Joy and YU, 24 points, sets up your S, and keeps bingo prone tiles. If you miss the bingo, you're going to have good 40-point bailout plays making Joys. AYU does score 8 more, but the A stabilizes this rack well, and with an unseen X out there, I feel like my S setup gets thwarted a lot and sometimes even punished hard by Wellington. I'd be looking to play YU in this situation. But I could see Matthew taking a few different lines here. The high-scoring HYE, making FY and Joe, is 35. The even higher-scoring HAYED, making FA, Joy, and AYE is 38, and retains the S to smash that spot next turn. Several good options here for Matthew Tunnicliffe. We'll see what he chooses to do and how hard he thinks on this turn as well.
Yeah, Haid does leave the U, but the other 3 are already on the board, so not a huge detriment to you. Haid, front hooks for Haid, are there any?
Let me check. Hooks surprise me. No front hooks for Haid, so you can make this guilt-free. Just the 3 or 4 tile stacks could punish you.
Yeah. Board is pretty open, though. You've got off of Argonaut, off of Dial. I mean, for the thing about YU is that the other 3 S's are out. We know that Wellington has one. But even then, I just think that the score is decent enough and the leave is super potent that I like it. Looks like he's leaning toward AYU, which, again, I tend to hate vowels. I certainly don't mind drawing into 3 consonants in a vowel. There are times I would rather do that than 3 consonants and 2 vowels. So perhaps play the A and give yourself 8 extra points. Like you said, it does make it a lot easier for that triple to be used for the S setup to be thwarted. And now he's looking at Haid, so pretty much echoing your analysis. And Odie's going to go off the board with Die.
Die. All right, let's think about this for a second. He's playing the D instead of the H. Keeping the SH combination together makes sense, but he's going to be hit hard and immediately. DYE playing JOE allows Wellington one strong play out of a relatively weak rack otherwise. Wiggs is 46, and Matthew has not found a great pull after his play, AHNNOUS. A big tilt in the win percentage meter in favor of Wellington in that 2-turn sequence. AHNNOSU for Matthew yields a number of plays that are all roughly equivalent. Just score in the mid-20s. Ideally, shed your U, maybe score some extra points instead. HAUN beneath Argonaut for 23 jumps out as maybe the strongest of these options to me, but this is an important turn for Matthew to choose how to construct the board. What do you like here, Jason?
Yeah, that's Die's still curious, maybe setting up the S on the other side there. Wiggs probably 46. That's probably about what Wellington would have gotten if Matthew had played AYU. Could have played Wiggs down the center column there. So as far as this turn, yeah, not a lot of great options. Has the columns for HAUN, which seems to be best, only scoring 23, but leaving NOS. Just try to get rid of that double N, of that U, and obviously the H, which is your only scoring tile on this board.
NOAH for 26 is simming close to HAUN for 23. It's a much more defensive option, just keeps things tight and controlled on the left side of the board. But it seems like bingoing down to the odd aisles lane or stacking a bingo on top or beneath the E in odd aisle is what needs to happen soon. on this board. There's just not a lot of other opportunity. For that reason, I try to stay as in bingo range as possible. HAUN bingo is about 45% of the time, though surprisingly, NOAH bingo is about 41% of the time. I thought there'd be a bigger delta between the O and the U, but maybe the U synergizes well with NS.
Yeah, I guess the N specifically, you got a lot of unwords, perhaps. Perhaps maybe you draw some out stuff.
Out stuff. Yeah, it could be that as well. Chat gave us a fun opportunity for an extension on this board. Quota has two three-letter extensions. One of them already out of play without a blank getting involved. One of them very much in play in this game. We'll see if either of those quotable or quotably end up being a factor when one player draws the last B.
Yep. Unfortunately, the Y's are both gone, so quotably not possible without a blank as well. But quotable have only down to the two L's and the one B, but obviously loads of E's. So good spot by chat.
Case B could be interesting in this game. If it comes with an L, there's going to be a big decision for a player to make. Tunnicliffe going a little bit off the board again here. HON is his decision. That U is usually just so unfun to keep. But as you mentioned, Jason, the other three already on the board, you are immune from doubling your U's up. So this makes a little bit of sense. I still think I'd have played the U, but this is Matt's decision. Wellington, out of a nasty rack, ITZ DDRX, ejects Dits. Had some other neat options on that turn. Perhaps OXID on the left side of this board between the disconnected OI, holding Dits for next turn was a line Wellington could have made there as well. But Wellington applying immense time pressure on Matthew, plays Dits quickly, sims close to Oxid, and most importantly, keeps Tunnicliffe's time ticking. As this board stays tight and controlled, time pressure could be a major factor in this game. Stay tuned. Tunnicliffe, AENSSU blank now on his rack, finding this game's first blank. He will be bingoing on this turn. Doesn't have any options that score a ton. Highest score for Matthew is just 71, and those are both extremely aggressive placements in the bottom row. So this is a situation, I think, where Matthew tries to slow down, do some damage control, find a bingo that gives less back. And there is one bingo for Matthew that is extremely defensive and scores pretty well. Down from the T in Dits is Tautness. Matthew will still trail slightly after that bingo, but it just gives so little back that it has to be correct. And look at this beautiful Jason. He's found it fast.
Yeah, needed to find it fast too. Already, he's going to be at about 12 minutes with about half the game to go. Oxid's still available for Welly. Perhaps seeing the potential and just wanting to play Dits first. But yeah, and so he's got it, and this is going to hit the board quick. And we'll see if he can draw a vowel into this 5-consonant leave.
DHPRV is not a great leave to hold, but on a board without much bingo opportunity, the scoring tiles are actually not as bad as they seem. Wellington playing Oxid quickly here, and we'll go back to Matthew Tunnicliffe, who's found an awkward rack of his own. Wellington with no vowels, Matthew with just one vowel, and the bag more vowels than consonants, including 7 E's, 4 A's, 4 I's, and 4 O's. The end of this game is gonna be weird, but we'll focus on what Matthew has ahead of him right now. He's got to decide how he wants to approach the rest of this game. He's still a slight underdog, trails by 30 points. None of the plays here are particularly strong. None hold particularly well. So he's got to consider himself an underdog. Generally, when you're an underdog, you want to open the board up, but you don't want to do that if you're keeping weak tiles. So maybe Matthew tries to be patient here, make a smaller intermediate play that doesn't give something back now, and tries to balance the rack out a little bit more before opening things. Maybe he feels a sense of urgency and opts to open things now. Do you have any plays that stick out to you on this turn, Jason?
I do not, but I think that both players can kind of afford to be patient right now. They will both see that the unseen pool is very vowel heavy, especially more so from Tunnicliffe's perspective, where Welly just played the Z. As well as another vowel and another consonant, and then two consonants by their lonesome. So both players know that the vowels are coming, that they don't have to panic. Matthew can even get rid of the I this turn if he wants to, and probably won't get burned too bad with it. Given that you can probably suspect that Wellington is very consonant heavy, taking care of that I in wigs with playing flick or flim. It seems kind of lame. It seems, you don't want to be scoring 18 and keeping the board shut against a Wellington, but it seems to be the best option.
Yeah, I'm not quite ready to open this board if I'm Matthew. I want to get a little bit of a stronger rack before I do so. Flick or flim is probably what I'd end up backing into on this turn. MING and Hoang might be a thing I do as well, but those are probably the only plays I'd consider. I did kind of miss the call, and I want to give Wellington credit where credit is due. Dits before Oxid makes a lot of sense because Dits, as Alexi from Alexi's Carcassonne channel points out, Dits was an X setup. If Wellington draws an I or he threatens XI or XU on the following turn. So I should be picking these things up a little bit more. That is on me, but thank you to Alexi for keeping me accountable. It's the X setup, but of course Matthew's bingo made it, blocked it, and Wellington didn't draw it. Still, you got to give credit for the attempt. That was very nice from Wellington. Flim, the play from Tunnicliffe. TOPH quickly from Wellington is the response, but look at this. Matthew has found a vowel. Matthew has found his only bingo on this turn. Clothing for 67. Wellington stringing an H out in space and immediately hit with a big play. Wellington again continuing time pressure. He's picked up his tiles quickly and committed to Verd, V-E-R-D for 24. This is a strong play. Verd or Vend, really the only two plays in the same spot worth making if you're Wellington. Matthew, look at this draw. A-E-I-R-T to start, but he found some of those vowels in the bag. Those
he has
vowels,
inertia through the N in tautness.
Yes, he does. Those vowels allow him inertia, which is wild. He's going to throw this board wide
you
open.
got to, although putting an E there in a triple against a player of Wellington's caliber does not make you feel good about life.
No, but you got to hold your breath and do it. There's just so many points, and if you get tripled on, well, it just wasn't meant to be your day. No choice for Matthew but to play this bingo, and now you reach into the bag and you brace yourself. You're going to pull out 7 of the last 14, and Wellington on this rack does not have a strong counter through the E. So it is crunch time for Wellington. He's already a game and spread behind Tunnicliffe. If he drops this game, he'll be basically 2.5 games behind Matthew Tunnicliffe. It's going to be very, very, very hard for him to win. What will his plan of attack be?
Wow, so much to I didn't even get a chance to point out that it was Flick or Flim, and if Matthew had played Flick and kept the M, I don't think that that molting would have played there. But I always seem to come out on the wrong end of those. Keep this one or keep that one. Maybe that's one of the reasons that Matthew is as good as he is. That he made the right choice there, and not only was rewarded for it with a bingo the next turn, but a bingo the next 2 turns. So meanwhile, as we kind of all catch our breath here, Wellington, who certainly still has 20 minutes on his clock, which is insane, will have plenty of time to go through all the options here. There are so many vowels, and Matthew has found a bunch. Do you ever just keep that E open? I mean, I'm trying to see what the play that Quackle is suggesting is Katsina through the T, leaving just an E, which is so weird to me.
No, Quackle can't analyze this position correctly.
Yeah.
I would not take the sim results with any seriousness whatsoever. You got to figure out a way to draw bingos in two separate spots. You figure Matthew's going to thwart one. You've got to try to set some opportunity up and just hope to get very lucky here. Wellington, though, has set up anti-tack on his rack and is thinking seriously about this. He has to figure his odds are long in this game. And even if he's unsure of this word, he's got to see that some of the other plays, the 28, 30 pointers, Matthew just blocks the board however he chooses, and the game is over. So Wellington may feel like he must try this word to have any shot.
Maybe. I don't think he needs to panic, though. The blank is out. There's a lot of vowels. If Matthew pulled what he just pulled, even with the S, he can't really do anything about that E, even if it stays open. I don't think you need to hit the panic button yet. I do wonder if you can just make a straight play. You know, how often does intake win? I mean, probably not that often. But you know, with the blank out, maybe you just bank on drawing it and you know, try to give yourself a bunch of chance at it. We got 7 in the bag. If you play something like intake to that E and inertia, there's 2 in the bag. Matthew is going to be very loath to empty it. Now, the problem from Welly's perspective is that if he can somehow play across inertia, then he's like, those are really the last good bingo lines on the board. He's basically making you hook clothing with a blank S, or find some sort of 9. But I'm not even sure if Matthew has a great, you know, 3 tile play coming across that blocks everything. What are you seeing here? So in a position where, you know, I'm especially in this lexicon, I'm kind of lost, you know, for good analysis without the duck by my side. So what are you thinking here?
I need a moment to process all of this. You got to find. You do have some added bonus, the AE and inertia strung wide open, the clothing hook there. But if you're Wellington, the psychology in this situation is, I know Matthew's got 7 random tiles. I don't need to make inference. And I have to hope and pray that blank S is in the bag, or at least one of those. If I don't get the S for clothing, there's very little opportunity for me to do anything in this game. So first, you have to just assume that you're going to draw an S or a blank on the next turn. Second, you can't obstruct one of those lines. Matthew's probably going to be unable to block both. And then the third thing he's got to do is score some points. Matthew might simply be able to outrun if you make a very small fish here. So you want to score a little, but block nothing. And there aren't many great ways to do that. I mean, go for it.
No, Noah Walton, who's an amazing player, suggested just fishing the KA underneath Argonaut, which is tempting. But like you said, you certainly open yourself up to getting outscored. You're only giving yourself 2 chances at the blank. Like, you know, how often are you winning this game when Tunnicliffe draws the blank at any point? So I like the idea, and maybe it is the best play. It's really kind of hard to stomach scoring only 14 on this turn.
Mac Meller, our reigning North American champion, suggesting the play of AKITA and AG in the bottom right corner of this board, creating even more lines. It does somewhat obstruct the clothing line, but it has 2 bonuses. 1, you turn over more tiles to try to pull the S blank you need. And 2, it just makes things absolutely crazy. You've got the floaters in inertia plus the space at the bottom of the board to try to make something happen. Akita or something else like Antic in the same spot, or Acton, all of those make this game get very, very, very interesting. So we'll see. Wellington is probably going to use at least 10 minutes on this turn. Wellington should use at least 10 minutes on this turn. Wellington, brilliant in these situations. He'll figure out the way to maximize his win percentage here.
Yeah, and it helps that so he's used 5 of the 20 minutes that he had. So yeah, when you said it's going to make this game very interesting, I thought you were going to go with the adjective of weird, but this game has already been very interesting and very weird, and we've only kind of just begun in terms of time, only used about half of it, and I expect a lot of it a lot of these next 22 minutes. We're going to have a lot to look at, a lot to think about, and a lot to talk about and analyze. The more I look at the board, I don't think you can ever play straight with intake. I don't think you can ever try to run. Just kind of try to outrun, hope that Matthew's burdened with vowels only scores 15 on this turn, and you can just kind of backdoor it. I don't think that is going to work enough. I love the super hyper aggro Akita. I'm just trying to wonder like which of those plays is best. I think you want to throw the vowel out there given the vowel heaviness of the pool. So that would certainly be good for Akita. Acton does kind of keep the K. Again, maybe you take that spot for 39 with a Kino or something and backdoor it that way. Any additional thoughts or insights on what Wellington could or should or will do here?
Maybe we'll see something like intake, but I think we might also see something KENTIA through the E in inertia. Just throw even more tiles out there in space. KENTIA would be weak to just cheap little plays to the T in Kentia, the one that you'd place on that triple word square. But that could be a way for Matthew to block almost everything in one fell swoop, weak only to 9-letter possibilities or perfect fits. But Kentia kind of does the same thing as Akita, opens some different lines, plays kind of long. I do also think the K is going to be an absolute Trojan horse to you on this turn. I think it dramatically decreases the odds that your Hail Mary bingo actually hits. We do know that the blank is in the bag, which makes this turn awesome for Wellington. He does have a realistic chance. Kentia, Akita, a smaller fish inside of this board. Will he find a way to open new opportunities? Oh man, this is a fascinating turn.
Yeah, it's too bad you don't. I don't think you hit enough to just plunk the K at the top off of top center. Make KI for 18 off of the I and dits, but I don't know if that ever hits. Minus draw on the blank.
I wonder what a play of ANTICK through the I in inertia accomplishes.
What? No, I was going to say anti off of clothing, kind of setting up the C, but that's too cute and scores too little and gets blocked way too much. You're also not going to bingo drawing into ACK hardly ever.
Yeah, I think that might just be like a cool thought. Anytime you can try to set up a hook, maybe you should think about it. But yeah, for all the reasons you just outlined, I don't think that's going to work as often. I think shedding the K feels like almost a must in this situation.
Antic through the T in inertia is not bad either. It's being suggested with the K, which makes more sense.
I just feel like Matt can make plays through the K a little too often that block the vast majority of the board up. So I don't know how often Antic is actually going to work for you, but I don't know how often anything is actually going to work for you. You've got to find something that gives you reasonable paths to victory.
It's one of the things that makes this game so so darn interesting and so darn fun. You've got, Wellington, like I said, one of the top 4 players in the world right now who's taken 10 minutes. We have a computer in our back pocket. We've looked at this for 9 minutes, and I don't think any of the 3 of us really have a really good idea of what maximizes your winning percentage here, which is what you're looking to do on every turn. So it's one of the really fun, parts of this game that it creates positions like this that even the best computers struggle to figure out. And we've got some brilliant players in chat who are offering suggestions, and I don't know what is right, and I don't think that Wellington knows what is right, and he's taken 10 of his 20 minutes here, and he will probably take a few more.
I'm looking now at what could happen after the play of Cark, C-A-R-K, through the R in inertia. It scores 20, which puts you within range. It keeps some of the most bingo-prone tiles on your rack, A-I-N-T. If you're able to find R or S blank, something like that in there. Cark is somewhat weak if Matthew has an S to pluralize it and to play a word with Karks over to the triple word, but Matthew would have to expose some tiles for you to possibly bingo through. So Kark leaves a lot of tiles in space, makes Matthew's life very difficult if he does not have an S currently. That might be a line here too. Wellington's thinking about all of this. He's going to go in and count the tiles as well. Oh my goodness, this is a very tough turn.
Such a tough turn. I kind of like Kark. Anti is going to bingo a lot. Like you said, Matthew actually does have the S, but I don't think there's a 5 in here that he could play across.
I agree. Yeah. He doesn't actually have what he needs, but Wellington can't know that. The Wellington is making some informed decisions. Just assume Matthew's got several vowels and a pretty bad rack. KI is a play I considered pretty early. AANCT is not actually as rough as it looks. There's a lot of possible hits for this. Wellington, though, needs to pull an S or a blank to threaten the majority of the threats. Matthew, though, EEIOOPS, doesn't have many ways to obstruct the E on this board, and this is now a fascinating turn for him. What kind of inferences can he make after KI? What kind of blocks does he have to do? Wellington has not looked at those tiles. Oh, this is so
I saw him do this in the showdown, and didn't occur to me that he would pull it out again right now. Yeah. So, not sure how much stock Matthew puts into reading people, but won't be able to get a read on Wellington, and it's not like Wellington's going to need the time to find the bingos. If he's got them, he'll find them right away. So, even more fun here as we get to play along. So going back to Matt, do you just play OPE on top of Inertia? That was what I saw first, just as a block. But then again, now if Wellington has the blank, you're setting him up for non-bingo triples perhaps. Again, this is, I don't know how much stock we can put in Quackle here, but with its assistance, what are you seeing?
I mean, this is another position that just breaks Quackle. There's several degrees of inference that you just can't make, and it's just not going to handle these in-game situations correctly. My gut is, I do want to try to block as much as I can on this turn, but I also want to block the tiles that make the most sense to block. The E in the triple, of course, a huge threat, but doesn't seem to synergize all that well with what's unseen. The T and the I actually look like big threats. To me, there's no eyes in the pool, but that eye in space will give Wellington probably a lot of different options. Oh, man. OPE feels like a very natural play, leaves 2 in the bag as well, but can be front hooked by many of Wellington's possible bingos. He's got oops set up now, OOPS. I wonder if this is going to go down to clothings or if he's looking to play this elsewhere.
Yeah, just leave 1 in the bag and run. Stop the 7s. Boy, I don't know if I could ever stomach leaving all that top stuff open after Wellington's played 2 with the blank unseen, but he's just going to try to run. He's going to leave 1 in the bag and try to run, and now what did we buy? Another A and an O. So, and Matthews found the blank, so he's going to dodge the bullets here.
Yes, looks like he is indeed going to dodge the bullet. He's got to breathe a huge sigh of relief as he pulls into that blank. Wellington's gambit does not pay off. On that previous turn, Wellington could have played more tiles, increased the odds of finding that blank, but also would destabilize the nucleus of his rack. Matthew, though, finding it, he's a lock to win this game now. But what an absolutely spicy ending to this. Insane.
That was one heck of a game. That was a heck of a game. If the next 3 are like that, we're going to be in really good shape because that was a lot of fun. I don't know if you saw it in the chat, but right before Peggy McBride asked if there have ever been streams just from one person's perspective, and we almost kind of sort of had it there for a little bit with Wellington putting those that AR that he had just drawn face down and not looking at him. Not able to analyze that position with perfect information from Matthew's perspective. The more I look at it, the more I like Oops, especially with Matthew not too short on time. But I think you just say, all right, I'm just going to run. And, Wellington's great. Wellington's probably, bingo. Oops kind of, it stops, the stuff making the blank and S, the atoners, stuff that's going to score a lot. It blocks some stuff from through the T. There were a lot of vowels left, so maybe the I and A and E also don't help Wellington that much. I can get behind Oops. I can get behind KI too. That was a really tough spot, and I think, whatever Wellington decided, I think it was defensible.
All right, Wellington plays ZA and AA. He's going to draw an E out of the bag to threaten reactant through the T, craniate or carinate through the I, and Cataran if it plays on this board, which I don't think it does. Matthew, though, with a 60-point lead, has drawn the extension that we talked about earlier, quotable. If he pulls the trigger on that, he'll outrun these bingos. He can also block everything available to Wellington. BEEDIE to the right side of Oops blocks everything Wellington could threaten. Some of the other plays Tunnicliffe has there could also threaten it. I have blown a game on stream in exactly this circumstance, though, because I mistracked and then let Will Anderson triple out on me with a 9. So Matthew has to be absolutely 100% confident in his tracking. I think he might be retracking the game right now. I see him looking at the board and then crossing things off of his score sheet. Might also be counting, but you've got to be absolutely certain if you don't block that E that nothing bad is going to happen. Quotable wins this game. I don't know what Matthew's doing right now, but high pressure situation. You can see it on his face. You can see him rubbing his hands on his face now. I wonder if he sees quotable. I wonder if he's confident that BD blocks everything. I wonder if he knows he's got this game sewn up yet.
I don't think he does. He's certainly not looking like somebody who does. I'm sure he's just double checking everything. I'm sure he sees what's available through the T and the I. It's not super easy to see a way to play down that 13th column there. I saw obese, but obese still allows reactant. BD is the play. I think time's ticking. The pressure of the moment and the pressure of the clock, may get to him. I don't think that we'll see him make a game-losing mistake here, but we certainly might. Wellington finding basically the best tile there in the bag in the E. I think that Matthew will see. I don't think he'll see quotable, but I think he will see BD eventually, or at least something that plays there that kills everything. So what's he going for?
Looks like this is going to be Dobie. Toby, Toebie. This also blocks everything Wellington could have. Matthew, he is now doing the thing where he puts the word down and stares at it and is like, am I certain, absolutely 100% confident this has to be it? But, if I do screw this up, give up the triple on stream, I'll never, ever forgive myself. Toby, though, is a very strong play for Matthew. Does indeed take away all of the options for Wellington. Well done, and preserves some of the spread that may be so key at the end of this one.
Yeah, very nice play. Very nice. If he makes it, he is not officially yet, but yeah, probably just wants to look at it on the board. Again, this is even though he's won a North American championship, one of the would certainly rival that in terms of prestige to win a CSW title in this field. So again, just want to make sure this does block reactant. This does block. He can't have anything. I'm sure he has nothing through the C. Yes, I'm sure he has nothing through the C. So I think he'll make it eventually, but just want to look, make sure I'm far enough ahead, even if he has some sort of bingo through the A that I'm not considering. It's still ahead. So
just doing everything you can, taking every second, probably double checking that tracking. I'm guarantee you he has written down AACEENRT on his score sheet and is staring at it, thinking to himself, I don't recognize this alphagram. Actually, I think he's one of those crazy people who goes vowels and consonants.
Yeah, so he's writing down CNRTAAEE.
Monster.
But the point still holds.
What a monster.
He is.
Heathen. But also a strong Scrabble player. All right, fine. I'll stop. Yep, use every second because you have it and it's there and you want to make absolutely sure you don't screw this up. But this is exactly what you got to do.
Yeah, and after you play this, the E is going to go in a bunch of places, so you can even leave 5 seconds on the clock. You left 35. So very well done. That was a spot where not as easy as it looks to block everything and also score enough just in case.
All right, he has committed to the play. Braces himself. If Wellington was going to bingo out, he would do it right now. But he has to feel good. Wellington has not put anything down, which means I did this all right. Thank goodness. I've had Scrabble nightmares before where I do exactly what Matthew Tunnicliffe just did, and then the out bingo actually comes, and then I melt into a puddle. Scrabble dreams are bizarre and incredible, and I'm sure we're about to get some sick stories about them in chat.
Yeah. Drop them in chat. I've got some. Mine is my most common one, kind of a recurring one, is like I've overdrawn, and then so like there's 8 in front of me, and then I look down again and there's 10, and the next time I look down there's 13, and so like by the time the director comes over there's like 25 tiles, and my opponent basically picks my rack for me at that point. So, but I've never melted into a puddle, so I guess I've got that going for me.
All right. Crenate, Wellington's top option, found by him. Wellington has been out-bingoed 4-1 in this game, and yet was a threat to win until the very last turn. Everybody says the same thing about Wellington. He's so tough, and even when you think you've got him beat, he finds these ways to stay alive. Wellington doing everything he can. But Matthew Tunnicliffe finding the second blank late wins this one 450 to 388. We'll cut to that mic and see if these players want to chatter. All right, well, ever the lively bunch here. Players are so eager to sit over the games and discuss them afterwards, but at the end of a long tournament, sometimes the pressure says, you know what, I'm just going to focus on the task at hand and making the right play with the tiles in front of me. No post-mortem banter from these players, so we'll pull away from the board. Matthew Tunnicliffe with a huge win over Wellington Jagere moves up to 22-7. 2 games ahead of the former world champ with 3 games to play. This tournament is still wide open, though. We'll see. Matthew Tunnicliffe has somehow, incredibly, never played against Harshon in this tournament, despite them sitting 1 and 2 in the standings. I suspect that will change very soon. Jason, we're going to have a short break while we cut away. Again, late in these tournaments, every single result will be submitted before the next pairings are drawn up to make sure everybody is playing the right people and the pairings are as accurate as possible to keep things as spicy as possible. So a little break coming from us. Please, if you haven't yet, with 3 games to go, we would love to build momentum on the stream. Click that thumbs up button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't yet. All right, I will stop asking and we'll go start pacing around, trying to be nosy, figuring out our next matchup. I'll drop it in chat as soon as I know, and we'll be back with round 29, round 30. Round 30 coming very soon. Don't go anywhere. All right, well, miraculously, somehow, Matthew Tunnicliffe and Harshon, despite sitting at first and second place, have not played each other yet in this tournament. That is about to change. Jason, we're going to cut over to the standings, and you're going to walk us through what we're about to see in rounds 30, 31, and 32. Who can still win this tournament, Jason? Uh-oh, Jason, you might be on mute.
Okay, third and hopefully last time. So pairings basically try to give anybody who has a chance to win the tournament H. Wellington and Matthew, yes, they can win out and they can go to 23-9, but their spread compared to Harshon and Tunnicliffe's is so bad. If they split 3 wins and 3 losses between them, it is basically impossible for Wellington and Matthew to play each other. So after not playing each other for the first 29 rounds, which is quite the statistical fluke, I believe as the pairings are set up, they will play each other in what is essentially a best of 3 because Matthew has a 1-game lead, but Harshon has the spread advantage. So I believe that they will be playing in 30, 31, and then if those two are split in round 32.
So after all that, it comes down to a best of 3 between Canada's finest, Matthew Tunnicliffe, and the world's finest in Harshon Lamabadu Surya. Huge stakes here. Let's cut over to the board. We've got Matthew, we've got Harshon. First matchup of the tournament, and boy, are the stakes high. You would love to take game 1, then you just have to win one of the next 2. Let's let these 2 killer Scrabble players get to it. Round 30 underway. Let's play Scrabble.
And welcome to the Matthew and Harshon show for the rest of the afternoon.
If you are not entertained, I don't know what you're doing here. This is peak Scrabble, a best of 3 for $15,000 which would go so far for Matthew up in Canada. ALNOT and I and a G, anti-log, Matthew's opening turn bingo. This is going to come down quickly. Here we go.
Now he's pulling a Wellington over here. Like just puts the first one down and. See, not only does he organize them by vowels and consonants, he puts the consonants down on the board, and then he puts the vowels down. That's even weirder, to me, anyway. But anti-log, the only bingo, and always a great way to start. Nice thought for e-turn that you can take 35 seconds on and get out to a good lead. Although that lead will be short-lived, as given what Harshon has drawn.
Indeed, this is the start you want if you're Matthew, but also the start you want if you're Harshon. A first turn blank and O in space. 3 different 94-point doubles available here to Harshon. Wonder how long he spends here, but a clutch draw for him. Bingo to start for Tunnicliffe. Bango to start for Harshon. Off to the races in this one. The 3 doubles in folder, frivoled, and fluoride, each available to Harshon. I'd probably play the one that doesn't take an S, which is frivoled, but we'll see what Harshon chooses to do on this first turn. A double, basically a lock, though, from a player this strong.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to go with in folder. Frivoled does slap that I, gives back an OX. Potential EX, AX, OX, maybe a spot to dump the Q. So, not sure which one is the best. Not sure which one is simming the best. I think they're all pretty close. I think you just do what Harshon does. You pick one, you take your 94 and you move on.
And Harshon choosing the one that sims best. Frivoled would give back potential Z bombs, and on Matthew Tunnicliffe's rack, lying in wait is indeed that Z. So this is going to be a big swing for Harshon. His choice of in folder is going to stop the punish from the Z. Matthew still has major points, though. 58 points for the 5 letters ZOCCO and IO. does put a Z in the 5th spot in a triple-triple. Not the first time we've seen that today in a game involving Harshon. Last time, the Z in that 5th spot ended with a Wellington triple-triple of Mesozoan for 187 points. We will see if that Z leads to danger here for Matthew. But Sokol, easily the top option for him. A little bit scary, but something you've got to do, right, Jason?
I think so, but boy, howdy, Choco looks super tempting there to score well and keep the Z, as well as Kuz is also a potential. But I think if you're going to sacrifice the points, you might as well keep the Z. But yeah, it looks like doing anything else is just being overly fancy. Sokol, Zocco. I don't know if this is one that could be missed. You would think a player of Tunnicliffe's caliber would know all the power tile 5s at least, but certainly not one that's going to come up very often, and not one that's going to be easy to see.
Yeah, the double O's, the double C's together. It is definitely a word he knows, but it is one that comes up so seldom that it might be whiffable. And so far, Matthew Tunnicliffe has identified Kuz, which seems to be his second best play. But will he spot Sokol, or will he blunder here?
Is that off of Antilog then? So making Z-A-E-N?
I'm sorry, which one?
This spot for Kuz.
Yes. Kuz would be 34, okay. Z-A-E-N, keeping the CH combination together.
Gotcha. Yeah, that does look like the segment, but yeah, nothing coming really all that close to Sokol. Yeah, and if he doesn't play Sokol, this I would classify this as a whiff.
Yeah, absolutely. Zoko's got to be the play, much stronger, even despite the defensive concerns. I think it would be a blunder from Tunnicliffe. 2 minutes and change already on the turn. He's got Choco lined up, but he's looking at it, doesn't feel great about it. Will he spot the very low playability Sokol? The answer is no.
Oh, he's going to go with Kuz. All right.
All right, Kuz the play for Matthew. He's got 104 to Harshon's 94 after just 2 and 1 plays apiece. Harshon does have some high-scoring plays out of an awkward rack, EGHIPTW, 41 points available to him on the bottom side of this board with WEIGH. I think that's the strongest play here for Harshon. Jason, would you be playing Way here, or are you seeing other options that might be worth considering?
Yeah, you could also. I mean, I think whatever you're doing, you're going to open the triple. You could play up top with white or whipped. It appears, but it looks like Way is winning out in the sim here.
Yeah, Way simming about 3 points ahead of everything else, just because it scores so darn well. You will have to open something up for Matthew, but you can't make many inferences after the play of Cooze. Matthew's pulled awkwardly into that CH combination, a string of consonants NRTT plus just one O to stabilize that. We'll see what kind of options Matthew has after the choice we get from Harshon.
So yeah, interesting that he never set up Sokol. I mean, that is one. It's so low playability. Maybe just blanked on it, or
yeah, surely he just didn't see it there.
I mean, you kind of hate throwing the Z there, but 58 is 58.
58 is indeed 58, but we won't dwell on it too much more. I do think it was a miss. I never set it up, never looked at it once, and if you do count that score, it's you got to take it.
Looks like Harshon thinking about playing defensively with Wig, hooking the G to Za to make Zag.
Yeah, WHIG just 28 points. That would be an interesting play. Huh.
Yeah, do you have a preference here between Way, white, whipped, and Wig? Easy for me to say.
Way, white, whipped, Wig, yeah. I would play Way. I would just take the points in the bottom corner of this board and try not to think too much harder about it. Harshon now setting up white, WHITE, on his rack. He's not going to play that to the left side of infolder, is he? No, there's got to be more points somewhere if he's considering this option.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those where you always look for a better play, but like the better plays you're looking at aren't actually better. Oh, he's going to go with whip instead of wig. Okay, so variation on the theme.
Interesting. So each of these players with the option to expose a triple word chooses not to instead. Harshon playing whip here, holding the TEG combination, leaving a lot of points on the board, but this is the defense we've come to expect from him all tournament. He doesn't like to open the board. Generally, he starts to shut the board down when he takes the lead, as one should, but playing some defense early on in this one. 124 for Harshon, 104 for Tunnicliffe, and what could have been a big turn for him with some letters out in space is now a clunkier one. Engine spitting out many plays for Tunnicliffe on this turn that are all valued within just a handful of points from one another. We'll see what kind of statement he chooses to make. HENT through the EN and anti-log, backhooking whip with a T is a short, small play that kind of stays on brand with what we've seen. If you don't want to open this board, that's a cool way to do it. CNORT as a leave is not great, but with an I at the top of the board, ER at the bottom of the board, you're threatening bingos pretty often after just HENT. A natural play here as well is ROTCH, ROTCH, from the R and in folder, but instead we're going to see TOC here from Matthew. 27 points is nice. HNRT, an interesting leave. Engine didn't even spit that one out. What a choice from Matthew.
Yeah, it seemed like, obviously the C fits very nicely between the O and the H there. Not really like you can fish for some sort of four that ends in OC or AC. But yeah, it seemed like he set that up on his rack pretty early and then never really kind of got off it. So maybe a little bit of tunnel vision on that spot, maybe kind of spacing on the possibility of using the T hook to whip there, but maybe just figured he would do it this turn if conditions did not improve. So yeah, Sim didn't really seem to like that one, and I'm not sure why. I don't think
I'll tell you exactly why, Jason. In CSW, talk takes a front hook. It takes an A. So this seems absolutely wild. I don't know how Matthew could possibly make a read that Harshon doesn't have an A. Matthew did not have an A to set up. So that just seems absolutely bonkers to me. I don't know what he was thinking or why he was thinking it, but a very bizarre play there from Matthew Tunnicliffe. And that puts Harshon in a huge bind. This incredible setup has happened, and he can't do much to block it. But Matthew doesn't actually have it. I'm so confused right now.
Thank you for reminding me of ATOC. I forgot about that, and yeah, that okay. So that explains why Sim hates it, and yeah, that is very curious at this point. Certainly, if he had an A, he almost certainly would have played WHAP. So I think that Tunnicliffe can correctly infer that he did not keep an A, but he also drew 4 tiles, and there's 8 A's in the bag. So, like you said, an insane read. Meanwhile, Harshon close to, he is guiltier, but both of the L's are blocked off. That blank N and in folder is looking tempting, but unfortunately nothing there either. So what do? You don't really have a way to even block it. You don't have the L or an S to play off of cow, so I don't think you can do anything with it. So do you just race for the A with looks like the most points or the most tiles you can play though is among at least Quackle's Canada plays is 4.
You can play 6 if you play Guerite, Guerite to the E and in folder. Chat throwing that as a suggestion. Harshon set it up on his rack earlier and setting it up again now. He's playing long. Even if I don't draw the A that I'm looking for, maybe I draw the S that I need for in folders or antilogs. So Harshon just digging into the bag. Antilog also taking a back Y. He wants tiles that will help him on the board. He's going to eject 6. I love this from Harshon. If you can't obstruct the setup, then draw something that will punish next turn. Harshon's brain probably about to explode when Matthew doesn't capitalize on this setup now. Matthew's going to play Junto, Junto. This is a strong play for him. Goes digging into that tile bag as well. That talk play is absolutely ludicrous. Somebody is going to make a video about it. That was utterly, utterly wild. And Junto comes down. Harshon, we'll see if he pulls the A, S, or Y that he was looking for to open up parts of this board. I'm so confused right now.
I'm confused. So I'm still not sure what to make of talk. And he did find it with the last tile he looked at. So now the moment of truth from Harshon. Who's got it?
Harshon's just drawn an A, another A.
One.
All right, AADILNV gives Harshon a fascinating decision. He's drawn a low-scoring bingo on the board. Lavandin, Lavandin, through the N in Junto is 62. He can also just cash his A with Vanda for 57, front hooking talk to make a talk, or Vandal for 60. Very seldom do you see a player pass up a bingo without keeping a blank in tow, but Harshon with a fascinating decision here. The bingo for 62, Jason, or Vanda Vandal for 57 or 60?
Like, of course he draws the A, and it's still not a no-brainer. Just plunk the A. just put the V on a double and take your 60 points. Like, that's, of course, it's not an easy decision. That's how this game has been going. Oh boy, Sim likes the bingo, but I'm just playing Vandal.
Sim likes the bingo by like a point, and Sim is not super accurate in situations where you're trying to make additional reads. But now Harshon can have Matthew not pegged on an A. Taj and a talk looks to be or Junta and a talk would have been GG.
Would have been about $1 million.
So Harshon's got to be scratching his head like, wait, what? You set up the A, and then you didn't have the A at all because you should have played Junta. Harshon's got to be scratching his head now. But did Matthew draw an A on the 4-tile pull after Junto? That's the question for him. Little risk assessment math problem here for Harshon.
And he will pass on the bingo, which also may have not been seen. Again, tunnel vision, you just start thinking, all right, I can, he might have just been going between Vanda or Vandal in his head. It's you should always look for a bingo on every turn, but this, might be the exception to that rule.
My brain is exploding. That is not
I know.
anything I ever thought that I would see, especially not on a matchup with stakes this high. Chat said at one point Matthew kind of raised his eyebrows and looked off to the side. Maybe he all of a sudden realized the A-talk hook.
I think so.
But it's wild that he might play talk there and not notice the hook and then see it later. Or perhaps Matthew just trying to deliver some spicy content in this game. Harshon, after Vandal, though, leads by 45. The hook finally knocked out, and Matthew on AHMORRS will come up with a plan to proceed this game. The two O's look to play very naturally to the left or to the right side of Junto. Homo or Moho in that spot are strong plays here for Matthew. Jason, you like Moho as a stack, or would you be looking to do something different?
Yeah, he's got some good options. I kind of like Mojo through the J, although it looks like the Moho Homo in that spot are simming a little bit better. He's going to go with Mojo. I think those sim close enough that I would call it a stylistic thing.
So Mojo trying to set up some space on top while you keep strong bingo prone letters. The decision from Matthew Tunnicliffe. He is up to 181 after that play. Harshon drawing into Armiger after the 6-tile play, but no spot to play Armiger. No available bingos for Harshon. And now he gets to choose how to sculpt this board. He's got a way to shut down quite a bit of space on the bottom. Maigre plays beneath Guerite with 4 overlaps for a strong 31 points score. also has an added bonus of turning over 6 more tiles in a game where S's are so important. I do like that choice here for Harshon, but he's going to spend some time and make this decision. He's got plays through the U in Junto, such as Mirage. He's got other underlaps beneath Guerite that play fewer tiles. A very interesting puzzle here for Harshon. What do you like in this situation, Jason?
Yeah, these are, again, these classic, bingo doesn't play. What do you do? Do you play short? Do you play long? Do you blow it up? And certainly, not very many, if any, great kind of short plays. Even drawing into Grime, it's not like AR is going to score anything. So it certainly seems like a play where you're just going to blow it up. Looks like the best option to do that is Maigre, Maigre, under Guerite. Also Mirage through the U in Junto. Which is
the choice we're seeing here from Harshon. This board is wide open, and this may just end up being a bingo fest, though a lot of vowels lurking unseen. I suspect one player is going to get bogged down with some bad racks, while one player draws a bingo or two and wins this one. We'll see who draws what, though. Harshon up by 50 now, 232, 181. Matthew on turn. He can cash on top of Mirage, the 5-letter Heare, a strong option, 33 points. But there are some other good plays here for Matthew all over this board. This is another turn that warrants slowing down and weighing all of the options before committing to any one.
Yeah, so both players kind of being weighed down with the vowels. See, that was one of the reasons I liked Mojo the last turn. I thought that Rash, the 3 consonant 1 vowel leave, was better than a 2 consonant 1 vowel leave in this pool. Sure enough, Matthew drawing 3 vowels into Rash, so he will take the points with the E back hook to here.
So here the commit from Matthew Tunnicliffe. He's at 214 after that play. Vowels drawn for Harshon, EEIIY plus KR. Harshon now is going to have a choice to make. The strong equity play for him plays down from the R in Guerite. The 5-letter Reiki scores 30, gets rid of a lot of the vowels at once, but it does open this board up. And when you've got a lead, you don't want to do that. Harshon has other scoring options in this situation. The strongest one, 41 points for KYE beneath Whip, making Cowie and Osh. Well, see, that seems a little bit more on Harshon's brand of Scrabble, but I would love to turn over tiles here if I'm Harshon. I would love to try to get one of those S's for anti-lugs, for enfolders as well, and also for HEARES. S's are huge. The more you can play, the better. Harshon looking now at Reiki down from the R. This does hold double I's with 3 more to be drawn potentially, but it scores very well and does turn over 1 additional tile compared to Kai. What do you like here, Jason?
Boy, this is an interesting turn, especially since Matthew has uneases ready to go if it stays open. Yeah, this is an interesting spot. It's Kai. You can just grab the points with Kai, but yeah, leaving double I's with 3 I's unseen. 3 isn't a lot, I guess, but this pool is vowel heavy. I would, there's a reason that Reiki, the massage, R-E-I-K-I, is simming so much better than Reiki, despite the point sacrifice. So he's gonna take the points and leave Matthew, and as it turns out, leave Matthew uneases off of Enfolder.
You could see it on Matthew's face, and Harshon actually hasn't hit his clock yet. There he goes, though.
Now he has. Yeah, he did kind of give a tell there for sure.
But yeah, Matthew knew he's just got these bingos at the bottom of the board, and if they get blocked, he's in a much more difficult situation. But uneases for 80 coming down for Matthew Tunnicliffe. He's up now 21 after a slow start, 294. 237, the Canadians lead. Harshon with a big draw here, EIIR. What does the tile bag have in store?
Well, we won't know that for a bit, given Harshon's style. He will track uneases and KYE first, and we'll actually get a look at Matthew's post bingo draw and see how vowel heavy it is. Well, there's the X, which will probably come in handy. So, what a weird game.
Oh man, set up the X beneath uneases, then draw the X and some fantastic stuff like annexes. What a pull for Matthew Tunnicliffe in the first of this best of three for the Bob Linn Superstars Championship. Harshon has reached in and found one of those crucial S's just after Matthew plays two more of them, but a third I and an O hamstringing Harshon in this rack. Ow, that is brutal for him. I wonder what he's going to do here. If you do know the three-letter extension to anti-log, Antilogies plays for 33 right now. IOOR is a terrible leave, but points are nice. Jason, do you think it's appropriate here to score 33 with the extension, or do you think it's more standard and more correct to play elsewhere?
Yeah, this smells like an exchange IIO to me, although it looks like either oil or oilier are options as well. But yeah, this and you also wonder, like, if you're Harshan, do you look at the board and go, what does he have after Reiki? Nothing. What does he have after Reiki? Nothing. Like I picked like the one option, which let this bingo play, and you kind of gotta. I mean, Harshan is an incredibly strong player mentally. He is going to go with oil, which is basically just keeping an extra eye, but taking the 13 points that you're probably going to need, or maybe not. He's now going to go over there and play IO for 10.
All right, just a tiny sacrifice on the scoreboard to keep an N open in space, which makes some sense. If you're down and threatening bingos, that N will help you do it. So IO for 10, the commit for Harshon. He is not going to be thrilled by Matthew's play on the next turn, though I don't know if that play is actually going to be a bingo. Matthew can simply play EX beneath uneases for 52 right now, keep ANNS blank, or he can cash the bingo. Annexes is 82 on the bottom of this board. What an interesting decision here for Matthew. Jason, does your gut say play the bingo or drop 52 and hold that blank for later?
My gut says play the bingo. I am surprised that Quackle quite strongly disagrees with me. And maybe I'm overstating quite strongly, 97% win versus 95% win, but I'm playing annexes every time without even thinking.
Yeah, I think especially given Harshon has just dropped IO for 10, like I want to get my bingo down now. It's possible he's going to bingo in response, and I very much want to get mine down first, obstruct some of the space. And I like this. I think even if a simulation says plunk the X now, yeah, that'll probably lead to a bigger spread more often. But I do think this option for Tunnicliffe maximizes his win percentage, and it's all about winning in a best of three. IIOPRRS now, Harshon's rack. He did not find the bingo he was looking for. He's got another difficult turn. I wonder if we're going to see Harshon try to open some more real estate after Matthew's second consecutive bingo on this turn. He's got to feel his odds evaporating. What will he do to try to pull off a miracle?
So do you try to open more real estate, or do you just block that A in annexes? Do you just play poi there? You know, again, this is if you're Harshan, you're sitting there, how am I winning this game? And I'm having a hard time seeing how he wins this game. Even if he bingos hooking the R to here, you leave that A open. You look at B, B, F, Q, V, W, Y, like you know that is almost certainly going to get hit next turn if you play elsewhere. So I feel like I haven't looked at the sim yet, but I feel like it's got to be poi, and it certainly seems to be.
I don't know. POI does take away some painful plays for Matthew, but you're going to have to get very lucky to win this game. And I wonder if we're going to see something, a little wild according to a simulator, but something more intuitive according to a human. PORE through the R in here makes things difficult for Matthew Tunnicliffe. You're going to put an E or a P in the fifth spot and a triple triple, which is unlikely to hit, but likely enough that it's a big threat for Harshon. We got a bit of a score dispute between the two players. We got the clock stopped. We got Matthew chewing his gum and trying to figure out where we got off on this. But I think if you're Harshon, you can't play defense at this point. You need to try to open something up. Antilogies is a way to do that. Put a dangerous S way out in space. Pour is a way to do that. But I just think you have to open an additional quadrant here for Harshon. Maybe he caches the R to play Hearer and try to fork this board in some way. But I think Harshon needs an opening at this juncture.
Okay, that's interesting. I tend to disagree. I think that, if and maybe my opinion is clouded by the fact that we can see what Matthew has, but I feel like if you score 10 or 14 or whatever, you're going to score opening the board some more, and then Matthew hits, that A in annexes, like the bingo almost certainly isn't going to score enough. I think if you're going to open, it has to be a play like Pour where you threaten the triple.
Harshon now setting up PIRI on his rack. I'm trying to figure out where this would go to make a reasonable play.
Yeah, not seeing it myself.
PIRI. Okay, so he is doing a little bit of defense. He is taking out that triple, and Mac Miller pointing out in chat, yeah, if you don't take away this triple, even if you get your bingo down, you're probably just going to get outrun. So this is an option that makes some sense for Harshon. Can't open up the board just yet. You got to play a little bit more defense and hope your luck comes on the next turn. ABEQTVY, the post bingo draw for Matthew now. And it is a bit of a decision time for him. He can score some mammoth points at the top of the board. BEATY above Mojo and Here stacks between the words, making BOR, making THE and YE. That is 54 points, but it holds QV, and Matthew will not be able to exchange after that play. So he's going to have to do some assessment. Can I live a bingo and then a bad draw? I see the spot where I can plunk an QI above anti-log is going to be a bailout, but is 54 points enough to survive the worst case scenarios? That's the question now posed to Matthew Tunnicliffe. Ejecting the Q with Cot above Mojo also makes sense for 33. What are you thinking here, Jason? 54 points, is that too much to pass up?
I don't think it is. I think you just take the points and play cat, although that does give the A hook. Is that that pool is correct from Matthew's point of view? Jeez. Yeah, maybe you just take the 54 and say, I'm going to get stuck with one of these, but, I think the comeback, just has too many layers. I think he's got a bingo. So let's see, you're up 69. B's going to score 54, so it's going to put you up 123. Harshon's bingo, let's say it scores 85. That gets him within 38. Like, it's your turn. You have the place to dump the cue by itself for 21. He can't bingo twice because there's only 8 in the bag. He would take 3 out of the bag. Yeah, I think it scores just enough that you can stomach it.
Also worth considering sliding BT over to the side, playing above the last 4 tires of Here, knocking out the Hearer or Here's hook. You're making a small point sacrifice, 48 versus 54, but eliminating some of the bingo threats. So BD for 48 or BD for 54, both reasonable options here for Matthew. This is a tricky turn.
Oh, the Y hook too. I saw he had bevy set up. I was trying to think of where I forgot the Y hook to anti-log.
Yeah, Bevy blocks almost everything. And so, barring like a nightmare situation where he's able to bingo on the bottom row or the second row of this board, Bevy feels like a very solid play. It holds QAT for next turn to go atop Mojo, and QAT also set up to the side of Bevy. It feels very, very hard for Matthew to lose after this play. I like it.
Yeah, it feels very hard for him to lose after BD either, but I like the defense of it. I think not only are you going to win probably slightly more often, but you're having those two bingo lines open is kind of stressful even after BD with a 123-point lead. So kill the one. And then you might not be able to kill the other one next turn, but you'll certainly have a better sense of if there's a way that the game can be lost, and then kind of work backwards to avoid it.
I see the players chatting once again. The clock is stopped. Harshon asking a question to tournament director Josh Greenway. Not sure what's going on, but there is a director call. We'll get the players putting their tiles down. I'm sure Josh will come right over to the computer desk and type to us what's going on, but unsure what this is.
Yeah, so we got Matt Palazzo over here. There's I believe Beth Mix as well, so. Oh yeah, if we could.
Balls on the table, covered by the bag, if that makes sense. Covered by the mouth, like so.
Yeah.
Does that make sense to you?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
I'm just going to move this
No
over
one's
here.
in the pile. You agree, Matthew?
Yeah.
No one's in
You're
the piles. Yeah.
Okay, we're good. Close your eyes.
Oh, and there is one.
Yep. Hold on. Get through in.
If I can see, please.
Just take a seat.
Pick up my feet, yeah?
Just to make sure, okay, no, you guys can look. I'm just going to make sure to see how many tiles, that there's nothing missing. Okay, I'm just going to
Yeah,
count
yeah.
if that's okay.
That's fine, no problem.
You can turn your head, it's okay.
Okay, fine.
Okay, hearing from our team on the ground, the tiles were accidentally spilled out of the bag. Nobody saw what the tiles were, but they did spill onto the floor. So tournament director Matt Palazzo and Beth Mix, who have been taking director calls all weekend, giving up 4 days of their time to adjudicate this tournament. They're going to go in, count all of the tiles on the board to make sure that the number of tiles in the bag is correct, and they found everything on the jazzy carpets here at the Marriott in Albany, New York. Tiles have been put back in the bag. Dispute has been adjudicated. If you're wondering what kind of weird judge and director calls happen in a Scrabble tournament, there's an example of what Scrabble tournament directors get to deal with. I do want to take that opportunity, since Mad and Beth got some unexpected FaceTime, to give a huge, massive thank you. Scrabble tournaments cannot run without directors sacrificing their time and energy to adjudicate calls. It can be very thankless, but we do want to make sure they get the thanks they deserve. Mad and Beth, we appreciate you both.
Yeah, as a division leader of the Collins division at the Scrabble Players Championship for coming up on more than a decade now, you would be surprised to see scenarios that you could never imagine. So might have just been a situation where I'll be very curious to know if those tiles spilled as they were being counted, or if Harshon, I don't know if he's a player that counts the number of tiles that has been played, so he always knows how many are in the bag. Perhaps the count of the bag did not match what it should have been. Perhaps it was a tile that maybe kind of never got in the bag in the first place. So regardless, very interesting scenario, but all cleared up. And so Harshon now trying to figure out if there's a way to get out of this mess down 97 with Matthew having just closed the board with Bevy and Antilogy.
All right, so Harshon is going to do what he needs to do, create more space on the board. He's going to play bow. He's going to go draw 3 of the last 4 tiles in the bag, now that they're back on the bag and not on the floor. He'll leave one, create just a little bit of fog of war, and a huge pull could threaten unblockable bingos at the bottom and on the side of this board. This seems to be what you have to do if you're Harshon. Draw some stuff, set up another line, score enough that a bingo will actually help you win, and just pray that you get very lucky. But this will not be lucky enough for Harshon. The B in Bow allows Matthew the 50-point Kadi. And after that play, even if Harshon hits a high-scoring bingo at the bottom of this board, Matthew cannot lose this game. Kadi will still seed the high-scoring Fused beneath Annexes, 61 points, but Kadi should win the game. Matthew has 12 minutes, though, to make sure he's done everything right, assessed every possible threat. Potentially, Harshon could have Restful at the bottom of this board for 88, but Kadi will outrun Harshon's highest scoring option. Kadi would win by 16, even if Harshon has the nightmarish rack of Restful, from Matthew's perspective.
Yeah, and that's why Al was the way better play there, not only because it gives you potentially BE bingos, making Bob, but I wondered why, it seems like a pretty small difference between playing Al or playing Bow, and the B's kind of clunky. It's not going to help me bingo kind of get rid of it, but I think there's a reason Al was vastly outperforming Bow and Sim, and it probably because it gives Matthew Cotty or other plays in that rightmost column there a lot of the time.
I wouldn't say Kadi happens a lot of a time, but it does happen often enough. Yeah, engine
Well, not-
like OW. I don't actually know if that's correct or not. I don't know exactly how these engines work, but Kadi going to be the game-winning play here for Matthew. He would like to avoid reaching in and drawing a D. Restful would be painful, but Matthew will win this game no matter what. Though you see, before he commits to this play, he's got 10 minutes and change. He's going to double count every single tile on the board, make absolutely sure his tracking is correct before committing to this play.
Yeah, probably just checking for the J, the Z, the X, and the Q is being played, obviously. So, yeah, even just make sure that even if Harshon bingos, it's not going to score 90 something, which it won't. Turns out that like Mac and people in chat have said that he can outrun anything at this point.
As long as he knows what's in the bag, he can figure this one out. He's just going to double check. And if you've got the time, you're able to play the early game quick enough. You have the time luxury to do things like this. This was an absolutely spicy game. The key moment when Matthew Tunnicliffe played TOC, one short of a triple word, setting up the big ATOC hook. Both players having a bit of a panic moment trying to figure out how to assess the threat. But Matthew, with consecutive bingos of uneases and annexes, is going to hang on and win this one. We see some viewers just now tuning in. We want to set the stage a little bit. We have played 29 rounds of Scrabble in Albany, New York, across the long holiday weekend. But it comes down to a best of three between two of the best players in the world, Ottawa's Matthew Tunnicliffe and Harshon Lama Badusaria of the UK. Matthew, looking to win the first of the best of three, will put Harshon in a situation where he must win 2 straight games to win this tournament. $15,000 is the prize for this tournament. And for some perspective, for those unfamiliar with competitive Scrabble, $15,000 is more than the cash purse for the World Championship or for the U.S. Championship. That money was donated by Bob Linn, a Scrabble expert from the United States, in order to entice more high-level Collins players out to big tournaments. And boy, was he successful. Over 100 players playing this LEXICON in this room for a huge purse. But from those 100 players, it is just these two remaining, Matthew and Harshon. And the way they've played on stream all week, it really couldn't be down to 2 more deserving players.
Yeah, surprised he hasn't hit his clock yet, but again, just making sure he's got 8 minutes. You don't get extra points for the seconds left over. So harsh and stoic as always, although I feel like there's a little bit of a why hasn't he hit his clock yet look on his face. Kadi is going to score 50. It's going to give him a 114-point lead. We know that the only bingo Harshad could have in this pool is Restful, which this would still outrun. So, but Matthew just again taking his time and looking over everything again. North American champion in 2019, but this would certainly rival that in terms of prestige. So we kind of saw him in a similar situation in his most recent game against Wellington. Again, just kind of taking all his time, making sure that there is no way that he can lose this game from here. So.
This just emphasizes what these stakes do to your brain. Generally, I think you're a lot more confident to just go ahead and pull the trigger on. But when the stakes are this high, your heart is pounding in your chest. Matthew finally does commit to the play, draws the T out of the bag. He knows Restful not in play. He's got to know that he's got the game on lock now. Matthew up 454 to 320. Harshon does not have a bingo on his rack, and I think we're going to see this one wrap up pretty quickly. Harshon has set up FUDs on his rack at the top of the board, perhaps not noticing the potential to play beneath annexes, but it is strictly spread at this point, which is not going to be a factor in this tournament. Harshon can do whatever he wants now.
Yeah, which is remarkably freeing. It is like the principle, you do want to keep yourself sharp. Every game has an end game. You want to try and do your best on each turn. But, I think that these two probably know that they're going to play each other again. So in the next round. So, kind of, come up with a decent out and two and get this one over with and move on to the next.
Yeah, Harshon, nice, calm, and collected. I think we're going to see a great sportsmanship. He is a fantastic sportsman. He'll probably get up, stretch his legs, and go grab some tea. I don't know what this means for our viewers at home. I don't think we need to wait for the full pairings to come out, as we know it's going to be these two, but I will pass along updates as soon as I know it. Let's cut to overhead mic, see if we get any banter.
78, 379.
I agree, well done.
Thank you.
Are you done with the board?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No post-mortem at all at this juncture in the tournament. Perhaps it's best to just fixate on what's ahead. Harshon has to be feeling some emotion after the bonkers talk setup that revealed Matthew did not have an A. I don't know if it's frustration or confusion that he's feeling, but he'll have to shake it off. Harshon now has to win 2 straight games over Matthew Tunnicliffe to keep his odds alive. 1 more win for Tunnicliffe, and he will be the champion of the Bob Linn Superstars Division. With that, we will cut away from the action. I do want to do one more plug before we take our intermission. Jason, what should our viewers at home do?
Like and subscribe.
Yeah, like and subscribe. If you haven't liked the video, please help us out. We got to over 300 likes yesterday. Please help us get bumped up the algorithm for these last 2 games with so much at stake. I would love this viewership count to be massive, and truly massive it has been. We were over 500 for a while. That's absolutely sick. Thank you so much to everybody who's tuning in, whether you're coming from Will Anderson's Scrabble channel, whether you're a committed Scrabble diehard, or whether you're just joining us for the first time and stumbled in. Welcome. welcome to the Let's Play Scrabble stream. High-level tournament Scrabble all the time on this channel. Make sure you like, subscribe if you want to watch more Scrabble. We're going to step away for a break. Harshon versus Matthew, the rematch coming as soon as we can get it on stream. See you soon. Just like that, there are 2 games left to play from Albany, New York. 30 rounds down, 2 to go. Matt Canik and Jason Adolsky here in the booth, bringing you all the commentary. Jason, there are just 2 players remaining for those tuning just in. Let's look at the standings right now and outline who's playing for first and second, but also who stands to win some big prizes in this one.
Yeah, Matthew Tunnicliffe with a 2-game lead with 2 rounds to go. Again, Wellington spread a little bit too far behind, so Matthew just needs to win one of these next 2 games against Harshon. But if he does not, Harshan and would extend that from winning those 2 games and will be our champion.
Yeah, Matthew O'Connor sitting in 4th right now. He had a hot start to this tournament, started 12-0 and has been lingering around the top 5 the entire tournament, as has Wellington, but both of them out of contention now. Scrabble's favorite YouTuber, Will Anderson, lingering around. He is in 5th, and boy, there are such deep prizes in this pool. We talked about how $15,000 will be awarded to the winner, but let's look at the giant prize payouts coming your way. These prize payouts courtesy of Bob Linn, donating $63,000 is the richest prize purse in North American Scrabble history. Look, $15,000 for first, $7,500 for second, $5,000 for third, $3,000 for 4th and 5th as well. These are prizes unlike anything we've ever seen at a tournament. Sponsorship provided by Bob Linn as well as the Word Game Players Organization. Jason, tell us a little bit more about these prizes and how they are in a historical Scrabble context.
Yeah, and this doesn't even show things such as class prizes. So for people, outperforming their seed, also prizes for converts, for people who are used to playing NWL, who may be a bit intimidated about dipping their toes into the Collins water. Further monetary incentives for them. So again, just very thankful to Bob Linn and to the infusion of cash that he and WG into this tournament. You can see the trophies as well, looking very sharp and very snappy.
Absolutely, 9 trophies going to 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th in the Bob Linn Superstars Division, as well as a trophy for the highest finishing CSW convert, somebody who has played fewer than 5 tournaments using the CSW lexicon, but brave enough to jump in and face the Titans in this division. Over 100 players competing for these big prizes. There are also tons of other fun prizes at this tournament. Bounty prizes for big upsets, prizes for high scores in individual games, prizes for rating games, prizes for people finishing in best from the bottom half and bottom third in their division as well. The stakes here so high. Many players going to go home with a lot of money in their pockets. This is absolutely awesome. Let's cut over to the board. You're all here for the action. I'm here for the action. We got to get those names and records switched. Sean now on the left, Matthew on the right for this one. We always put the player playing first on the left side. So everything's a little bit switched around on your screen. But Harshon basically has to win this game and the next game against Matthew Tunnicliffe to win this tournament. Harshon, an internist in the UK. He is a physician. He works in pediatrics. He is a brilliant man and a brilliant player, but 2 straight wins against a fierce opponent is a big ask. Let's do it, though. Let's play Scrabble. Let's see if Harshon has it in him, knocking off Matthew from Canada in this one.
That was a nice little handshake before there. I don't. Maybe it was just me being looking into it a little bit too much, but a little bit of coolness after that last game. I'm sure Harshan, very disappointed to have lost that one. But these are 2 of the nicest people in Scrabble, and I know that any perceived bad blood certainly won't last very long. A very low prob opening rack for Harshan here with the QU, but he also has another U. Is this another another opening rack where you save the QU.
I mean, you can't play your Q on this turn unless you play QI, and holding 2 U's plus a J to go with that just seems absolutely wild. Harshon's got a fun option to think about on this opening turn. The 4-letter ROJI, one of his stronger plays here. If he chooses to slot the J on the star, which is a non-traditional placement, he threatens QI and QU plays next turn. But JOUR, a much stronger play from sheer equity. The setup, a cute option here, but Harshon forgoes it. Engine suggesting he was wise in doing so. JOUR, how we're going to open the game for Harshon.
And talk about a dream draw for Tunnicliffe, drawing not just both blanks, but the X and the W, and having options. You have the waxiest tax-wise combo. Not sure if there's anything else or any potentially Collins-only anagrams to that set that I am unaware of. But he will be taking a little bit of time here to look at this one.
Yeah, Matthew has Taxwise and Waxiest hooking JOUR for 91. He's also got the fun Tree Wax overlapping JA and OX vertically for 85 on this board. He could consider bypassing bingos, just EX for 33, but even with both blanks in tow, I think it's better to cash in the points here. Matthew will place both blanks on the board early on in this one. A 91-point bonus is exactly what Matthew Tunnicliffe wanted to open this game.
We'll set up Quinn coming back for 50 some, but certainly seems to be the right one.
Yeah, you can't cough at that decision at all, tax-wise, coming from Matthew. The play perhaps on hold. Okay, Harshon looks at the blank slip, make sure the first one you circled is an I, the second one is an S. Indeed, that is what we got. Harshon accepting the play now, and Harshon probably going to cash Quinn very quickly on this turn, clearing away his highest scoring and strongest option.
Yeah, a little surprised this isn't an insta play, but we know it's there's nothing remotely close to it. But just want to be sure he's gonna catch up on his paperwork, probably track tax wise. Meanwhile, interesting post bingo draw for Matthew, finding both Fs and the K.
Oh yeah, that's going to be an interesting turn for him, especially with the Q out in space. Harshon over a minute on a turn that seems to be very straightforward, but he's always diligent. He took his time, did all of his tracking before even assessing the plays here. And there's really just nothing else for him to do. Oh, he's setting up Niqab on his rack now instead. This just seems way, way worse than Quinn, given the IUW leave, but Harshon wants to make sure he optimizes every turn all game. If there's any reason to play Niqab, any possible setup, he should. But I don't see it.
Yeah, I don't see it either. There we go. I think sanity has been regained here.
A moment of insanity in the last game. If you remember Matthew's wild TOC play, front hooking at the A happening later on, I saw Matthew in the hallway in between games, and he just exhaled, shook his head, and looked at the floor. I asked him about that play, and he's like, I just spaced on the A for a little bit, and chat realized it on his face. A couple seconds later, he realized exactly what he had done. But just a little lapse in concentration is all that was. I did the intel, got the scouting. Huge credit to Josh Greenway for getting me on site so I can grab the players and ask about some of the craziest situations. So thanks to Josh for accommodating me on site for that. And I want to give one more shout out to Josh. It was a super last minute change. My computer died the day before the tournament, and I could not stream from home, and he dropped everything he was doing, got on the phone with me, figured it all out. It was epic and awesome. Josh is a giant in Scrabble. GAFF looks to be Matthew's strongest play here. KAF in the same spot, scores 4 more, but that G is such a nasty tile. You like this, Jason?
I do like it. I do. Seems to make a lot of sense.
Yeah, definitely. So gaff, the play we see from Matthew, a little bit descriptive of that talk play I was just referencing. Harshon, BDEIITW on his rack now, can't score more than 23 points on this turn. And I think this is one where we're going to see Harshon slow down a bit and assess each of these options. He's not in desperation mode yet, just a 50-point deficit, but this board has the potential to get very shut very quickly if he's not careful. I expect to see Harshon project some tiles in space with WITE and EW, or perhaps WITED, but Harshon does like to play closed boards. We may also see Brew through the R in Jour for just 22, holds DIIT, which is not pretty to look at. But if Harshon doesn't want to play offense just yet, that's the more defensive option here. Jason, do you like going long with white or whited, or would you keep things tight with Brew?
I like white a lot more than whited because I want to keep the ID for that Q spot. Drawing an A or a U, and potentially threatening those 42. So I think Brew also is fine. I'll be curious to see, is he going to put the D on it? Interesting. I would hold the D back here, not just for a hook tile there, but also with for Cotty potential.
Yeah, Cade and Cotty are important draws for Harshon, but 4 points to score right now also rather important, and the DB combination is not fun to look at. So Harshon opting to put the D on the end for 4 additional points makes the score 97 to 124. AEKLMOY means Matthew's going to be able to score some points, but most of his high score options require him to play the FY hook at the bottom of this board and expose a lot for Harshon to capitalize on. I wonder what Matthew's going to do here. I don't see him taking the KY plays at the bottom of the board. I see him preferring a tighter option, maybe a stack of KOA above tax-wise, making Kana, Ox, and OW. We'll see. Offense versus defense, the decision for Matthew. Are you leaning any way in particular here, Jason?
Yeah, I'm surprised that Sim isn't sending all those 14F plays that start with a Y like Yokel and Yolk. It still likes those. I like the KOA stack a lot more, to be honest.
LEY, making anal, fey, and phi, is 39. AKOM is not the best leave, but on a board with limited bingo opportunity, you don't mind keeping some of those scoring options. That's a reasonable play here for Matthew as well. He's looking at Yolk right now, YOLK. That guarantees MAE underneath next turn if it's not blocked. So perhaps that's why the engine likes it. And I don't know how often that actually gets blocked.
Yeah, I was going to say, if he does play along row 14 there, Harshan is going to put down Ciabatta through that T in whited. So if he were to make a play like Yokel, which seems absolutely insane to me, there are no 7s in this rack. It looks like Ciabatta is the only playable bingo with the D and Abdicate and the R and Jour in the wrong spot for Bacteria. He would actually kind of get away with it if he were to play a Yokel, type play along row 14 there.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, if Matthew chooses the setups here, it will pay dividends as Harshon forced to bingo elsewhere on the board. Ciabatta, as Jason said, it took me for a loop, but Ciabatte. I think a plural of ciabatta, the type of bread, ciabatte maybe. That is Harshon's only playable bingo here, and I really don't see Matthew obstructing that.
No, he's definitely not going to obstruct it. There's really nothing that, unless he has some sort of 6-tile play, which I'm not considering. So yeah, he's going to play Yolk, so he'll score now, and it's going to work out pretty well, and that he'll get first crack at that opened up spot.
All right, so Ciabatta on cue for Harshon. The question is, where does he slot it? If he plays the lower placement of the two, making the T and white at the first T in Ciabatta, he will block off a lot of that bottom row. Ciabatta has no back hooks, as it's already the plural version of this word. So Harshon is choosing this placement, going to do a little bit of defense. I like this. What say you, Jason?
I like it too. Yeah, stops. Stops a 5-tile. Maybe even a 6-tile play. A bingo in some cases. Also worth pointing out that I wanted Harshan to hold back the D, and instead he played the D in bingo. So still batting 1,000 today. I'm batting 1,000 over here. But yeah, very nice find by Harshan, and I think this is the right placement.
The longer I do this, the more I learn just don't ever question the players, because what they do is going to work out better than what I thought they were going to do. But, lessons learned, and sometimes I still try it, and I almost always end up looking foolish as a result. Don't question Harshan Lamabadu-Surya. There's a reason he has finished second at the World Championship, not once, but twice. And it's because he is a beast over the board. Deliberating over these placements, he sets it down in the lower one, slides it up, and then slides it back down. Harshan now has committed to his 74-point bingo, but Matthew going to bingo back almost immediately. This is his highest scoring of 3 bingos pre-admit for 78 on this turn. He also has imparted to the D for a lower score and a third bingo. I'll let y'all ruminate over, but pre-admit the strongest play here for Matthew, and he's made it quickly. Matthew pulls back ahead 237 to 171 after his bingo.
Got to be so frustrating for Harshan with the 2 U's and the J and the Q on the opening rack. Matthew plunks down the double blank bingo. Harshan finally gets his first bingo down, takes a slight lead, and then seconds later down comes pre-admit. So just one of those situations where he just can't seem to get a foothold in this game, and not a bad draw for Matthew. It's close. Just got one too many vowels there, but we'll see what Harshan is dealing with shortly.
Yeah, Harshan famously does this to us on the stream. He is so methodical with his paperwork. He will not let his rhythm be interrupted. But we do not yet know what Harshan is playing with. Over a minute into his turn, and he is just now revealing his tiles. BZ, a very interesting start. OM, oh boy, there's going to be points on this turn, right? Or did I just commentator hex it? Yikes.
I was going to say needs one of Matthew's excess vowels there. What's he got?
Oh man, so he's got 42 right now, just POZ from the P. The leave after that is abysmal, BCDMV, but 42 points is 42 points. If he opts to go with different lines, VUM through the U in jour is 15. VOM, making JO and OM guarantees a shutdown board, and is 23. A big turn for Harshan to decide how he wants to work through these awful letters and how he wants to shape this board for the remainder of the game. Harshan setting up DZO. This is going to play alongside Ciabatta, making DIZA and OB. This is 35 and holds BCMV. What do you think about Joe here?
Well, the good news for Harshan, if you look at the unseen pool, is that we're already at a near 1-to-1 ratio with 51 tiles unseen. So again, no need to panic here. The vowels are coming. Matthew is going to have to deal with an excess vowel or two himself on his next turn. So I don't mind grabbing the 42 with pause, but I think that DZO, even though it's 7 points fewer, is probably a little bit better, although I think maybe the vowel heaviness of the pool is why Sim is liking pause.
Even if you draw 2 vowels after pause, though, B, C, D, M, V, like name me 2 vowels that actually help me make good plays next turn. Those consonants are so rough. A Sim has all of these within about 1.5 points of one another, so I don't think there's a strong option in either case. I think lots of this is long-term board dynamics. DZO is what Harshon opts to do here, and I do just kind of feel like after this play, his odds are a little bit better than after some of the other options.
A slight M setup as well. I don't know if there's any word other than dimple that will go there, but we may see that down the line.
We may indeed see Dimple. Matthew now with a tricky turn, AINOOST. And in these situations, especially with 8 E's to be drawn, it feels very natural to just play off OO somewhere. You can play OO beneath yoke for 18 points. You can play OO above tax-wise for 20 points. The problem with these plays is even if you draw the bingos, this board is tight and they're unlikely to fit very often. But what else are you going to do? Maybe grab a few more points, play NOO beneath yoke instead, play NAOI beneath yoke instead. We'll see how much Matthew chooses to keep his stable bingo-prone leave in tow, knowing that the board is tight, but Harshon's likely going to be opening it at some point soon. What do you like here, Jason?
I like OO underneath the LK and yoke. It takes that spot out. 18 is basically about as good as you're going to score. Yes, you can score 25 with 2 or new on top of tax-wise. But like you said, you're leaving Stain with 8 E's and 4 R's left. Yes, the board is kind of bad, but again, it's not like... well, I guess you could also take the Q out and play... cats or chins, but I don't think that you want to be going around leaving 3 vowels and a consonant, and especially when you have such good places for the 2 O's.
NOO, the simulation's favorite early on, but all of these plays within just about a point or 2 of one another means this is somewhat of a stylistic decision for Matthew. If you play NOO and things start to go south, you draw another O and an I and end up with a bad rack, you're going to be kicking yourself thinking, dang, I really should have kept that N and kept things intact. But 7 points is a lot of points. Matthew opting, though, for the fish, OO coming on top of tax-wise. Harshon has found 2 vowels mercifully out of the bag, but BCEGMVU, the rack for him, means he's got weird plays available. OO, though, does give Vug and Gox, which to me jumps out as a strong choice, as does Gov and Vox in the same spot. What do you like here, Jason?
Not much. I think it's just the simple Gov or Vug here. Matthew having just doubled the I and doubled the N, which at first glance looks terrible, but now gives him, now he's got a reason to just kind of blow it up, move on, and play chins for 39. So Veg and not Vug, maybe wanting that E to bingo to later.
Yeah, Harshon's got to feel this board drying up quickly, so rather than playing Vug, which a lot of players would play, Harshon is giving himself a lifeline out of this spidered board. I think this is fascinating. I really like this. You think maybe he'll suffer for 1 turn holding that U instead of the E, but he'll have so many more lifelines back into this game later on. This is a kind of quote-unquote non-conventional play that makes high-level Scrabble so fun to watch. I like this from Harshon a lot. As an underdog, you need that variance in the game. AINNSTT, Matthew's rack, and he's going to immediately commit to chins. He'll keep a bingo prone leave AINT. You think it's worth cashing the S there, Jason?
Yes. That was what I saw when he drew the double I, double N. I think it's worth blowing it up. It's just too bad that Harshon didn't play Gov, because that would have given Matthew staining. But I think that this is good.
All right, well, Jason, the soothsayer in the booth with me as the DZO play, he mentioned it sets up Dimple, and now Dimple available to Harshon. His score's 42 which will help him counter the 39 Matthew just picked up. It will string an E out in space for him to give him 2 different E's to bingo to or through. But it does keep BCIU as a leave. BI at the bottom of this board underneath Yolk is 22 and keeps a more synergistic CELMU combination together. Jason, what do you think? Harshon should cash points for Dimple, or should he keep the rack intact and play BI at the bottom?
I think being down as much as he is, I think I would just grab the 42 with Dimple. I would like to say that I wish I could do this in my own games, but sometimes I do set stuff up and draw it, and then 2 turns have gone by and I forgot about the setup. So yeah, I like Dimple over Bai. It doesn't seem worth sacrificing 20 points.
That E in space has to feel dangerous for Harshon, and we see Matthew Tunnicliffe with the Retinas combination to go with it, but that V will prevent him from bingoing through the E in Dimple at least this turn, would put him in a bit of a bind, as we see Harshon about ready to pull the trigger on this. Well spotted. It's tough to see these plays where you string letters between existing letters on the board. Nice spot from Harshon. It's 270 to 296. AINRS TV on Tunnicliffe's rack gives him an interesting turn. The natural play here is to drop TAV from the V in pre-admit, keep INRST with E's available. Are you liking that option here for Matthew, or are you thinking maybe to do something else here, Jason?
I like it, but you with QINS, it's like, all right, I'm just going to blow up the rack and keep scoring. But now he's back in this, do I fish, just like with the 00 turn. And again, I think you have to, just because, it's not like there's some great 30-point play. So, gosh, so tempting to just throw the V back. But there are a lot of misses. There's a lot of times that after you exchange 1, Harshon is probably going to do what he can to cover up that E, and so then you have to bingo to the E of veg, and not a lot of those bingos, for example, Rainiest or Inertias, end in E. So, but I think Tav is safe. I think you take the 18, you draw into INRST. Again, we still have a very vowel-heavy pool, and I think you kind of reevaluate if you miss.
Yeah, I mean, native down to the E and veg is kind of the other way to go here. 26 points RS as a leave. You are putting some letters out in space and opening up a new quadrant of the board, but that E and veg is going to be pesky. It's not going to go anywhere until you do something about it. A huge philosophical decision for Matthew here. Play native and go long, play Tav and sell out for a bingo, or try to split the difference. SOV and gaffs is 20 points, knocks out that triple word at the bottom. That's not an unreasonable option for Matthew here. This is a tricky turn. This is a turn without a clear solution, at least not one that jumps out to this commentator.
Yeah, I am surprised that Sov and Native are out-simming Tav. I just hate blowing up this rack for only 8 points while also throwing stuff open. Sov just burning the S for 20. I mean, that yes, train is a great leave, especially with the open E's. But that seems fraught with peril as well. Exchange V is an idea, but again, it's an okay idea against a computer. I think against a human, I think that Sim is going to overvalue something like that. So, even though it's coming in third in the Sim, I'm Team Tav here.
Simulations are, I don't want to say completely useless in situations like this, but in general, the more closed your board gets, the less you should trust anything a simulation says. Simulation's just unable to process the nuance that goes into closed board Scrabble. Simulation often assumes your opponent just randomly throws open lines for no reason because they can score points, whereas real humans will often go with a different game plan. So this is a situation where Quackle's not really going to tell us a lot of information that helps us much. Matthew's got to solve this one on his own. He can't rely on computers. He's just got to come up with what sounds best to him. I would hate to play Tavs and draw like LT or LN or NR. I'd be big sad next turn. But Nothing else makes much sense for him. And I think he's coming to this conclusion, setting up the AV, staring at the board. I don't like this, but I don't really like anything else I've got. Matthew's going to commit to the play.
Yeah, Winston Churchill said democracy was the worst form of government except for all the others, and sometimes in Scrabble you say this is my worst play except for all the others, and you make it. And I think Tav is going to be one of those, and he is going to pull the trigger on it.
All right, Tav for 18 for Matthew Tunnicliffe puts him past 300 points, 314 for him. BCHISUU, the rack now for Harshon. Urgency accelerating every turn in this game as he feels, the odds of him coming back have to be subsiding. And with each other bad draw he has, his odds evaporating as well. HI beneath yoke holds BCSUU, which is not awesome, but no plays are awesome here for Harshon in the same Churchill dilemma. All my plays are bad. Which one is the least bad? What are you seeing here, Jason?
I'm not seeing much other than high. I don't know what you're ever drawing to in next turn or 2 turns or maybe even 3 turns, but he's just going to play and get rid of one of those 2 U's, which I certainly do not mind.
No, this is nice. Try to get in bingo range sooner rather than later so that you can play your bingo soon. Matthew did find the vowel he was so hoping for. He has bingos through the E in dimples. Nothing scores more than 59. And if I'm Matthew, I'm looking to play the bingo that gives the least back to my opponent. That bingo Stearins, Stearins, exposes very little, keeps this board under control. Matthew's not going to spend much more time before opting for this.
And you called it. Here it comes.
And clock pressed. Stearins the commit from Matthew, 373 to 289. Harshon has found some better tiles for the first turn in a while, BCEIRSU, but he can't do much with them on a board this shut. And I'm fascinated now to see how Harshon is going to respond. He needs to get more lines open to have any shot in this game, but he doesn't have many strong plays. We might see CURIE and ES just to put some letters out in space. Keeping the B on your rack is not something you want to do if you're Harshon, but I'm just not seeing much else here for him. Anything standing out to you, Jason?
No, I mean, you showed us those trophies before the. Is this a challenge of Stearins? I guess so.
Huh.
Well, I guess that kind of shows you Harshon's state of mind and how desperate he is. He really, I don't think he sees any way to come back if that stays on the board.
All right, so Stearins +5 now rather than 59. It's 64 for Matthew. So not 373, it's his total, but 378. Harshon has to just feel like there's basically no way I'm winning this game now. That's why it came to that. I'm sure he's quite certain Stearins is a word, but for a nickel, if you think this is game over right now, go ahead and do it.
Yeah, like I was saying, that'll also boost Matthew, because what I was about to say is those trophies you were showing us before the game. Matt's got one hand on the big one, and I think after that challenge, now he'll know that Harshon is struggling back here, and now he's probably got about 7-8 fingers on it. Now, still work to do. Harshon is an amazing player, and if anybody can come back, he can, but. It's certainly looking like like that trophy is going to be going to Ottawa.
Definitely seems like that trophy's going back to Ottawa. Matthew smacking his gum, feeling quite close to a championship and a huge check headed his way. Someone in chat, if you're so bold, let us know what $15,000 is in Canadian dollars. That sounds like 20 grand plus to me. That's a payday and a half.
and I believe Matt just bought a house in Canada, just outside of Ottawa. So I know that he had mentioned that before the tournament. So so this money will definitely be going to good use. And Matthew is a great guy. So it's going to a good home.
I don't think anybody in this room is sad to see Matthew Tunnicliffe contending. He is a great guy. As I mentioned, one of the funniest dudes in all of Scrabble as well. We don't want to count our chickens before they hatch. We don't want to sleep on Dr. Harshon, but this one looks like a tall task for him now.
Yeah. What do you do here? I mean, you have to open the board, don't you? I mean, it's so tempting to just play by underneath Yolk and take your points and leave well, but can you justify making a play here that doesn't open the board?
I don't think so. There's just the one bingo line to the E and veg. That's all you've got to work with. Maybe there are some universes where you can draw IAL bingos to the L in dimple, but you don't have the A you need. There are only 2 left to be drawn. This is tough. I think I would just play Curie and ES and hold my breath and roll over and probably lose this game. But you've got to open something, I think, if you're harsh on Curie.
Yeah, and I think he's got to go that you've got to go the Curie route and then just hope.
This is round 31 of 32 from Albany, New York. This has been a 4-day Scrabble tournament. 32 games is an absolute grind. Even the North American Championships are not this long. Those just 31 games. 15,000 US dollars to the winner. Absolutely crazy high stakes. If you're just now hopping in, welcome to Let's Play Scrabble. Welcome to the stream. If you've never seen competitive Scrabble played at a level like this, boy, you're in for a treat. This is a game with so much strategic nuance and 2 of the best tacticians over the board on display right now in Matthew Tunnicliffe and Harshon. Check out more of the content on Let's Play Scrabble when this ends. Most of the tournaments that they cover are chopped into VODs. The most exciting games are placed up as little mini videos you can watch at your leisure. But if competitive Scrabble interests you at all, welcome to the rabbit hole. There's a lot out there for you to discover. Curie is indeed what Harshon opts to play here. I think this is all you can do if you're him, and he's going to need a great draw afterwards in order to have a shot in this game. Matthew now kind of bailed out by that play. Goodier is a way for him to eject a lot of these vowels, to keep some scoring pressure on, and crucially to draw a bunch of tiles out of this bag. Every tile you draw limits Harshon's chances of catching back up. I like the long play of Goodier here, but Jason, would you instead make a blocking play instead?
Yeah, my first thought was to play Goo alongside Curie, making GUOR and OI. But I can certainly see the value of playing 6 tiles as opposed to 3.
Yeah, 2 different philosophies here. Either one likely to work out for Matthew. GOO, just block, keep ADEI together. Nice balanced pool means you're probably not going to see your rack go too far south. Both of these lines seem strong, but I'd be more inclined to make the longer play. And Matthew, I think, about to come to the same conclusion here. If you are just...
Now he's got Goo separate, yeah. Looked like he was about to pull the trigger on Goodier, but... again, like while I joked he's got about 8 fingers on the trophy at this point, we saw in his last 2 games, very meticulous at the end, double checking kind of, just wanting to make sure that he's not missing anything. And so I think he maybe just overthinking the situation a bit here. We know that Harshon is still struggling and not particularly close to anything, but just wants to make sure that he's doing the right thing here.
So Curie takes a front E in Collins. So perhaps Matthew also thinking about playing GOODIE and Ecurie instead, just to obstruct that spot. I'm going to be completely honest. I had no idea Curie took a front E. Thank you so much to the people in chat holding us accountable. We really appreciate it. That makes this situation way way more interesting. Matthew says, hey, if you hit me there, you hit me there. I'm going to score a bunch of points at the bottom of this board. I'm going to do nothing to block. Just going to apply some scoring pressure. If you bingo once, I will hang on and win, and it's going to be tough for you to bingo twice.
Yes, and the G is a very good good blocking tile, a good tile to throw out in space that that will be difficult. He's also drawn another E, so I think pretty soon we're gonna to see if he knows E Kiri. Again, as has been the norm, kind of most of these past 2 games on stream, Harshon just does not have an E, just like he didn't have an A when Matthew played TOC. Just hasn't really gotten the right stuff at the right times here.
Yeah, Harshon has played well in these sets, but so has Matthew, and Matthew's just drawn a slightly better. He's drawn all 4 blanks so far against Harshon in this best of 3. It is so hard to win Scrabble when your opponent's rating is 2,000 and they get the blanks. Matthew with some good draws, with some good plays. It's been a tough ask for Harshon.
Yeah, so 10 in the bag. Well, what's his what Hail Marys are we looking at here?
I'm almost at like HO and JO just to set up some high scoring double doubles. You have to look at BNRST as a leave and wonder, hey, if I draw an E, is there anything that will fit with a Curie on the top of this board? But I don't think a word like that exists. If he draws a U specifically, he threatened burst in. All 4 U's have been played already, so there is no way that he can draw Curie bingos after HO. Maybe THO in the same spot, just create some new lines and hope you get very lucky. I don't know what the line is for Harshon now.
Yeah, I like the idea of HO setting up the R and the T. The problem is I BNRST, there's loads of vowels, but the banters would probably fit after you do that. No O's, just the 1 R unseen, no T's unseen to Harshon. So I kind of like that HO idea. You have to bank on drawn vowels at this point. The problem is that HO only scores 16. This score is correct, right? Yeah. So Matthew up 94. That cuts the deficit. So he's just going to play hub and kind of leave Ikiri. Start, that is going to be your best leave. You might still hit something underneath, making ER. It's going to be hard, if not impossible, to block both of those.
Yeah. Harshon has drawn Tonners now, Tonners. That doesn't quite fit with Ecuri. That's just been a frustrating game on Harshon's end. I think if you are Harshon, you have to just hope that Matthew, for whatever reason, has inexplicably missed the Ecuri hook. I don't know that that's something you can bank on, but I think you have to just hope and pray that for whatever reason he's having a moment right now. Hub and then draw the bingo. Matthew is going to score well again here. 26 for Glare is going to leave just 4 tiles in the bag and score so well that even if Harshon bingos on this turn with the Ecuri hook, Matthew's likely to hang on. So Glare has all but done it. Matthew must have 9 fingers wrapped around that trophy now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and when E was the first one that Harshon looked at, I was like, oh, this is a game. But then the end does not. Again, been the theme of these last 2 games for Harshon. Not quite, just one tile off from fitting Tonners, and yes, you can fish off the end, and maybe Matthew doesn't know or doesn't block Ikiri, but it's not going to be enough at this point. So Harshon checking the bag. He's going to realize shortly that there are 4 tiles in there, but I don't think there's anything that's that's going to put him within hailing distance with all these singles.
Insult to injury here for Harshon. Matthew's pull means he has a bingo down to the E and veg. So Harshon, with the nice setup, has had that E to bingo through for several turns, but it will be Matthew who probably jumps above 500 points. There's no way Harshon blocks that E, and Matthew threatening Pellerine is going to be your Albany, New York champion after this sequence of events. If you have been entertained by the Scrabble this weekend, even moderately entertained, I do want to talk about one feature below the video just one more time. There is a thumbs up button. We appreciate everybody who's clicked that. The subscribe button to get notifications when the Let's Play Scrabble team brings you weekend skirmishes or major events. There is also the join button down below. Clicking the join button sets you up to pay $5 a month to become a Let's Play Scrabble super friend. Those direct contributions to the Let's Play Scrabble team enable them to continue making streaming bigger and better. Josh Greenway behind this operation made a commitment years ago and said, you know what? Every single time I run a tournament, I'm going to stream it. Even if I end up losing money, even if it cuts into the prize fund, even if I operate at a loss, I'm passionate about streaming Scrabble. I want to get this high level play out there. And the direct contributions to the LPS team allow them to make streaming bigger and better, allow us to grow the market we have out there. So if you enjoy watching Scrabble on the internet, Josh would greatly appreciate if you consider clicking that join button, becoming a super fan. All of that money goes straight back into reinvesting in Scrabble streaming. Josh was able to bring new features for this event, the live switch, where we broadcast not just one board, but two, and we're able to pivot away from blowout games. Will Anderson, at his keynote yesterday, said that he hopes all Scrabble streams have that set as a standard within about the next 3 years. So the money allows more equipment, more exposure, more streams. Become a super friend if you haven't yet. It's a great, awesome investment in this blossoming Scrabble streaming community. We appreciate those who have signed up so much and ask that, hey, maybe you think about it as well. Pellerine for Matthew is all but game over in this one. Another desperation challenge from Harshon. He has to know this is good, but he is sunk in this game. So he'll challenge just because. This is going to come back green. The 5 extra points bring Matthew up to 508. What a statement from the player from Ottawa.
Yeah, and thank you to Josh Greenway, our producer, for everything that you just mentioned. And thank you for being so good with those promos, Matt. It's one of the things that make you such an amazing commentator. So let me just throw in that again. The next Let's Play Scrabble tournament and live stream will be happening in Lake George, New York, from October 17th to the 19th. Obviously, there's a couple tournaments that may be slightly bigger in scope, but are not under the LPS umbrella. So you will not find that streaming here. But Lake George, one of the largest tournaments all year. My Scrabble mentor, Frank Tangretti, has been trying to get me to go to that for I don't know how many years now. And it sounds like you're going to be playing in it, which is simultaneously awesome. And who's going to lead the stream without you, sort of thing. So yeah. I hope you.
Let's cut to the mic as Harshon's bingoed out. Let's just see if we catch banter here.
I agree. Well done. Congrats.
Thank you. Oh my god.
Thanks, Josh.
You want to sub in the scores?
Thanks so much, Harshon.
Yeah, my pleasure. Are you done with the board?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Well, you see the sportsmanship on display from Harshon. He's got to be unbelievably frustrated, drawing 0 blanks and a series of almost insulting draws in that one. But he will always shake your hand, say, well done. A true gentleman in the game. But his odds over Matthew defeating him in 2 straight games, Matthew Tunnicliffe becoming your 2025 Albany champion. We're going to try to get a headset on Matthew Tunnicliffe for a little victory interview. There is still one game to go. I'm looking for direction on what we're going to do, but I suspect we're going to see a second place matchup between Harshon and Wellington Jagere. We saw that second place prize was still absolutely huge. So we're going to take a little break, let Matthew go high five his friends, hug it out, and try to get an interview with him in a few minutes. But Jason, what do you want to say about Matthew Tunnicliffe? Jason, you're on mute.
Is this 4? We should have set an over-under before this started. I'm sorry. Matthew Tunnicliffe is one of my favorite people in Scrabble, and I know that that list is fairly long. But like you said, he is amazingly funny and amazingly good. And so, especially for like I mentioned earlier, someone who just bought a house, it's so cool to know that that this money is going to a very deserving person who will use it well.
Yeah, absolutely. Nobody in the room will be upset about Matthew going home as a champion. It is well-deserved. He's been a top-tier player for quite a while, and he played some lights-out Scrabble this weekend. If you have questions for Matthew Tunnicliffe, drop them in chat. We'll try to pass some of those along during our victory interview coming up in a few minutes. But please don't leave. We still have one more game of Scrabble between two world-class players coming your way. I will let us all know what that game is when we know. I do want to give a shout-out to our newest Scrabble super friend. Thanks so much, David Firstman, and to Scott Rux with the super chats all weekend. We really appreciated you hanging out with us and everybody in the chat. Scott, I want to let you know a story. After the first game today, Cameron Siegel, one of the youngest players in the room, ran out to me and said, "Matt, I played Moister today." And I gave him a high five. So that one is for you. Thanks so much to Matt Kingston as well. Team Matt's, Matt Tunnicliffe, the champion, Matt Canik, the commentator, Matt Kingston in chat hanging out with us. Thanks to everybody who has supported the stream. Truly could not do any of this without you. We're going to take a little break. We're going to get Matt Tunnicliffe fitted with a headset. I'm going to go give him a high five, and we'll talk to him soon and then watch one more game. Be right back. Alrighty, folks. Well, we are back through 31 of 32 games. We can already crown our champion in Albany, New York, the great Matt Tunnicliffe. We've got him fitted now on a headset. We're going to do a little victory interview. Me and Jason will pass along any questions that you have. But let's test our equipment. Matt, are you there with us? Oh, no, we can't hear Matt. All right, we'll get a little
There we
sound.
just can't hear him. That's
There we
okay.
go.
How about now? How about now?
Yes,
Now we're
yes. Fantastic. Matt, walk us through the emotions of the last two games. You're up against Harshon, one of the toughest players in the world. Walk us through how you felt today.
I don't know. I was not expecting to win today. I was not expecting to win so decisively with one game left today. So yeah, it was just today I got some of the best draws of my career, to be honest. More blanks than I could have asked for, more bingos than I could ask for, and it was just felt like lucky to be here, lucky to be drawing so well, lucky to be playing.
Well, it takes some good luck to win any Scrabble tournament, but also some great plays and some great timing as well. Matt, tell us a little bit about the prep that you did to get ready for this event.
I tried to review most of the bingos. I've been studying a lot. Like to use Aerolith, like to use Zarafin, just trying to card box all the bingos. I would say it paid off, but still made some mistakes here and there on word knowledge. So I still have some work to do if I want to do any of the other big tournaments this year. But yeah, a lot of hard work paid off, so it feels good.
Absolutely. Has to feel absolutely fantastic. We've got Jason Adolski in the booth with us. Jason, you have any questions for Matthew?
Yeah, don't want to make you choose between your children, but how does this compare to winning nationals, quote unquote, your North American Championship in 2019 in Reno?
This one has a bit more recency bias, so right now I'm feeling better about this one. Yeah, I mean, once again, two great tournaments, and I felt like I was the luckiest guy in the room both times.
Okay, a couple more impertinent questions on the way out the door. First off, brand of gum that you use, because I think tomorrow I'm going to play your agent and I'm going to call them and see if I can get you an endorsement deal.
I only choose cinnamon gum. Mint is for brushing my teeth.
Okay.
Din Fighting Fire, we ought to grab that screen grab, send it to it, and get you a promotional deal. You've been so cool, calm, and collected in that chair. Matt, you and I spoke at dinner last night about whether you like or dislike playing on the stream. You told me that sometimes you don't even notice that it's there, and sometimes you're all in your own head about it. How did you feel today?
I would say it was more the former, more like I was focused on the game and wasn't panicking too much. I mean, I was keenly aware every now and then, like, a lot of people just saw me play talk and forget about the A hook for a minute there. That's okay. Let's move on. So I would say I was calmer today than maybe my first game in the tournament where I lost to Sam Enoch and felt kind of some nerves in that game. But today it felt a lot smoother.
All right, you absolutely rising to the occasion, making some phenomenal plays. Some of your clubmates sending congratulations from Ottawa. Brian McDonald joining us in the chat saying congratulations. And we saw Noah Slatkoff, who's a sparring partner of yours, is having a fantastic tournament himself, looking to cash from one of the lower brackets of the division. Who have you been practicing with, Matthew?
Well, we have a fantastic club in Ottawa. So yeah, hi, Brian. But yeah, our club has a lot of Collins players, a lot of top Collins players. So every Wednesday I get to go play 3 games, and I might get to play Adam Logan, Noah Slatkoff, Jeremy Hildebrand, Heidi, Dean, Ryan, all sorts of expert players who wallet me, keep me humble every single week, and help me prepare for tournaments. So it helps to have that support group around you, and you're constantly trying to make each other get better.
Right, and 15,000 US dollars is what you're going home with. I believe that's 74,000 Canadian dollars if I did the conversion right. Just kidding, but only kind of. What is your plan with the money going home in your pockets?
Well, about 2 weeks ago, I closed on my first home, so I have a big giant mortgage. So I think this is going to lessen the pain of having that debt looming over me. So yeah, it'll just give me a little wiggle room as a new homeowner and help me make some improvements that otherwise I would have been unsure of. So it'll feel good, that's for sure.
Four
Absolutely.
additional words. 4 additional words, Matt. Ottawa charge season tickets. Just keep it in mind.
Oh man, yeah, I will be there. Let me know when you're in town. We'll go together. I promise.
Absolutely. But congratulations. Very impressive performance.
Thanks again,
All right,
guys.
Matthew, I got one more question and we'll set you free. What are your thoughts on the word moist?
Moist? Well, geez, I don't know. It's a fine word to describe, a piece of cake or something. But I don't want my socks to be moist. It's all about context.
It's all about context. Words of wisdom from your Albany champion, Matt. We're going to set you free to go fist bump, hug it out, and celebrate. Congratulations.
Thanks again, guys.
All right, and Jason and I are going to need a couple minutes to get everything reset on our end. One more game of Scrabble coming your way. One more attempt to try to get a couple more thumbs ups on this video, and then I promise I'll shut up about it. Click it if you haven't yet. All right, Jason, let's cut to a little break. We'll bring round 32 in a few short minutes. Stay tuned, y'all. Jason, I've got a question for you. After watching Scrabble all weekend long, what are you going to do tomorrow?
I do have this thing called a job, which I have to go to, so that'll probably take most of my day. Well, like I told you, I'll have to spend some time in the morning calling the Dentine fire people, to see if we can talk about commercial opportunities. I've never been an agent before, so I'm kind of looking forward to it.
Jason stepping up, filling the void, becoming Matthew Tunnicliffe's agent, and Matthew with plenty of his money in his pocket now to pay you. Let's cut over to the standings where we show you how things have shaken up. Of course, already over in this one, Matthew winning 2 straight over Harshon has sewn up first place. What we're going to be showing you, though, is a matchup for second place. Wellington Jagere, Harshon Lamabadu Surya. The winner takes second. The loser cannot fall lower than third place. So $5,000 for second place, $3,500 for third place. One game, $1,500 on the line. This is still absolutely wild. One more shout out to the Word Game Players Organization, and especially to Bob Linn, who ponied up a large amount of money to make this the richest CSW prize pool in North American history. That's how things are going to shake out for these players. Speaking of these players are ready. So let's cut over to the board. Oh no, the players are not ready. Oh no.
They might be ready.
The players might be
ready. The players are the Schrodinger's cat of Scrabble right here. They may or may not be ready, but we lost one.
Players getting up and wandering around is a thing you have to deal with as a tournament director sometimes. It seems we have lost Wellington for just a minute. We're going to go get him wrangled and get over to the board.
From being assistant director at Westpac in 2023, and then Collins division leader for the SPC right before that, I understand how hard it is to. I think I made the joke it would be easier to herd cats sometimes than it is to herd Nigerians. So of course, like Wellington has to go missing, before the last round. It's all on brand. So while we wait for him to come back, just another thank you to Bob Linn for sponsoring the Bob Linn Superstars Division. It's so cool to have a game where second and third the difference is $2,000. This is a very significant game monetarily here, and certainly honored to call our third Wellington versus Harshon game of the day. If you missed the first one, if you slept in, watch the archive of this video later, because it was an absolute banger. I expect to see it on Will Anderson's channel at some point, but even before it gets there, watch it on this video for yourself, because it is certainly worth the hour.
Yeah, round 25, an instant classic, one I hope to see on Will's channel, one that was absolutely fire. Go watch that, but don't watch it yet, because the players have allegedly been wrangled for real. Let's cut over and make sure that is indeed the case. And there we have Harshon and Matthew Tunnicliffe. Just kidding. We've got Wellington and Harshon. We've got them squared up. Our final game, and geez, how lucky are we, Jason, to get to watch Harshon and Wellington face off 3 times today?
Oh, absolutely. Like I said, just to watch this has been an honor. To be a part of it has been an even bigger honor. And I certainly hope that I haven't gotten in the way too much today. And I certainly hope that I have been able to in some small way add to the experience. Been looking forward to working with you for a long time, and it was everything I hoped it would be.
Yeah, this has been a long time coming, and it's been a pleasure having you in the booth, Jason. Really appreciate it. I do want to give one final shout out to everybody who has joined me in the commentary booth over this 5-day event. To Andy Hoang yesterday, to Jesse Day and Robin Pollock Daniel sharing their expertise across days 1 and 2, to Josh Sokol and Matthew O'Connor who joined me during the Wellington showdown earlier on, Wellington versus NCCAC earlier on in this one. AAAJNNV for Wellington means he's forced to play Java, and as Wellington does so frequently, he throws this down in just 17 seconds off to the races here.
Yeah, that's one of those. Why do we study bingos by probability again, Rax? When you reach in and you draw the J and both V's and 3 A's, but yeah, pretty no-brainer play there of Java. So now we'll, he I think put that down before Harshon had put any tiles on his rack, or one maximum. So there's the blanks that he couldn't find against Tunnicliffe, and he has I have no idea how to pronounce Hete Rai. Or is there something even better that I'm not seeing, which there apparently is?
Hetyria. This is alternate
Hetyria.
spelling, I think, of a word that's got many spellings in the lexicon, but that A on the star gives Harshon exactly what he wanted. It wouldn't be a fitting end to this tournament unless we saw another first turn blank. And I'm so hoping that whoever draws the last blank puts it sideways so I can scream our sideways blank alert one more time. 83 points on the bingo spotted quickly by Harshon puts him in a commanding position in this one. AMNNOSV on Wellington's rack. The natural move on this turn is the 6-letter Movant, M-O-V-A-N-T, to the T in Hetyria. Hold that S back. Any reason not to play this one, Jason?
Not that I see. Movement certainly looks like the best option here.
And we're going to see Van Man, I think, instead from Wellington. I think this is just a slightly inaccurate play.
Certainly seems to be leaving OS versus NS, sacrificing a couple points. Also, movement was kind of, potential quid, being hit hard there. So, Sim is not hating Van Man. Likes movement a little bit better, but I would call that a very slight inaccuracy. And another bingo for Harshon out of the bag.
Wow, yeah, indeed. Maybe Wellington was just trying to avoid the Z bomb. The Z can be on your opponent's rack so often on that full 7-letter post bingo draw. Harshon, though, off to the races after 2 very tough games, 2 bingos on his first 2 turns. 89 now for him as he draws handlers as a natural out of the bag. Welcome back to the stream, Wellington. Harshon's going to bingo twice, and you're going to draw 4 O's. EIOOOOS. Brutal swing for Wellington. He's forced to exchange, right, Jason?
Yeah. Can't see anything here worth playing. Yeah, my friend Scott Pianowski, who's a Scrabble player as well as a fantasy sports, especially fantasy football writer, calls when your fantasy football team loses and then all of your players perform amazingly the week after you're eliminated from the playoffs. He calls it the dance of the recently departed. And so I feel like this is like the Scrabble equivalent. Poor Harshon basically had nothing go his way those last 2 games. So then so he comes out here and now out of contention for the tournament. He's picking like he's looking in the bag here.
Man, you couldn't have asked for a better start if you tried. LNUZGUE, the 7-letter draw for Harshon. He will not have a 3rd straight bingo, but he will be able to score points. The question for Harshon, though, is, am I comfortable opening the board with this lead? His strongest play from an equity perspective is Gauze through the A in Java for 35. But Jason, do you think we're going to see him open the board here, or do you think we're going to see something different?
I'm trying to think of a play he has that doesn't open the board. From a pure leave standpoint, he can play Zulu off of Java, draw into ENG, which is very tempting, but it looks like, Gauze either through the A in Vanman or Gauze through the A in Java look a little bit better, but it's hard to see Harshon making a play here that doesn't open the board. Although you've just found one in Luzerne through the blank R, also scoring 34. Sorry, 34 versus the 35 for Gauze.
Yeah, Luzerne is a nice score. GU, pretty abysmal leave, but yeah, checks all the other boxes. Aside from the leave, you are getting points with Luzerne. You're not opening this board with Luzerne. I think reaching in and trying to get an S is pretty important on this board. The Java's hook, quite important. So Luzerne looks to be a very strong option for a player who's up by 120, as Harshon is. DESSTX. DEESSTX, the rack for Wellington. He trails over 150 early in this one. So he'll need to get some boards opening plays underway quickly. Neat option for him is to play Javas and Sext, SEXT. That takes both the back O and the back S that he's holding back. And Wellington, maybe you should call me the Wellington Whisperer. He likes this play a lot. This seems very strong given the deficit he has.
Yeah, when you're down 150, not the O hook a little bit dangerous, but you kind of have to throw caution to the wind here. So I think Sext is very strong as well.
Sext is a strong play. The weakness of it is if Harshon has an O, he can hit you relatively hard. You have to take that chance if you're Wellington, but on Harshon's rack is indeed that O that he needs. Up gone is a 6-letter word that scores very well for Harshon here. And while it does open this board up to a degree, 32 points getting rid of all of these terrible tiles feels pretty juicy. Harshon may opt to play a little shorter. OUP and Sexto keeps the nice synergistic EGNS leave. But with the lead, Jason, do you think up gone is more appropriate, or would you be looking to step on the jugular and play oop to bingo one more time?
Boy, oop is pretty tempting. Oop is very tempting, and it looks pretty close between them. But I think I would probably just play it straight with up gone here. S, which I guess is the case S. I don't know if we're always inferring that Wellington has an S after Sext, although probably almost always. So with 2 on the board, that gives you the case S. That's other than the blank, that's basically the best one tile leave you can draw into. So, but oop is very strong as well.
Yeah, oop, or perhaps even up go, leaving off the NE. If you're not sure of the 6, if you're not sure up go can be conjugated in that way, up go on its own is still a reasonable option here for Harshon, but he is so good on the words, on all of the words. He's not going to question something like this, whereas other players in the room will. Right on cue, Harshon setting up gone. I love this play for him.
Yeah, and non-bingo 6s like that, 6s that don't take an S are probably the last things that you study. But Harshon, quite confident that upgo conjugates that way. Hasn't made a decision yet, but certainly considering upgone, and it is a very strong contender.
Wellington has pulled what he needs to keep this game interesting, a satire bingo, ADEIRST on his rack. Wellington a threat to score some big points next turn. As things stand right now, Diester stacks along Sext for a big score and opens this board up nicely, but this is going to be thwarted. Now, Harshon not playing up gone and Sexto. Instead, he's going to keep things a little bit tighter, play OUP, obstruct some of this board. He's going to play it here, not with Sexto, but in a more defensive placement. 20 points here for Harshon.
Yeah, and I would expect Oh, Trapes. Jeez, he saw it instantly.
Yeah, he's a monster.
Insane. Wellington's so good at this.
Wellington is so good at this. I would love to see a World Blitz Championship, like 5 or 7 minutes aside, because I feel like Wellington would be even scarier in that format somehow.
Yeah, if there was that variant, would he be even better than Nigel? Would he be that good? Probably.
That's sacrilege. Don't even say those words out loud.
All
Jason.
right. Well, I already did, so it's too late. But
You're kooky. Absolutely kooky. For those who don't know who Nigel Richards is, I encourage you to go on a little YouTube rabbit hunt after this. Nigel Richards is the undisputed greatest of all time in Scrabble. Just an absolute beast. And this is not by any means a knock on Wellington or Harshon, but Nigel is just in a different dimension than any other Scrabble player. There's some really cool content about him. He's made just some absolutely legendary plays. Better than Nigel. I take Nigel in any format, any rule book, any lexicon. Nigel has won the World Scrabble Championship in CSW and NWL in French and in Spanish already. Better than Nigel. I don't think there's any format or rule set in which I wouldn't take Nigel Richards. Harshon has drawn into his own bingo after Wellington's traipsed. Harshon hitting Senores for 80 points. Harshon leads 306 to 173, and a rough draw for Wellington. 2 W's to go with the otherwise synergistic CEHIL. Wellington is going to have to try to put some scoring pressure on, going to have to try to keep this board open. Probably the best way to do that is to play the 4-letter which, W-I-C-H, beneath traipsed, making E-W and D-I. Anything else you like on this turn for Wellington, Jason?
No, that was, when you draw both W's, my instinct is to look for a place to play EWW, but nothing, no vowels by bonus squares that that you can cash in EWW for a bunch of points. So certainly seems like which is the best option.
Wellington doing sideways tiles in this one, perhaps trying to channel his inner Ben Schoenbrunn. He's finally now oriented them a minute into his turn in a way that makes me feel slightly less insane. But not much, I think, to think about here. He's going to look for ways to fork this board or open some obnoxious lines that are tough to deal with. I don't think it's in the cards with a rack this unwieldy.
Yeah, I remember Matthew O'Connor used to put his tiles kind of like Ben Schonbrun does. 7 tiles going in 7 different directions. So I don't know if he only does it for the stream or if he if that's a change that he has made to his game over time. But yeah, Wellington, that was kind of weird to see it from Wellington.
O'Connor let me know he does orient his tiles straight for the stream because I've complained about it so much. I do wonder if he does it in his other games as well. But hey, squeaky wheel gets the grease. If I complain about stuff enough, maybe I can get players to orient their tiles correctly. Here comes Witch.
I feel like Ben Schonbrun is beyond hope, though. If you could somehow get Ben Schonbrun to orient his tiles correctly, then you'll have done something.
But, we need to have that guy. Like, Scrabble's got to have that guy.
Sure.
Somebody needs to orient their tiles in bizarre directions. But having 2 of those guys, especially when they play each other, nah, I'm good. Hard pass.
So he does take which actually, if on the off chance you draw something ending in W, would make that EWW possible. Not the greatest of draws for Harshon here. We've got a Q with no U. What are his best options here?
Wildly keeping the Q on his rack is winning a simulation. He's got 39 points at the top of this board through the E in Hataria, BEERY, making NI. 39 holds AGQ, 2 U's to come means that's not absolutely abysmal. He'll at least have the way to eject QA with Aqua next turn, and perhaps he'll draw additional tiles that'll go there as well. I think, though, just to avoid nightmarish situations, I've had enough Scrabble dreams. I'd be inclined to play QAT to the T, but Harshon, unafraid of this Q, is going to take the points and play Beery and knock the E and Hetaeria out at the same time.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. 2 U's and like you said, the QAT off of the T and traits for 32. I think most of the time that's going to be available next turn. We'll see if it is, but I like grabbing the points now.
All right, Harshon has indeed grabbed the points now. 345 to 208 is his lead. Wellington EEILPTW has a number of plays through the H in which. I do wonder which play he's going to make, though. Pun not intended. I just cringed at myself. PHEW or WHIP score the most for him, but perhaps he needs to make a point sacrifice here and play something like WHET to give him a stronger tile to bingo 2 on the next turn.
Because you're not going to bingo to that P very often. What's the E count? 3 E's left, so I actually don't mind keeping double E's. We have been burning through them quite quickly, so looks like he is going to see. So now he's considering wet. Interesting. I mean, this will be a very interesting sim. They'll all sim very close, but few as an option as well. Never considered that one.
Yeah, wet, I think, is the right line here. Put the T there. You need to create this. You keep this board as dynamic as possible. You're going to have to get very lucky to win this game, but bingoing to a W or a P is just so unlikely. This is worth the sacrifice. Heads up Scrabble from Wellington, keeping his slim odds as high as possible. ACEGKQT, Harshon finding a key T tile to help him shed the Q down here. 38 points is a no-brainer knockout play for Harshon, and he will not be wasting any of his time on that. AEILPRT is the draw for Wellington. He has found a bingo in the bag. It plays in just one spot. Wellington's probably going to pull the trigger on this within about the next 10 or 15 seconds.
Yeah, you always feel kind of stupid when you're like, all right, I'm going to play wet instead of whip because I'm going to want that T to bingo through, and then your opponent's next play kills it. It's like I should have just taken the points, given myself more flexibility on this turn. But just the one bingo that fits played here. It's about to be set up on Wellington's rack and plays underneath traipsed, and like you said, actually surprised it's taken him this long, but probably just wants to make sure that there's nothing else, which there is not.
Yeah, a double-double between the disconnected A and U would be exactly what the doctor ordered for Wellington. So he'll look at that spot for just a second and wonder, is there any miracle that I might threaten in that spot? But that miracle not on the cards, just platier beneath the traipsed for Wellington.
Yeah, so that gets him back within hailing distance. Platier is going to score 77, after which he's going to be down by 56. Yeah, 56. So not done and dusted yet for Harshon, especially with this kind of clunky rack he's got here with the B, C, G, and K as well as double O's.
Yeah, clunky rack for Harshon, but platier allows him to play TIK, which is going to give him numerous scoring plays. KOB, Tick, Rio, and Arb is an option on the bottom of this board. Boko, BOKO, another strong option. Both of those plays have a small wart. They hold the nasty CG combination together. But Jason, these are too many points to pass up, right?
Agreed. Especially against a player like Wellington, I think you just maybe concede the next bingo. The unseen pool is pretty balanced, even on a rather yucky board. There's options to bingo, maybe alongside Signores with a few overlaps from the E. So yeah, I think you just got to take the points and hope for the best.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to play Boko over Cobb just because I think the odds of getting hit back with an absolutely killer response are a little bit lower after that one. And again, with these leads, you're in catastrophe mode. What is the worst thing that can happen? I'm going to stop that from happening. Wellington has a little bit of life in this game. He has reached in and found the other blank. So that will make this one more fun for us all at home. Will he win? I don't
Yeah,
know. Go ahead.
He does foretell through that L and plate here, it looks like, and even doubles the F. Just trying to see what other bingos he has with the board as is presently constructed.
For Lie plays underneath cat, Forelie
There it
right
is.
now fits for 89. I expect Harshon to take that bottom row, but if he doesn't, Wellington has almost 90 points down there. Goodness. Big turn.
Yeah, so like you said, just grabbing the points, it turns out that grabbing the points here is also good defense because it stops any bingo ending in I or IE or IN. So he's got box set up, I assume, to go. That would actually kill, because foretell isn't going to fit in the other spot. No, so that would actually kill foretell as well as forelie.
Bach instead of Boko. He's also looking at Boke, Boke, on this turn. They're all very similar to one another. Is there any strong reason you're thinking to play one over the other here, Jason?
Maybe because there's four O's unseen. Maybe Boko to get rid of both of them. Might as well add another 4 points. As well as get rid of one extra tile and end the game that much faster. So that Boko seems to make the most sense to me.
I see 4 O's in that bag. I'm playing both of mine, even if maybe some overlaps score a little bit more afterwards. I think Boko's the slam dunk move here for Harshon, but he'll take his time and think through this one. Wellington has a blank on his rack and has a different tile sideways. So we have a sideways tile alert and a blank alert, if not a sideways blank alert. That's hilarious.
So interesting, Boke versus Boko. Trying to see what the beauty of keeping an O is here, and I'm not.
I think it's just the O synergizes better with CG. CGE doesn't do anything for you. CGO, well, that's COG. You can at least play COG. The O is also going to allow Harshon next turn to take out maybe the JO and Java's spot. Maybe just trying to keep some extra flexibility there. How many O's is Harshon going to draw now?
Just the one, it looks like. Nope,
Two.
Which, I mean, I feel like I would draw minimum 2 in that situation, so.
Why would you do that? Tell us more.
Just because when you see like long strings of stuff untracked, it just, especially when you keep one, they just seem to find their way to your rack a lot quicker.
Indeed. Wellington's got to be looking at this unseen pool and thinking, okay, maybe there's actually a chance in this one. My bingo did get blocked, but goodness, what on earth could Harshon possibly do? Is there any good rack in that unseen pool? 11 vowels, 4 O's, 3 I's, 2 U's, and a Y to go with 2 G's. Harshon's almost definitely got a bad rack. Could I possibly pull this one back out? He's found a great scoring play. REFEL is 42, making TOR, Tyke, and Reef at the bottom of this board. Maybe you can keep that O and bingo with something like Oagonia and JA. Maybe there's a chance for Mr. Jageri.
I feel like with Wellington, there's always a chance. As long as if Quackle doesn't have it at 0, then with Wellington there's a chance. So, yeah, it looks like he's. I mean, I think you just kind of have to take the points. There are some interesting bingo lines. Maybe a 7 ending in O, underneath Java's ending in O or A, that keeps the P open. Again, kind of an awkward line. So you've got a few kind of awkward bingo lines here, but you also have to stay within hailing distance. So Reffel seems like a pretty strong play to me, and Wellington had it set up and now is considering other things.
Yeah, I mean, scoring points is just so important when you're down. If Wellington makes a 20 or 25 point play to open the board, he's unlikely to win, even if he hits a miracle bingo. But maybe he wants that line at the bottom of this board to be the place where he plays his miracle bingo. Maybe he can afford to distract Harshon elsewhere while he fishes for a devastating play on that bottom row. I'm not seeing a great way for Wellington to open this board, though.
That is the issue. So that's why I almost wonder if you just kind of take the points with Reffel, which it looks like he's going to do, because there aren't any great options to open the board anyway.
All right, Reffel, what Wellington is pulling the trigger on, CDMOOOG for Harshon now. Bit of a word knowledge check. He's got 40 at the top of this board, the 6-letter Komodo, which I believe means comfortable. It's an adjective. Though I think the play of compo through the P and play tier, which Harshon has set up, while in a vacuum is worse, in this game is far better. It's just such a great block. Feels almost impossible to lose after you make that play.
Yeah, that blocks that J. Somebody pointed out that OUGUIYA, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that, is still available in the pool and would fit under the J in Javas. So you take out that line, you take out the P, and you're basically making him bingo on the left there, either with multiple overlaps or from an E, both of which are, even with the blank, going to be quite challenging.
And anytime you see a natural bingo in an unseen pool plus a blank to go with it, the odds that your opponent has that bingo on their rack are about 8-fold what they would be otherwise. Alguia natural in this pool, which means it is actually a serious threat for Harshon. There's so many combinations that could actually yield it. So Compo addresses that threat. Alguia doesn't score well enough to win the game for Wellington, but it could make things spicy. I would avoid that if at all costs if I'm Harshon.
Yeah, and Compo certainly does that, whereas Komodo, hangs that C out there, from which Wellington can play from the C to the triple. So what is Sim saying on this one? We haven't really simmed it yet. Statically, Komodo is just so much better, but I feel like Compo would win a sim.
You don't need a simulation to know that Compo is the best here. I didn't even start the simulator. You got to block. You got to block with the lead.
And Harshon does.
Yes. ADIIOU blank for Wellington, not a pull he's excited by. At this point, it's pretty desperation time. You might be able to find a 9 through the disconnected VL that you can fish for, but a 9 there would only score in the low 60s. You might find a 9 through the OX on the board. You might find a nice overlap to the left side of Signores, but none of those bingos are going to score enough. Wellington is creative as they come, but I'm not seeing any reasonable way he can catch back up in this game now.
Yeah, it's as the old saying goes, it's looking like Slim and none, and Slim looks like he's getting ready to leave. So not even seeing. Gosh, what do you even do here?
Like UDO and VOL, and just like pray that Harshon doesn't block you and that you draw a miracle and everything else exactly lines up all at the same time.
Yeah, maybe. Can you do something? You can't even do something off of Luzerne. I was like, if you could put the A or the O off of the Z and then maybe make a play coming across, but I don't think that's there either.
Yeah, just 3 tiles in the bag. You can't play long.
Oh, not 2. Yeah, that's the other problem.
Yeah, Wellington, score sheet on his head. He's gonna think as hard as he can, but there doesn't seem to be anything for him on this board.
That's by Wellington standards, that's almost an outburst, kind of putting the score his score pad on his head like that. That's the most emotion I've seen from him.
Yeah, usually just so stoic, such a stone-faced killer across the board, but he has played so much Scrabble. His 39th tournament, or his 39th game for stakes this weekend. Played 7 games on Wednesday in an exhibition, which we were able to capture, 32 across this event. And this is not the way you'd like to go out, but didn't really do anything wrong.
Yeah, gotta be frustrating / disappointing. As hard as it is to say that third is disappointing, you look at the edge he has in rating over the field. So it is a minor upset that he will quote unquote only finish third. But obviously a rough day for him.
Getting a result from the WoW division, Joey Kravchik has defeated Jason Lee 541 to 398, effectively clinching that division. So congratulations to Joey Kravchik, the winner of the WoW division on this side of things, 22-10 plus 1750, his final record. Wellington is just going to try to make the opening we thought he'd make, VOL and IO, leave one tile in the bag, set up a bingo line, see what happens. Makes sense.
Does make sense, even though he's now reconsidering. Interesting decision of what game to show here. I just think having arguably the 2 best players in the room, 2 of the best players in the world playing for second place, winner gets second, loser gets third. I know that there was some talk in the chat about streaming that WOW game, which I would have been totally cool with, but totally understand the decision to show this game instead. And it looks like neither of those games will end up being particularly close.
Yeah, we missed a blowout in that land anyway. And we made the commitment to show all Collins all weekend. We kept our promise, for better or for worse. If you have opinions about not watching Wellington Jagere and Harshon Lamabadu-Surya, I'd like to show you the door, because why? Why would you not want to watch these 2 guys?
Fair point. So is there anything other than IO? I mean, that's got to be...
I wouldn't even call IO anything. Like, there's just everything seems to be 0%. You just got to do a thing. And
Yeah. So by the way, thank you for commentating all 32 rounds of this, and not just commentating all 32 rounds, but keeping the score updated and running the simulations behind the scenes. I knew I would be tired at the end of this, and I am, and so I can't imagine doing it for 4 consecutive days like you have. So many thanks for that.
Yeah, thanks, Jason. I first really put on the headset in 2023. I was asked by the NASPA folks to commentate the SPC and Westpac back to back. So that was 10 days of Scrabble, the 62 games. It was absolutely insanity. But I had just finished pharmacy school. I was unemployed, trying to figure out what to do with my life. And that ended up being just one of the coolest things I ever got to do. Not just the nationals, which had always been a goal of mine, but the worlds, where I got exposure to David Eldar, to Harshon Lamabadu-Surya, to Wellington Jagere. It was so cool. And I decided at that point, I want to make this my thing. I want to be the commentator guy. So I decided to...
I feel like you were pretty well known before that. I didn't realize that's when it started.
That's when it started in my head, where I was like, hang on, I might be the guy. And I just got so many positive comments from so many different people out there who enjoyed the style. I never thought I was anything special at it. I thought I was just the lucky dude who happened to be asked that year. But, people continue to give me positive words of encouragement. And I've learned in my 32 years of wisdom, just take the compliment. Don't question it. I don't think I'm any better than any other commentator out there, but I really enjoy the privilege of being out here. 32 games is a grind. I don't know how often I'm going to get the time off of my new job to do this, but I'm so grateful to Josh for getting me out here, to Josh Castellano for setting up the script so I can run Quackle and update the scores at once. And to everybody who continues to say nice things to me, I really do feed on that positive encouragement to try to do a better job and come back out and do these things. It's always fun. It's always a treat. And I'm continued to be humbled by the folks who ask me to come on. All right.
Sounds like an update in chat that Matthew beat Bob Linn by about 180. So there's gratitude for you.
Yeah, gratitude. What a fitting end. Matthew Tunnicliffe Gibsonized in the tournament, and when you're Gibsonized, you play the highest person who is mathematically out of contention for money. Storybook ending that, of course, it is Bob Linn himself, Matthew's opponent in the final round. One final massive shout out to Bob Linn. Never in a million years did I think that competitive Scrabble would see a purse like this, would entice some of the top players from around the world to come into Albany, New York. None of this would be possible without him and his generosity. So just, again, thank you, Bob, and to everybody who's donated to make Scrabble great. John Shreve, with his donation to Wigpo, allowed them to bolster the prize fund here. To those who have become Let's Play Scrabble super fans or super chatters with us, sending money towards helping us build a cooler operation. It really takes a village. It really takes a lot of help and contribution, and just everybody watching too. Like, we wouldn't do this without the viewership numbers we're getting. Thanks for spending your weekend with us. Hope we made it fun.
Yeah, a lot of love in the chat. Love to see it. But I just remember in 2023, also being asked to be assistant director for that. Appreciate Art Moore asking his team, me, Kieran O'Connor, and Sue Tremblay, to be an assistant director of that was definitely one of the highlights of my career. But I thought you were like established as the 1A commentator even then. But there were some all-star commentators on stream there. I think Wellington did some commentary for that, and so what an honor for you to kind of be traffic cop in a 3-man booth with Will Anderson on one side and Wellington on the other. That had to be amazing.
There's Will Anderson, Josh Sokol, and Wellington Jagere in the booth with me, and I'm like, what on earth? Like, get me out of here. Let these guys do it. Oh my goodness.
I can certainly imagine feeling redundant as the fourth man in that booth, but again, it just speaks to how good you are at this. You're so smooth and you're such a natural. I know that was a word that you used when you heard me do it for the first time, but I still have this is my third time doing this, depending on how you count it, and still a lot to learn that you already seem to know.
When I commentated the Nationals in 2023, I kept looking at myself in the camera, and I'm like, dang, if only I were like good looking, then I'd be the complete package. I've got the deep voice that apparently announcers are supposed to have. I have self-deprecating jokes that people seem to find funny. If only I were good looking. And I used that as fuel. I started going to the gym every single day and decided I was going to try to kick myself into some shape. But literally it was, I want to be a cool Scrabble commentator, so I'm going to go shred it at the gym. I ended up losing 113 pounds. I swim a mile a day every day, and it's literally because somebody gave me the opportunity to talk on a headset. I continue to be just like humbled by it all. But hey, if this is the role Scrabble demands for me, I am happy to deliver, because I know I can't put a good product on the board anymore. I'm a washed up has-been there.
I mean, you're a has-been. I feel like I'm a never was. So, but yeah, if we keep this conversation going, you're going to make me cry, and that's going to make it hard to do commentary.
No tears, good vibes only. Speaking of good vibes, yesterday we hit 336 videos, or 336 likes on a Scrabble live stream, numbers I never thought were possible. We might top that number today. We're so close. Can we do it? Can y'all help us? I believe in us. And if you're just tuning in, all of these are going to be snipped into VODs, little individual videos you can watch. You can put them on 1.5x. I know a Scrabble friend of mine uses these as bath material after a long day. He'll drop a hot bath and watch one game of Scrabble each night. I guess I'm humbled that I'm what people listen to in the bathtub. Somebody actually told me they listen to these while they go to sleep, which I think is a compliment, but I'm not totally sure. So check out the rest of this channel. There are individual videos in addition to the live streams, and there will be additional live streams coming your way. The next big Let's Play Scrabble tournament is in October, the Lake George Scrabble Tournament, a long-standing, long-running, well-run event. It's up in the mountains in the Adirondacks, upstate New York. At the end of fall, all the leaves are changing colors. There are opportunities to go hiking, do nature walks, play some Scrabble. My understanding is Scrabble gets like the entire hotel before they shut down for the season. Registration already open for the Lake George event, and as soon as I get my next paycheck, I am planting my flag and paying my entry fee. If they ask me to pull back and commentate instead, I might do that, but I definitely want to go. I want to see everybody. I want to see those leaves change colors. I want to hike with Josh Sokol and Mac Miller around the Adirondack Mountains, and you ought to as well. Check it out. All the information is online at letsplayscrabble.com. Love to see you all in Lake George. And a couple people this weekend have said, hey, Matt, I saw you at a tournament and I was too scared to talk to you. What on earth? Just come talk to me. I'm a human being. I'm just a dude trying to play Scrabble. Would love to meet the folks out there who hang with us and chat all the time in the flesh. Please come say hi. I don't bite unless you ask.
Wow. I'm pretty sure nobody has ever been intimidated to meet me. So again, that just speaks to how good you are at this. That you are a larger than life figure among some in the Scrabble world.
Well, when you're 6'3", I guess people think you're scary sometimes. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I was going to say. Speaking of, Josh Koff did mention in the chat. Do we have a before and after picture of you of the -113?
I actually took a flamethrower to every photo of me that was taken for that post-COVID 2-year span. So no, those pictures don't exist. They are all gone.
Probably for the best. Sorry, Josh.
If you want to, I am more than happy to show you those photos on my phone. I call myself an absolute unit, give some classic self-deprecating jokes. I've got a few. Every once in a while, I pull them up on my phone. I stare at them and I think, Matt, I hate you so much. And I use that as gym fuel.
I didn't realize that the commentary was the kick in the butt. I know that, I read your blog. I don't remember you mentioning that specifically.
It was a big part of it for sure. I mean, there were some other factors in there as well, but that to me was like, oh my God, I kind of matter to certain people, and the Scrabble people have always been my second family. I owe so much of my growth and upbringing to Scrabble. Some corruption of a pure, innocent tween. That's who I was when I started, but also some fantastic mentors and role models out there who have really, truly shaped the person I've become today. I owe everything to competitive Scrabble, and that sounds so cheesy and so corny, but it's also so true. All right. Apparently, our production team dug up a picture of me. Oh, God, here it comes. Oh, boy, absolute unit. Yep, there's me, third place. I lost to Patricia Barrett, who is a beast. I lost to Ori Swift, who's an absolute beast, but I did get third place. That was, I think, maybe 30 pounds into my weight loss journey, and then I lost 80 more. I intended to lose like 20. I just wanted to lose a little bit of weight, and then it just kept happening and happening and happening. And I'm like, well, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I don't know. What a cool journey. Swimming, everybody, is excellent. And if you don't swim, you really ought to swim. And if you want to swim with me, just say the word. I'd be happy to do it. YO, the outplay for Harshon, makes his score 511 to Wellington's 403. Congrats to Harshon on second and Wellington on third. We will try overhead mic real quick.
I make it 511 403. Do you agree? Thank you. Cheers.
All right, in classic Harshon fashion, he takes a photo of every board he plays. I always ask permission. May I take a photo? It's very sweet, very wholesome. Congratulations, hearty congratulations to Harshon. I know he was in contention for first, but cannot be disappointed by a second place finish, $5,000. Congrats as well to Wellington Jagere. Third place finish brings him home with $3,500 as well. And one more happy update for us. We did indeed hit our likes goal. So thank you. Every single day we got more likes than the day before. We got higher viewership numbers than the day before. This has been so awesome. There's plenty more Scrabble to come this summer. So many huge events between now and November. The U.S. or North American Scrabble Championship is coming up in July from Baltimore, Maryland. WIGPO's Word Cup is coming up in St. Louis in August. The World Scrabble Championship in Accra, Ghana, coming your way in November. There is so much more Scrabble to come. Let's pivot over to standings, Jason, and see where all of the dust has settled all across the tournament. Walk us through the top 5 we see in CSW, Jason.
Yes, winning in a field like this by 3 games, incredibly impressive. So we just saw the second and third place game. It was good to see Matthew O'Connor after that start in an incredibly tough field because he was in first place for so long. He hangs on to fourth. Sammy Okusaga, 20 points. Wow, 20 points difference between 5th and 6th place. Will Anderson and Josh only a handful of them in 7th.
Yeah, well, stars in this field. Anytime Adam Logan finishes 8th, Austin Shin finishes 9th, Josh Sokol finishes 10th, it must have been a stacked field. Let's look over at the light division. We had over 50 players playing in essentially a Division B of CSW. Congratulations to the winner of the light division, Terry Kong, winning on spread. Eric Fox has really burst onto the scene. He's just 22 years old. He finishes 2nd in the light division. I don't suspect he'll be down there much longer. And Ayotunde Ayaderi, 3rd place, 23-9 for all 3 of those folks. Noel Livermore and Heidi Robertson finishing out the top 5. Congratulations to each of them, and may they have a big, thick wallet for their prize money. Let's look over at WoW, where we already crowned Joey Kravchik our champion, out the top 5. Seth Lipkin, Carl Higby. Actually, these are not done yet. Seth and Carl are still in play. The winner of that game will finish 2nd. The loser will drop to 4th, and David Spargo will be your 3rd place finisher. Jason Lee and Joey Malik up there as well, and Jeffrey Nelson, sleeper performance. He was one of the lower seeds in the division, but he has crept all the way up to a 7th place finish. Congrats to Jeffrey on that. And let's look at WoW Division B as well. Not sure if all the dust has settled here, but Jessica Mercatante, the champion in this one, Cheryl Kagan and Jacob Bennettstein in the top 3 as well, Susan Blanchard and Sally Scalzo finishing 4th and 5th. Congrats to all the winners, but especially to Jessica, to Joey, to Terry, and to Matthew Tunnicliffe for their victories. They have big trophies they get to bring home with them. Jason, we're going to let our audience go for a bit. The prize ceremony will be streamed once all the dust has settled and everything is set up. Your boy is not going to be here to narrate it. I have to go back to Boston right now to be at work at 7 a.m. tomorrow. But Jason, what words of wisdom do you want to send our audience home with?
No words of wisdom. Just a huge thanks to all of you for watching. We talk about streaming being the future of Scrabble, but if we stream and nobody watches, then what's the point of it? So thank you to everybody for watching. I know that whenever you stream anything, the chat can get interesting, but I have never seen anything but positivity coming out of the Let's Play Scrabble chat. So and that speaks so highly to our community as a whole.
Yeah, it has been so much fun. I am so grateful to everybody in chat for bantering with us, joking with us, enjoying my shades, keeping us accountable, finding the hard plays on the turns where we struggled. It's really not fun without everybody tuning in. So thank you all so much. And one report from Josh just now, the players just hit 2 million points scored in the playing room. Barely made it. My prediction on day one indeed came true. So 2 million points scored across 32 games of play. Ladies and gentlemen, we've done it. With that, I am going to go drink a cold, frothy beverage to try to rebuild my vocal cords. I am going to frantically drive home to Boston, and I hope to see all of you in person or on the internet playing Scrabble sometime soon. Thanks so much to everybody. We'll catch you later.
Really bad people, yeah. And he does. Yeah. That is the code of character. Yes.
Yes. Yeah. I was so sad when the Harrington brothers, the IH here, just love it.
But I don't have that. Yes.
Oh, this means we are very close, everybody. I know, so it's very
Yeah.
Okay, so I read in a second first.
And then I had a like the basketball something similar, so I got
Is Matt Linn here? Oh, there he is. So I think. So.
it was a good day.
Oh, I don't need to see this. You're handy. Hey everybody, we're about to do our moderately lightning fast award show. Here's the way this is going to work. We are going to call winners. Winners will come up here to these stairs. Now, if stairs on the stage is too much, I'll just step down and we'll just do it right there. Okay? That's the plan. You come up here, take a couple of quick pictures, one you solo, and then one with us. Then we send you off that way and you go Matt and Beth for prize fulfillment. I don't know if I was talking to the mic. You go see Mad and Beth for prize fulfillment paperwork. Does that make sense to everybody? Good. Kieran, you ready?
Yep.
Kieran's playing.
There's no cash in the envelope.
Yes.
Because the tax man wants to know who you are.
Yeah, that's what.
So you're going to fill out paperwork, and then you're going to get it.
Yeah, so the idea is you take out the form, you fill it out. Well, they'll tell you what to do. Honestly, I don't know what to do. So the way you do that is, now hold on. Look at the screen like this. Okay, thanks everybody. Here we go. So the first thing that we're going to be giving away is a special category of prizes. These are the convert prizes. So the idea is if you were categorized as new to CSW, you had the ability to win a bunch of different prizes totaling $7,500. So that's what we're going to go with first. We're going to cover based on rating band. So there were like 5 players in the under 1,000, and the following are winners. So coming in second place, winning $500, is Colin Cowles. Colin, are you here? Okay, sure. He's going to take a solo picture first, and then we convert. Come on up. Congrats. We're going to do a solo picture first. Now, Madeline, is this good? All right.
Don't breathe. I'm taking an extra.
Just give us a nod. Okay, and then we're coming in here. Okay, good. All right, see Matt. Number 1. Thank you, everybody. Yes. All right. We'll figure out the okay. Jerry Ann, where are you? Jerry Ann Abriano, winning $1,000. Is Jerry Ann here? Okay, we'll send that to her. In the next category, this was rating 1,000 to 1,200. There were about 6-7 players in there. They finished the first person winning $500. Leah Shin, scoring never stops. Come on up.
That's right.
Right, congrats. Solo picture first. There we go.
Awesomely.
All right, and winning first place in this band is Ather Sharif. Ather, where are you? Solo picture first. And Karen. All right, hey. Okay, the next rating band is 1,200 to 1,400. There were about 7, looks like 7. The first person winning $500, Zachary Dang. Zachary, are you here? Solo picture first. Thank you. Okay, and that was Zachary Dang. So winning. Closer. Oh, okay. Hello. Okay. So that was Zachary Dang. Winning the 1,200 to 1,400 and $1,000 is Brian Anderson. Brian, come on up. What's that? First Collins tournament. There you go. $1,000. And in the next band is 1,400 to 1,600. The winner of $500 is Rebecca Sobel. Rebecca, come on up. Sobel, Rebecca Sobel. And let's go to the winner of this 1,400 to 1,600 category.
Your mic is off. Your mic is off.
There we go, a little tech support. All right, winning this 1,400 to 1,600, Elise Bickford. Elise, where are you? $1,000. All right, we got one more band. Tournament. This was the 1600 plus first time Collins convert. So we have, I'm reading number 1 first. Okay, we have Sohaib Senalula. I don't know if I got that right.
They'll take your money either way.
I did my best. And winning $1,000. Oh yeah, winning $1,000 and a trophy for being the top performing convert. It's Sohaib's brother, Daniel Sanula. Daniel Saluna. Congrats. $1,000 and a trophy. Okay, we are going to switch over to WoW. So we are going to go with WoW B, which is what I think I have in front of me. And am I, Kieran, did we deliver those 50s for the best record lower half? Okay, so I'm not going to announce those. One second, everybody. Okay, here we go. WoW Division B. We're going to begin with some class prizes. Class C, winning $300 with 15.5 wins. Les Hippenbecker. Les, are you here? He's there. Winning $400, leading Class C, is Deb Mulrooney, 16-16. Deb, are you here? Okay. That's going to take us to Class B. In Class B, second place, $300. Jim Fonte with 18 wins. Jim? All right, next up, we're going with the winner of Division B, Class B, Dalton Hoffine, 19 wins. There we go, we got one. It is, it is, and I probably need a pen. It is here. And then if you can give me that pen, I'll mark the ones that are not done.
It's just 5th place.
No. It's Division B, Class B first. Yes, that's it. Okay. Hey man, congrats. Sorry about that. No paperwork. Nope, solo first. Come on.
Don't fall off.
All right, here we go. Perfect, that's right. Oh, you're going to see Beth and Matt. That's right. The correct way to pose for the photo is to hold up the envelope with the logo on it. All right, coming in 5th place in Division B, winning $425 with 20 wins, Sally Scalzo. Sally, come on up. Congrats.
Oh, well, hold on. We got the money shot right here.
Okay, thanks. Coming in 4th place, winning $450 with 20.5 wins, Susan Blanchard. Susan, come on up.
Lasagna, queen of the universe. That's when she was a movie star.
Congrats, that's for you.
Hey, no heckling.
Oh.
Big smile, Susan.
Because you're awesome.
All right, winning 3rd place. 3rd place and $500, 21 wins, Bennett Jacobstein. Bennett, come on up, buddy. What are we doing? Oh, we're going right for it. All that solo show. Oh, wait, envelope. Envelope.
Envelope, please.
Third place. Thank you. Coming in second place, winning $750. You could not miss her 4th of July pants. 21 wins for Cheryl Kagan. Karen.
Sorry.
And winning Division B and $900, clear of the field by 2 wins, 23 wins for Jessica Mercantante. Jessica, 900 smackers. Okay, we're going to move to WOW Division A. Here we go. Class prizes. Winning $300 for Division A Class C second, Noah Goldstein, 14 wins. Class C, first place, 15 wins and $400 for Keith Hagel. Keith, are you here? We'll go here. Let's do it. Here, I can.
Here you go, Keith.
Okay. We gotta get Keith too. There we go. Okay, and next we go to Class B, winning $300 and 19 wins. It's Evan Chester, everybody. Oh, right. Come on, it's about the brand. And then us. Winning Division A Class B first place, $400 goes to Jeffrey Nelson and his 19 wins.
Pick them up.
And here we go into the place prizes. Winning with 21 wins, $425. He just won Montreal Scrabble Fest. It's Jason Lee, everybody. Jason. Oh, yeah. Coming in fourth place, also 21 wins, 18 points spread higher, $450, Carl Higby. Coming in third place, David Spargo and his 21 wins.
Spargo.
Coming in second place, 22 wins, $750. Everybody's favorite, Seth Lipkin, everybody. Winning WOW first place with $1,200, 22 wins plus $1,750. It's Joey the K Craft Check. Joey.
Trophy.
He gets a trophy, you're right.
Okay.
You guys are on it. Now, pass him the trophy. Let's do the solo. You guys are on top of us. Thank you. Okay, so now we are switching over to CSW. We're going to go to CSW Light. We are going to start with class prizes. The CSW divisions were a little bit bigger, so there are 3 classes instead of 2. We're going to go with Class D, third place, $300 to Anna McGavern and her 16 wins. Congratulations.
Oh, wait.
And $400. Now, I want to make this clear. We talked about those convert incentives. They are non-exclusive, so you can win a convert prize and win another prize, which you are just about to see. So, winning. Oh my God, I got lost there for a second. Winning $400, 16 and a half wins. Ather Sharif. Ather, come on up. Wait, where are you? Yeah. I guess we need pictures for each one.
I guess. Files. This guy's a lot of work. Not you, him.
All right, one more of these. Thanks. Okay, next up. Oh, here's another one. Division B, Class D, winning $500, 17 and a half wins. Leah Shin. Leah, come on back up. Yeah, first in class, $500.
Amarazzi.
Congratulations. Now we're going to go to Class C, coming in third, 17 wins, Paula Cantonese, $300. Paula, are you here? Gone. 1 second. While I'm marking it, we are going to talk about second place in the class, Danny Panaganaban. Danny P, are you here? Won $400 for his 17 wins.
Canadian. I'm going right from the stage. Put that on. We need handlers. Really do.
Okay, and now I'm going to turn the page. Winning the class, first in class, 17 and a half wins, Tom Chang, $500. Okay, that was Class C. Here we go. Class B, coming in third place, 18 wins for Randy Goldberg. Randy. Next up, we have, we are in class, here we go, $400, second place in Class B. It's Nitz Chagti, everybody, 18 wins. And winning Class B, $500, 19 wins. Kaya, where are you, Kaya? Kaya's headed for West Virginia. All right, we are going to move into the money. Here's the way this works. So I want to clarify. For the CSW Light and Bob Linn Superstars, there is a top 10 prize. And then there are conditions where you can get a bonus to that top 10 prize, which everybody at the table over there is going to read. I'm going to read the base amount. That is the guaranteed amount for everybody. Here we go. 10th place, $550, picking up a double win with the convert money. 19 wins for Elise Bickford. Come on up.
Left and right.
Next up, in 9th place, winning $600 with 19 wins, Zachary Dang. Come on up. First tournament in 10 years. How about that? First tournament in 10 years. I don't know if you heard me.
Good job, Zachary.
Okay, let's go to 8th place. Winning $650 and 19 wins, Rebecca Sobel. Did I say that right? Give me the trophy.
My goodness. All my winnings are going to Josh for coaching.
Oh. Okay, coming in 7th place, $700. Hold on one second. Oh, right. Okay, I'm getting confused. $700, 7th place, 20 wins. Lindsay Shin, everybody, come on up. Okay, coming in 6th place, $750, 20 wins for David Nwybor. David, come on down.
Other way.
Turn around. David.
Otherwise, the money doesn't work.
Put it down.
There you go. All right, now you got us.
All right, 20 wins and 5th place. It's $800 for Heidi Robertson, everybody. Heidi. Coming in 4th place, $900 for Noel Livermore, 21 wins.
Who literally called me Monday, texted me Monday, and said, "Can I come to the tournament?" Put his car in a train, went to Virginia, and then drove here. So there you go.
Amazing. Solo photo.
Amazing.
All right, Janata.
Let's move to 3rd place, $1,000 for Ayo Tunde Idayeri. Here we go. In second place, 23 wins, add a couple 100 points of spread, you get Eric Fox. Come on up. Congrats. First tournament a year and a half ago. Here he is cashing $12.50. And winning Division CSW Light. Someone who is a true friend to Let's Play Scrabble and someone who we've really enjoyed watching play some excellent Scrabble. Congratulations, $2,500 plus a trophy to Terry Kang. Where are you, Terry? Okay, everybody. We got one division left. All right. Bob, cover your ears. We're about to talk about some big numbers. So here we go. The Bob Linn Superstars Division had 3 classes in it. We are going to go with Class D, third place, $300 for 15 wins goes to Carson Ip. Carson. Congratulations. Here we go. Second place in class, $500 for 16 wins, Neil Gahn. Neil. D first place. No, D second. Here. And best in class D, winning $750 for 17 wins. It's Jason Ubika. There he is. Look at that, a Thundercats shirt. Look at that. Here we go, Class C, winning $300 and 17 wins. He's stacking prizes. It's Sohaib Sanula. Come on up. All the way from Pakistan, these guys, these brothers, man. Amazing. Unbelievable. Okay. We're now moving on to Class C. No, that was Class C. Now it's Class C, ranked second. $500 for 18 wins, Jason Carney. Where are you, Jason?
Oh, England, yes.
Let's go to the winner of Class C with 18 wins, picking up $750. It's Winter. Where's Winter? Hey.
but hang
Here we go. Class B, we're moving up. 17 wins. Coming in third place for Class B, $300. Jason Keller, come on up.
I know he's not class. No.
Class B coming in second place with 18 wins. This guy was a stream favorite because of his sprint speed through a game of Scrabble. He will blow your hair back. It is Nawali. Enoch, come on up. Are you here? Yes.
Coolest player photo. Look at that player photo. Congrats, buddy.
And let's go to Class B, first place, winning $750 and 18 wins. Noah Slatkoff. Still here? Yes, Noah. All right, here we go. Top 10. This is where the numbers start to get bigger. 10th place with 19 wins. Look up, look way up. It's Josh Sokol, everybody. Josh.
Sorry. Tower is above.
Okay, just one little revision. The WoW B winner, who won WoW B? We didn't give you your trophy.
No. Wow. Wow, B.
Yes, Jessica.
Yeah, Jessica. Sorry, Jessica.
Do I have to?
It's a lot of stress. No, I'm coming over. No photo.
Okay, no photo. Okay, we're going to go back then to Superstars. Let's go to 9th place, $850, 19 wins, scoring never stops. Austin Shin, come on up. This guy keeps cashing checks. Awesome. Congrats. 19 wins, 8th place, $900. It's Grandmaster Adam Logan, world champ, national champ. Come on up here, buddy.
Thanks a lot.
$1,000 and 7th place for 20 wins goes to the reigning SPC CSW champion, Josh Castellano. Come on up. This guy is a genius, not only at Scrabble, he does critical things for us. He is responsible, along with Matthew O'Connor, for all our pairing algorithms. He does stuff for the stream. He does everything. That guy's a genius. Here we go. Let's go up to number 6. 20 wins, $1,500. You've liked and subscribed this guy. It's Will Anderson. Come on up. Grandmaster, National Championship, 50,000 YouTube subs.
We love you, Will.
Coming in 5th place with a prize of $2,000, 20 wins for Sammy Okasaga. Come on up, Sammy O, legend.
Trophy.
Hold on. You get a trophy. Thank you, crowd. Thank you, chat. 5th place. We got to redo the picture with our trophy. There we go. Solo. Wait. No, we got to get that. We like to be in with the photos. There's attention. 4th place, 21 wins, winning $2,500. If you want to learn to play Scrabble like Matthew O'Connor, you should read the book, Learn to Play Scrabble Like Matthew O'Connor. Come on up, Matt. And the trophy.
Who needs baby bingos anyways?
Third place, 22 wins, $3,500 goes to the world champ, Wellington Jiggery. Wellington, come on up. And a trophy. We're going to move on to second place now. This is a $5,000 prize. 22 wins, all the way from the UK. Two-time world champion runner-up. I don't know if he's going to be in Ghana this year, but watch out for him. It's Harshon Lamadaban Saria. Here we go. First place in the CSW, Bob Linn Superstars. Bob, do you want to come up here? We'll do an extra picture with Bob. But, yeah, not on stage yet. You're just over here for a second, okay? Here we go. 25-7 against a field that would a very difficult field.
The top 30 in the division were 1,900 or better.
Top 30, 1,900 and up. That's a killer field. 25-7, $10,000. That's going to turn into 15. It's my countryman, Matthew Tunnicliffe, former national champion. Give it up. Give it up, people. Let's squeeze it. There we go. everybody. Thank you so much. If you have any questions about the envelope, ask us. We will help. Here's the deal. Our next tournament is Lake George. We hope to see you there. Let's play Scrabble, everybody. Thanks for coming. Awesome job.
I'll be right back.
I made the drink
So, well, you can take some.
I guess I'll put it in the stand.
Okay, so
I know
I'll look forward to seeing you again.
Congratulations.
Yes, 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 yes.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you for bringing me.
My revenge next week.
Yeah, that's right. And what's your rating at? Don't say that. Then you get one card box. One card box. Whatever.
yeah,
Same.
Okay, let me in my bag.
Yes, get all our stuff.
I have to go. I'll be back in a
I
second.
think Josh. They're all on Josh.
Okay.
Yes, Father Josh.
Did you know that? Sorry, I saw earlier this play that you missed your game against Jason. Maybe you did not. When you played Chip.
When I played what?
Chip.
I try to say hi. See you on Sunday. All right, bye, Josh. Bye, Kevin.
It has A, B, B, C, I played it. Could have played by basic for more than 100 points.
Wait, where would you go?
The same place where Jason tried to play Evaders.
Oh. Okay. I didn't see it. Yeah, I didn't see it. Yeah.
Killer.
They gave me a
Okay.
well,
I know.
Yeah, I couldn't look like that one. Well, let's let me know anyway. Okay. Let's see that.
Nice to see you, Austin. I'm half considering going to work.
Oh, we had fun. You can roll us.
No, right? How you doing?
You're gonna be in Baltimore? Yeah, we do. Okay. Yeah, we'll be there. I know, right?